In a social media post, he will not be arrested in any way, shape, or form while in the United States of America. But the post did not directly mention Mamdani. Now, Mamdani has said throughout his mayoral election campaign last year that he would seek to order the city's police to arrest Netanyahu under the criminal court's warrant over Netanyahu's role in the war in Gaza. We wanted to share this video message here with you from Mamdani in case you missed it.
Benjamin Netanyahu is a war criminal, the architect of a horrific genocide against the Palestinian people. He is responsible for the killing of more than 73,000 people, for the maiming of tens of thousands of children as those who survive undergo amputation without anesthesia, for the targeting of neonatal hospitals and maternity care centers, denying newborns even the chance to live, for the countless people he starved as he blocked food and humanitarian aid from reaching them, for the gunning down of hundreds of aid workers and journalists. And just last month, the UN confirmed that Palestinian children continue to be deliberately targeted and killed by Israeli armed forces, more than 8 months after the so-called ceasefire. The list goes on and on, all as we, as Americans, pay for the bombs that do the killing. There is a reason the International Criminal Court issued a warrant for his arrest. As human beings, we have spent generations building a shared understanding that there are crimes so grave they offend all of humanity. Anyone with their eyes, with their heart, with their conscience should recognize the devastation he has wrought and understand that he belongs before a court of law. As I've said, I agree with the ICC that Benjamin Netanyahu should be arrested and tried for his crimes, as I do for anyone else charged by the ICC. My administration has reviewed every avenue available under applicable law to determine whether New York City could execute the International Criminal Court's arrest warrant if Benjamin Netanyahu came here. It is clear that we do not have the independent legal authority to enforce this warrant. The federal government, however, does, and I call on them to join the ICC and execute this warrant. And I want to be equally clear. Benjamin Netanyahu is not welcome in New York City, nor is any other war criminal at large. While we cannot end the genocide on our own, we can decide whether our silence will become another weapon, and we can examine every tool we have to defend the humanity and dignity of all people. That is my commitment to you.
And that was that video message posted very late last night to social media. And once again, you just heard there from New York Mayor Zohran Mamdani, as he is now saying that the city will not be able to execute an arrest warrant, but again, urging the federal government to do so. All right, we do want to transition now to some other news we've been following here. We brought this to you yesterday on LiveNOW from Fox. As President Trump, he met with Lebanon's president there at the White House in the Oval Office. They delivered about 30 minutes of remarks to the media, several questions there, particularly on Iran. Now, President Trump pledged to help Lebanon a lot during that White House meeting with the country's leader, Joseph Aoun, who came to push for long-term calm after months of war between Israel and the Iran-backed Hezbollah militant group. Now, the U.S. has championed peace in Lebanon, but has been increasingly distracted, so to say, by new escalation of the war in Iran. However, President Trump said after this meeting, a short time later, that he'd allow American carriers to resume direct flights to Lebanon for the first time in 40-plus years after the U.S. suspended the route. As I said here, there were about 30 minutes of questions answered by the president, and I wanted to share with you just a few moments here now.
Well, thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be with the president of Lebanon. He's highly respected in his country and actually long beyond his country. We've spoken previously on numerous occasions through representatives, and the relationship is very good. I think that Lebanon has been a very mistreated country for a long period of time. It's an amazing group of people, professors, doctors, lawyers, great intellects, and it's been hit hard for many, many decades, really. It's been hit very, very hard. And yet I have people that live in Lebanon, people that are parents of friends of mine, many cases, and they would never leave. They would not leave under any circumstance. They love it. They love the country. And it's probably a dangerous place in a lot of ways, but They live in areas, they say, we hear bombs going off all the time, but we want to live in Lebanon. They love the country. Very smart people, very successful people, and they live there. But it's been a country of great intellect, great intellectuals. They still love it. They want to be there. And we're going to help it. We're going to help it a lot. So it's an honor to have the president and your representatives here. We've already met a couple of times, and we've had some good meetings. And we are going to solve a lot of problems. We've already solved some of them for Lebanon. As you know, there's a Hezbollah problem, but we've done some things that I think the world will take notice. Again, it's been a very badly treated place and country, and we're going to have it properly treated and treated with respect that it deserves. And Mr. President, it's an honor having you. Thank you very much.
No, thank you.
Thank you
I've
very
been
much.
looking forward to this visit for a long time.
Thank you very much.
Meeting such a great president like yourself.
That's a very nice thing. See, he knows how to get to me. He knows. He can have anything. Now he can have anything. Would you like to say something?
Now, really, I would like to thank President Trump, really, and his team for the historic visit and for the historic achievement that we did together by signing the framework with the ultimate objective of ending the state of hostility between Lebanon and Israel forever. I think, Mr. President, this will be your legacy. Together, we'll be able to achieve this objective. It's about time for Lebanon and for the whole region to be stable and secure. And I know your vision is peace, your vision is stability, and I think my vision coincides with your vision. And together, I think we will be able to achieve and to score success in that regard.
I agree with that. I do agree with that. And you have tremendous spirit on your side. You have people that love that country, and they're going to make it work.
We got to make it work.
Right. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, I have two questions, one for you. President Trump, as you work to expand the Abraham Accords, Lebanon still enforces a 1955 law criminalizing contact with Israel for over 70 years. You previously stated you would push Lebanon on this issue. And there is some people still going to prison last month. So did you raise it you will raise it with President Trump today?
Well, the Abraham Accords have been, I think, a tremendous success. I think you're going to see a lot of countries joining pretty soon. As you know, we have our original group, and it's so successful for them. Economically successful. It's been that. Nobody left, even during this time of conflict. So, no, I think Lebanon has a very important place.
What is your level of concern of a blockade of the Red Sea by the Houthi rebels, opening up another front in the war?
See what happens. So far, it hasn't happened. It might happen. But we take care of things. If something like that happens, we take care of it. You know, we've done that with the Houthis before, and we haven't heard from them in a while since we did what we did originally. That was about 45 days of very powerful action we took against the Houthis. And we've had no problem with the Houthis. They've had no problem with us for a long period of time, including during this conflict. I think that if there is something like that, we'll just have to take care of business.
The Speaker of the Lebanese Parliament rejected the agreement between Lebanon and Israel and he said it's a sedition. It's going to cause civil war. He's the Speaker of the Lebanese Parliament, and he speaks for Hezbollah. He's Hezbollah's big brother. What do you have to say about that?
Well, maybe I'll let you speak to that.
Actually, the framework doesn't require the endorsement of the parliament. Okay, it's part of our constitution. It's a prerogative of the president, and we are committed to it. And I think the Speaker of the Parliament is really wants to see the end of this war. He's from the south, and he knows he did his best to rebuild the south. But unfortunately, the south being destroyed in front of his eyes. So he's actually supportive of what we are doing, but we need to be careful. His position as a speaker and as a leader of the Shia community, we have to understand how critical is his position. But I can tell you that Speaker Berri is a man of state. He's supportive of what we are doing, and he's supportive of ending the state of hostility, ending the war once for all.
President,
I think when he sees, because I've heard that he's a good person, good man, and when he sees the progress made, I'm sure he's going to come on.
From NBCI TV from Lebanon. I have two questions, please. When will the Israeli army fully withdraw from Lebanon? Is there a clear timeline for that? And last question, please. Last week you met with the Iraqi Prime Minister and discussed him or described him as handsome and saying he could become one of the best leaders in the Middle East. How you describe
Which one are we talking about?
the Iraqi Prime Minister? Yes. How you describe President Joseph?
Well, I'd say he's handsome also, and I think he could become one of the most important leaders in the Middle East, actually, if we do this, because they've been trying to do this for decades, right? Decades and decades. So if I made that statement about somebody else, I would put him in the same category.
All right, so that was just a portion of that meeting there yesterday with Lebanon's president. That concludes that 4-day trip to Washington, D.C. The president, as I said, answering several questions there yesterday on Iran, as he said it would take them about 20 to 25 years to rebuild if the United States left now, but he says we're not leaving yet. All right, stay with us here on Live Now from Fox. We're back after this 2-minute commercial break. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox as we're following some breaking news. This just coming in from the Pentagon, as the U.S. military has confirmed that a third service member is believed to be dead in Friday's attack on a base in Jordan. That soldier has been identified as Sergeant Angel Rampersad. The confirmation brings the death toll to 18 U.S. service members killed since the war began. Now, on Monday, the Pentagon identified First Lieutenant Tyler James Feehan and Private Isabella Gonzalez as the two other soldiers who were killed in Jordan in Friday's attacks. The soldiers were killed by Iranian ballistic missile and drone attacks and the first troop deaths from direct Iranian fire since the opening days of the war. They were deployed to support a U.S. mission against the Islamic State group. Now, after the attack, a U.S. Central Command announced that 2 service members were killed and another was missing. The following day, the military command said that troops found unidentified remains and that an examination process to verify the remains was underway. And I just wanted to put up this photo here that we brought you yesterday on Live Now from Fox. Now, the Pentagon says that Rampersad is believed to be that missing soldier, and her official status is now duty status, whereabouts unknown, and she is, quote, believed to be deceased. Rampersad belonged to the same unit as Gonzalez, the 10th Army Air and Missile Defense Command based in Germany. Also, a U.S. soldier killed in Iraq during a controlled detonation of an Iranian drone was identified as Sergeant Michael Emmanuel Swinton, who had served for nearly a decade. And that was according to a military statement Tuesday, as well as his family. Swinton will receive a Bronze Star, Purple Heart, and Combat Action Badge and will be promoted to Staff Sergeant. The Army said it was investigating the circumstances of his death Sunday at an air base. He leaves behind a 6-year-old son and a 4-year-old daughter. 2 U.S. Army soldiers were also killed in Jordan last week while defending against Iranian ballistic missile and drone attacks. They were the first U.S. troop deaths from direct Iranian fire since the opening days of the war. Now at 11 a.m. Eastern Time today, President Trump will attend a dignified transfer for those U.S. service members killed in the Middle East at the Dover Air Force Base. We'll be bringing that to you. President Trump also sharing this just the other day on Truth Social. He says every time Iran kills an American soldier, they will pay for that killing many times over. We'll continue to follow this story, bring you any more updates, and God bless the families of those service members. All right, well, I do want to take you over to here, staying on the topic of the Iran war, as we're following this live event here that is set to get underway very shortly as Southeast Asia's top diplomats open 3 days of talks in the Philippine capital today with an agenda topped by security problems and the Iran war. The foreign ministers of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations met behind closed doors in Manila before issuing a joint statement calling for an immediate halt to fighting in the Middle East and the full and safe reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. Now, the ministers said they reaffirmed the obligations of states to peacefully resolve their differences and respect national sovereignty and territorial integrity. Southeast Asia relies heavily on Middle East oil and gas and was severely hit by the global supply and price shocks sparked by the Iran war. Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. declared a national energy emergency in March to ensure the availability of fuel, food, and other basic goods and prevent hoarding. So that's set to get underway here, but a bit earlier on this morning, we heard from Secretary of State Marco Rubio as he spoke there. Let's listen in.
They got a file. 5 a.m. over there. It's 5:30.
Is that okay?
Mm-hmm. You're great.
Good?
Yep.
Okay. All right.
Ready? Okay, I want to get you guys some stuff. So, you ready? Go ahead. Go.
Mr. Secretary, you had quite a long meeting here with your Chinese counterpart.
What the hell is that? What is that? Are you a court reporter? What's wrong? That's good. No, but why don't you guys have one of those? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's okay. It went quite long. Is that does that give the impression that the meeting was tense? And can you give us a sense of what you talked about?
We got to translate. You know, translations always take longer and back and forth.
Sense of what you talked about.
Well, we talked a lot about the visit in September, and that was really the gist of it. It's just to create the groundwork for another positive visit. I think President Xi will have a very positive visit when he comes to Washington. Look, these are the 2 most powerful countries in the world, particularly economics. But also, I mean, we have to have a relationship, and obviously there are areas of great differences. Both sides will acknowledge that. We'll have to work through those, and I think these differences will exist for the foreseeable future. And our job is to sort of manage those so that they never get out of control. We're obviously always going to defend our national interest, and I expect they'll do the same as they define it. But I think there are some areas of potential cooperation. So the work we need to do now in September is to identify what those areas are so that we can lay the groundwork for a very positive visit to Washington and in September. And so we talked a lot about that.
Was there disagreement on election interference?
We didn't discuss that topic.
Mr. Secretary, are China and Russia giving targeting information to Iran? These last few attacks have been very devastating to U.S. troops.
Look, all I would say is that, you know, anytime you're in a combat zone like that, there's danger associated with it. I mean, at the end, this actually proves the point that this is what Iran has been investing its money in for the last 20 years.
But are China and Russia giving targeting information?
I'm not going to discuss that other than to say that nothing that's happened, nothing that China has done has in any way changed the trajectory of what you're seeing in terms of the conflicts we're having with Iran. And in fact, in some cases, they've actually been quite cooperative. With regards to what they potentially could have done but didn't do. I think the Chinese, and I'll let them tell you, but I don't think they're big fans of what Iran is trying to do in the Straits. In fact, they've said so publicly that they oppose tolling or any sort of restraint on freedom of navigation in the Straits. And, you know, we hope they'll continue to say that. And And it's important that other countries say that as well.
President Trump was asked a similar question. I'd like to pose it to you. Is the U.S. strategy to strike Iran into submission? And why do you think Iran is not giving in right now?
Well, look, the United States is, Iran's in a lot of trouble. I mean, at the end of the day, they obviously don't have a free press that reports on for example, you guys will report on, the impact it's having on the U.S. economy and gas prices and this and that. They don't have that in Iran. But I can tell you they're facing hyperinflation, runaway inflation, high food costs. These are all pre-existing. They've all gotten worse. They've suffered a tremendous amount of damage to their military infrastructure, but they've also spent 20 years taking every penny they have and not spending it on their country. They spent it on sponsoring terrorist groups and building up their missiles and their drone systems. And this is what you're seeing them use now, which is greatly diminished, is exactly the conventional shield that they were going to hide behind to pursue a nuclear program and challenge the world to do anything about it or face the wrath of what they were doing. A year from now, Iran would have had so many missiles and drones that they would have been behind a conventional shield that would have given them immunity to do whatever they wanted. So right now, however, I can just say here's what's happening. It's pretty straightforward. Ships are trying to go through the Straits, and they're getting blown up. Commercial ships are going through the Straits, and they're being blown up. The United States is defending that shipping, and in addition, is targeting the places that are launching against those ships to continue to degrade Iran's ability to target and harm global shipping. So that's what's happening here. And that's what we're focused on.
You mentioned this morning that Iran isn't keeping its commitment. So even if MOU is revived, what can be done to yield different results?
Well, look, all these things are compliance-based, right? I mean, if you make a deal, if you sign on to an agreement and then you violate the agreement's no longer valid. That doesn't mean you can't have a future agreement, but ultimately that future agreement will have to be judged on whether or not you're complying with the conditions. And that deal called for the opening of the Straits, free and fair navigation. In fact, they were supposed to put out a statement to that regard a week and a half ago. And instead, on the day they were supposed to put out that statement, instead of doing that, they targeted and blew up or hit a ship. So we remain open to diplomacy. We remain open to working it out in a negotiated way. But right now, they don't seem to be serious about that. And so we're going to continue to protect shipping. We think other countries should join us in that endeavor. We don't need them to, but they should, because they're more impacted by it than we are. And at the same time, we are going to, when the opportunity presents itself, degrade their ability to target global shipping.
And those were some comments there from Secretary of State Marco Rubio a bit earlier this morning as he is at the ASEAN conference. And it looks like it has resumed live. So let's listen in.
As ASEAN's newest dialogue partner, this is especially a auspicious occasion for the Philippines. We are particularly pleased that Turkey's journey in ASEAN has reached this important milestone during the Philippine chairship of ASEAN. Just as Turkey was conferred a sectoral dialogue partnership status during our previous ASEAN chairship in 2017. It is especially meaningful that the Philippines has had the privilege of witnessing and supporting these two defining milestones in ASEAN-Turkey relationships. Since becoming ASEAN's sectoral dialogue partner in 2017, Turkey has steadily deepened its cooperation with ASEAN across the political, security, economic, and socio-cultural pillars through ASEAN's Turkey practical cooperation areas. Over the years, our partnership has become broader and more substantive, supported by practical cooperation in such areas as trade and investment, disaster management, education, counterterrorism, connectivity, and people-to-people exchanges. We also welcome Turkey's active participation in ASEAN-led mechanism and its steadfast support for ASEAN centrality and the rules-based regional architecture. As ASEAN advances the implementation of ASEAN 2045, our shared future, we look forward to further strengthening our cooperation and identifying new opportunities to address shared challenges and deliver tangible benefits for our peoples. With that, I look forward to our fruitful discussion this evening. Excellencies, at this point, may I invite Excellency Beris Ekinci to deliver her opening remarks. Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Undersecretary, Madam Deputy Secretary General. At the outset, I would like to convey our ministers, His Excellency Hakan Fidan's best regards. He would have liked to be here at this very crucial moment in our relations with ASEAN if it were not for the developments in our near region. I wish to extend our sincere gratitude to Secretary Lazaro for her warm hospitality. I also thank Secretary General Dr. Kao Kim Horn for his sustained efforts to guide Turkey-ASEAN relations toward a broader and more structured partnership. This year marks the 50th anniversary of the Treaty of Amity and Cooperation in Southeast Asia. I would like to pay tribute to the enduring role of the treaty in fostering mutual trust and peaceful dialogue both in the Asia-Pacific and beyond. Mr. Undersecretary, the Philippines assumed the chair at a testing time for our regions and for the wider world. Nevertheless, ASEAN has preserved its centrality and maintained channels of engagement across geopolitical divides. Maintaining this commitment to diplomacy and dialogue remains the most viable compass we have in these turbulent times. Navigating our future together is therefore precisely the right theme for this moment. It is in that spirit that we meet today to assess the progress of our partnership and to consider how we might strengthen our cooperation further in the years ahead. The world around us leaves little room for standing still, and this task has acquired particular urgency. The strategic environment surrounding both our regions is becoming more competitive and less predictable. Conflicts in our wider neighborhood, together with disruptions along critical maritime routes, have affected energy markets, supply chains, and economic stability across the world, including in the Asia-Pacific. Trade, technology, energy, and connectivity have become domains of strategic competition. Our regions may be geographically distant, yet they depend on the same markets, supply chains, and sea lanes. In such conditions, much depends on sound judgment, common sense, and a willingness to coordinate. This makes the case for effective multilateral cooperation all the more compelling. And this is precisely what gives Turkey-ASEAN relations greater strategic significance. Closer cooperation would strengthen our capacity to manage shared risks, to protect critical economic ties, and create new opportunities for mutual prosperity. Turkey has long regarded ASEAN as an indispensable and long-term partner in the Asia-Pacific. ASEAN-led multilateralism and its commitment to cooperative peace, regional ownership, and shared prosperity are closely aligned with the vision of Turkey's Asia New initiative. And last but not least, we extend our gratitude to the Philippines chairpersonship, all ASEAN member states, and the Secretariat for their firm support for the approval of our dialogue partnership. It is especially meaningful for us that this partnership was announced in Manila, where our sectoral dialogue partnership was also established almost 10 years ago. We regard this new status as both a recognition of the progress we have achieved together and a commitment to the future of our partnership. In line with the long-term cooperation proposals we have previously shared, we are committed to comprehensive and mutually beneficial partnerships in key sectors. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, for your opening remarks.
All right, it looks like that feed, they may have just gone to a break there. So what we're going to do is we're going to step away for a commercial break ourselves. If you are just joining us in this 7 a.m. Eastern Time hour, I'm your host, Christy Matino. We'll be back with more news after this. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christy Matino. We're waiting for the ASEAN conference to get back underway there in the Philippines. In the meantime, I wanted to share with you that we're also getting in this information. An attorney for the family of Nolan Xavier Wells says he will release the results of an independent autopsy into the 18-year-old's death this morning there in Chicago. Their preliminary findings are set to be made public during a news conference held at the annual NAACP National Convention there in Chicago. And that's all according to civil rights attorney Ben Crump, who is representing the family. Wells' parents are expected to be in attendance as well. Now, Crump has vowed to conduct his own investigation into the circumstances of the teenager's disappearance, which followed a July 4th boat trip with friends to an island off the coast of Mississippi. Wells did not return to the mainland with his friends. His body was found floating off the island's coast 2 days later. The Mississippi State Medical Examiner's Office conducted its own autopsy, but has yet to release the results. The second autopsy was arranged by the family of Crump. Crump said it would determine if Wells had any physical injuries to his body beyond drowning. The still unknown circumstances around Wells' death have touched off some online speculation and prompted calls from leaders for transparency from local authorities. Wells had traveled to the island with a group of high school friends. Now, we're going to hear once again at 9 a.m. Eastern time from attorney Ben Crump, who is representing the family. So we will bring that update here to you as we get it on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, I also wanted to let you know that we're following President Trump today as he is set to speak at 3 p.m. Eastern time. He's going to be delivering remarks in Marietta, Georgia at Wheeler High School. So once that kicks off, of course, we'll bring that to you uninterrupted as we always do here on Live Now from Fox. So we can anticipate a little bit later on today, President Trump will be departing the White House to head to Georgia. So if we do get a White House stakeout camera, as we like to call it, sometimes President Trump will speak to the media without really any warning. So if we do get those comments, we'll also bring those to you here on Live Now from Fox. Staying in Washington, D.C., we heard from Senate GOP leaders as they were speaking yesterday. They delivered this press conference. Let's listen in.
Yeah, you're going to go to people asking Q&A, right? Yeah, I got it. I understand that. We're good. Thank you, though. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's a busy week here in the United States Senate. And I would say that there is no shortage of opportunities for bipartisan legislating in the weeks ahead. There are a number of things that we can do, one of which would be a market structure bill. That's something that's a candidate for consideration. The Lindsey Graham sanctioning Russia legislation is also something that's being worked on and is something I hope we can get the necessary support to get to the floor. And then obviously a defense authorization bill, which was voted down on the motion to proceed last week by the Democrats, is something that also normally is a bipartisan piece of legislation. But none of those things get done if the Democrats continue their posture of trying to block even getting on legislation. And again, I use the defense authorization bill as an example of something that we've done for 65 years in a row, which last week the Democrats decided, even though not many of them, but a number of them had voted for the legislation when it came out of the Armed Services Committee, decided to block its consideration on the floor. So that's something that ought to be able to get done. And then obviously the most important thing that we need to do is to fund the government. And on that front, Chair Susan Collins is working with Democrats on the Appropriations Committee to find a path forward to have a continuing resolution to keep the government funded, to get past the November elections so that we don't have the specter of a government shutdown, something that happened a couple of times this last year. And the disruption, the chaos that creates is just something that both sides ought to be willing to try and avoid. And so I think it's going to be really important that we figure out a path forward to get a bipartisan agreement to fund the government that will keep government open and ensure that government employees are getting paid. And that is something that I intend to bring to the floor for a vote before the August break. Senator Barrasso.
Well, today's Democrat Party is being driven by extremists. It's the extremists who are winning primary elections. Democrats seem to be determined to destroy America. We have a socialist mayor in New York, and one will soon be in the District of Columbia as well. When you take a look at the people that have been winning Democrat primaries this year, there are people who want to defund the police, raise taxes, and open the borders. There are people that want free health care for illegal immigrants paid for by American taxpayers. And they would rather defend and protect illegal immigrant criminals than law-abiding American citizens. We know, according to their manifesto, they want to pack the Supreme Court. They want to put judges in place who will deny the law, defy the Constitution. Their manifesto says that they want to eliminate the Electoral College. They want to eliminate the Senate so that people in the Senate leadership on the Republican side, the people we represent, their voices would be silent. It's so disturbing that one of the nominees for Congress, Democrat nominee, has boasted and posted the fact that when her hands were dirty, she wiped them on the American flag. That's the agenda of these people. They are reckless. They are terrible in terms of what they would do to America. They're extreme, they're dangerous, they're scary. The American people don't want that. The American people demand and deserve better, and Republicans are going to continue to fight for freedom, for liberty, and for continued American greatness.
Leader Thune, good afternoon. The House seems intent to push ahead with Reconciliation 3.0. I know you said last week that you were surprised that they were going to do this. Is this just an academic exercise by the House? But once you get that, if you get that, do you genuinely think that you're going to consider that, and when?
Well, we'll see if what they get done this week and what it all consists of. I will say that if they give us a budget resolution as a vehicle, we will hold that, subject to obviously being able to move a continuing resolution to fund the government. It's a possibility that, if necessary, we could pull that budget resolution passed by the House and use it to fund government. I hope that's not necessary. As I said, we've had conversations, productive conversations, on both sides of the aisle on a funding resolution that would carry us past the November election.
For clarity, hold it until September when you're right up against that, or try to do this immediately?
We're going to try and get the, as I said earlier, we will get a vote on a continuing resolution to fund the government in this work period. And so, but until that time, in all likelihood, depending on when that happens, when we can get that to pop, and that depends a little bit on cooperation right now, it's possible that would be something that would get punted into September, yeah.
Leader Thune, given the Democrats' being intent on taking down your agenda, divisions in your own party over things like SAVE and deficit spending, and then the loss of working majorities on at least two committees, including appropriations, with the absence of Senator McConnell, the passing of Senator Graham, what is the best that you can hope for, other than just a CR, in getting passed before the November election?
I think that list, as I've said, probably starts with market structure. I think we're nearing. I'm hoping there'll be text available on that yet later today, that we get that up on the floor. I think the Russia sanctions bill is something, too, that we're sort of homing in on, finalizing final text on that that's available for consideration on the floor. I would say, again, defense authorization, but that's going to be subject to Democrats being willing to let us get on it. But that historically has been a bipartisan thing, and something that all of us, I believe, at least on this side of the aisle, think that's something we ought to be able to get done. And for all the reasons, and we look at the world today, national security ought to be objective and job number one. And for whatever reasons, the Democrats have walked away from that issue. So that's something. And then I would say, there are other things out there, permitting reform, NIL. There are a number of things that, as I said, are candidates for bipartisan legislation. The question is going to be to what level the Democrats want to participate in that. And can we get 60 votes on the floor of the Senate to get some of those things across the finish line? So that's what it's going to come down to.
Initially, the president said that the war would last just a handful of weeks. Now it's been several months, and 3 more service members have died. They're asking for $67 billion in taxpayer money to fund this. Do you think the American public believes that this war is going in the right trajectory? Would you say it is going in the right path?
I think what the president did in response to the Iranians violating the ceasefire was to make it clear that we weren't going to tolerate that. And I think his objective is getting the Strait open. The Iranians are violating international law by blocking the shipping lanes in the Strait of Hormuz. So I think the president has within his authority, obviously based upon not only the law, but also I think based upon the way the Iranians have reacted to the ceasefire and an unwillingness to sit down and actually make a deal. I think the president's actions are designed to force them back to the table. And I hope that that's effective and successful. We all do. And in the meantime, I think most of us at least believe that we ought to support our men and women in uniform and hope and pray that they're successful.
But Leader Thune, do you believe that the administration needs to be more transparent about their plan forward before Congress authorizes additional funding in the hundreds of billions of dollars potentially in a war supplemental?
Well, I think that the supplemental obviously isn't just about Iran. The supplemental is about replacing munitions, and there was a need for that well before. Well, a lot of it well before Iran. But let's assume your premise. I think that that is the area in which we have some control over issues like this, and the power of the purse, the ability of the Congress to weigh in on matters like this. But the request that they've submitted, I think, is something that most of our colleagues are going to be willing to support. There are some concerns about whether or not it'll be offset, whether or not it'll be paid for. There are concerns, some of our colleagues are going to be about it, is it enough? And, the level that's been requested by the administration. So we will have those discussions if and when we can get a bill like that on the floor. Right now, I don't know when that happens, but I know there's a sincere interest on our side in trying to accommodate the need that our military has to be prepared to face any kind of threat that we face around the world.
Leader Thune, can I ask, well, you have Chairman Cotton here for an update on Jay Clayton's nomination, whether you guys anticipate getting him through before the August recess, and FISA as well, the reauthorization, what the status of all that is.
The committee just...
Can you speak at the microphone, please?
The committee just voted to move Mr. Clayton's nomination to the Senate, to the full Senate.
What was the vote on that? Was that a party line vote?
9-8.
Leader Thune, Senator Fetterman has indicated that if Democrats officially become anti-Israel, he would leave the party. Have you had any conversations with him about maybe joining the GOP conference, and would you welcome him if he were to offer that?
Yes, we would welcome him.
Have you talked to him about it?
I haven't talked to him recently. I have had conversations with him in the past, as have many of my colleagues, about the challenges he faces in his caucus. And, there are many of us who I think would welcome the opportunity to have him join the Republican conference. But, ultimately that's a decision that's up to him. And if Senator Barrasso pointed out in his remarks, I mean, this is a party that's moving further and further, more radically, and to the more extreme left on a lot of issues. And I think people like John Fetterman, who have views that probably reflect a more moderate, or at least historically moderate, Democrat position, are really kind of people without a home. So if he ever comes to the conclusion that he's ready to move, we would certainly welcome it. Thank you.
All right, so we were hearing there from Senate Majority Leader John Thune, other Republicans as well, as they were speaking on Capitol Hill just yesterday there in Washington, D.C. And we're going to take this time to step away for a commercial break. Stay with us. We've got a lot of news we're tracking here today. The big story today is Bertha, as that's set to make landfall a little bit later on tonight. We've got more with Fox Weather on the other side. Stay with us. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox as we're tracking Tropical Storm Bertha. Here's the calm before the storm. This is in Grand Isle, Louisiana. As communities on the U.S. Gulf Coast distributed sandbags and closed beaches as Bertha is threatening to bring flooding and strong winds today from the Florida Panhandle to Louisiana. Now, Bertha was forecast to make landfall Wednesday night tonight in the coastal and lightly populated part of Louisiana, southeast of New Orleans, with wind really being the biggest threat here, and that's all according to the National Weather Service. Now, early today, the storm was centered about 145 miles west-southwest of Panama City, Florida, and 75 miles east of the mouth of the Mississippi River. And we do have our live X-RAD radar system, so you can see Bertha there, as once again set to make landfall tonight there in Louisiana. We want to head over to our Fox weather team. They are tracking Bertha extensively. Let's listen in.
Welcome back into Fox Weather. I'm Haley Meyer here alongside Melanie Black. Tropical Storm Bertha heading west in the Gulf, and tropical storm conditions are being felt along the coast already. We're expecting a landfall at some point today. The storm heading towards Louisiana. We could be talking about minor to moderate coastal flooding expected there as well. Showing you two pictures, Grand Island, Louisiana, and New Orleans, both of which otherwise pretty gorgeous morning. You do have some extra cloud cover, which is helping out the New Orleans area with their heat, actually under excessive heat warning. So depending upon how much cloud cover we can get to work its way into Louisiana, that should help them out a little bit. So it's not all bad in regards to Bertha. It's actually delivering some much needed moisture to parts of Florida's west coast, but it is going to continue to drift off towards the west. At this point, with the latest update, that was as of 5 o'clock this morning from the National Hurricane Center, it is moving at 5 miles per hour, so a slow crawl for a tropical storm, and at 50 miles per hour. So it is expected to travel along this weakening path due to the wind shear, some drier air, and interaction with land. But the warmer waters, the one thing that could keep Bertha alive for a longer duration. And there has been, at least yesterday evening, more of a model, I wouldn't say consensus, but a model shift that the center of circulation could stay over the warmer waters of the northern Gulf. Now, still a lot up for debate beyond the 72-hour window. We'll see what happens moving forward. But I will say, if you are along the east coast of Texas, just something you want to be looking at and checking in on the later forecasts. The enhanced satellite really showing the effects of that wind shear. We have the center of circulation, but all of the deep convection off towards the south. And that's actually where we have a lot of our heavy rainfall as well. So thankfully, it's not impacting land, which is drastically limiting our flash flood potential. Still a level 1 out of 4, where you could get some training bands that set up and produce a few hours worth of heavy rainfall rates. But for now, fairly calm. I will say the only spot where maybe it's raining pretty consistent is near Mobile, Alabama, but it is more of a light, moderate precip as opposed to torrential downpours. Bertha, though, again, making its quick approach to New Orleans. It will increase the winds across the Gulf Coast there as well, and it's the push inland that's creating storm surge up to anywhere between 1 to as much as 4 feet. Wind shear working against it. Moisture also not very high coming from the south and the north. But again, it's the warm waters of over 80 degrees that's helping to support it. We're also keeping a close eye on the Pacific Basin. Remnants of what was Tropical Storm Alita are bringing high waves to Southern California. While the high surf attracts more experienced surfers to the beach, lifeguards warn less experienced swimmers to take caution.
We want to caution them to realize that the people that they're seeing out there are well-versed in those type of conditions.
I think one of the most important things about surfing is knowing how to navigate the water, know when to go out, know when to kind of respect the ocean and go back in.
Obviously, Mission Beach, a popular spot this time of year as people want to go there for vacation. Why not? Southern California, always beautiful. But again, great tips from some of those emergency people that do respond on the scene there, including the lifeguards. Fausto is the Eastern Pacific's first hurricane of the season. The storm is forecast to become a Category 2 storm and then weaken heading into the weekend. So here you can look at the Pacific Basin. What we've been monitoring over the past few days has really been a Congo line of storms. But now it's Fausto, and then there's an area to watch
watch that's going to follow in its heels, likely taking potentially that same track, has a 90% chance of development over the next 7 days. And here you can see our tropical threat, Haley, indicating that we have high confidence in what's going to happen with Fausto as we go forward. Still keeping those tropical characteristics as it's going to intensify and then gradually weaken as we go forward.
And thank you to our Fox Weather team. As a reminder, you can stream Fox Weather always on, always free. Here's how. Head to foxweather.tv. So we'll be checking in with our Fox Weather team here as once again we're continuing to track Bertha, set to make landfall a bit later on tonight. All right, my name is Christy Matino. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We're going to take our final commercial break of this hour. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. You're watching Live Now from Fox. If you are just joining us on this Wednesday, thank you so much. I'm your host, Christy Matino, and we're taking you back out live right now to the Philippines as Southeast Asia's top diplomats are opening 3 days of talks there. Let's listen in.
For a 38% share. In 2024, EFTA and ASEAN adopted a joint declaration on economic cooperation. The work plan is close to completion. It seeks to build on the existing framework of bilateral free trade agreements and lay the groundwork for a deeper interregional partnership, while also encouraging closer private sector engagement. But while trade is important, it does not fully capture the breadth of our partnership. Switzerland brings deep expertise in areas that matters to the region's future: climate and environmental protection, disaster resilience, skills development, human rights. Through its international cooperation, Switzerland also contributes to reducing development gaps within ASEAN, in line with the Initiative for ASEAN Integration. As the Philippines, Switzerland this year chairs a regional forum dealing with security and cooperation. Like ASEAN, the OSCE, the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, is a consensus-based organization with member states holding a wide range of interests in terms of security, trade, supply chain resilience, energy and social culture collaboration. What we all agree on, though, is the simple fact that Asian and European security is increasingly interconnected. Or to illustrate it with a Swiss example, Switzerland is an innovation nation, an international financial center and a global logistics and commodity trading platform. If Southeast Asian trading routes are impeded or blocked, chances are high that Swiss-owned vessels or cargo are affected, which by extension affects the supply chain of many countries in the region. Switzerland looks forward to deepening our partnership with ASEAN, built on trust, shared interests, and growing ambition in the years ahead. We are grateful for the Philippines for bringing us together and to chair ASEAN in 2026, when global political fault lines are deepening, when trade tensions are reshaping the global order, and when crises are affecting energy supply chains. Switzerland is confident that Manila will contribute to stability in the region for ASEAN's and for our benefit. We reaffirm our commitment to multilateralism, a rules-based international order, and the peaceful settlement of disputes. Regional and international organizations play a central role in advancing these objectives. Switzerland remains committed to working with partners worldwide to strengthen a just and peaceful international order. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency, for your opening remarks. Before we proceed, may we kindly request our friends from the media to
All right, so it does appear that these ASEAN events are very brief. We brought you on earlier on in the program here. It was just about 5 minutes in length. It appears that this is similarly what just happened here. But once again, Southeast Asia's top diplomats are holding security talks amid the Iran war here. And we also just wanted to bring you this update here from the Pentagon. And we reported on this just a bit earlier on this morning here, as you're taking a look at the photos that have been released. But the breaking news we've been following is that the U.S. military has confirmed that, sadly, a third service member is believed to be dead in Friday's attack on a base in Jordan. And that soldier has been identified as Sergeant Agil Rampersad. And I'm going to ask my producer to see if we can get back up that post here coming out from the Pentagon. If you give us one moment here, where we will have that photo pulled up. The confirmation brings the death toll to 18 U.S. service members killed since the war began. And on Monday, the Pentagon identified First Lieutenant Tyler James Feehan and Private Isabella Gonzalez as the two other soldiers who were killed in Jordan in Friday's attacks. The soldiers were killed by Iranian ballistic missile and drone attacks, in the first troop deaths from direct Iranian fire since the opening days of the war, and they were deployed to support a U.S. mission against the Islamic State group. So we are still working here to get you that photo that was just released a bit earlier on this morning. Now, after the attack, U.S. Central Command announced that 2 service members were killed and another was missing. The following day, the military command said that troops found unidentified remains and that an examination process to verify the remains was underway. It looks like we now have that photo here, and I wanted to share it with you once again. This is from Fox's Jennifer Griffin, providing a bit of information, but I wanted to share with you what we know as this continues to develop. After the attack, U.S. Central Command announced that 2 service members were killed and another was missing. The following day, the military command said that troops found unidentified remains and that an examination process to verify the remains was underway. Now the Pentagon saying this morning that Rampersad is believed to be that missing soldier, and her official status is now duty status, whereabouts unknown, and she is believed to be deceased. Rampersad belonged to the same unit as Gonzalez, the 10th Army Air and Missile Defense Command based in Germany. Now, at 11 a.m. Eastern time today, President Trump will attend a dignified transfer for U.S. service members killed in the Middle East at the Dover Air Force Base. And I'm actually going to ask my producer to just change this post again, because we did hear from President Trump on Truth Social just the other day, and we're going to work to see if we can get that up for you here as well. This is just a very brief portion portion of what the president had shared to Truth Social, as he says every time Iran kills an American soldier, they will pay for that killing many times over. So once again, 11 a.m. Eastern time today, President Trump will attend that dignified transfer. And we actually just got word we will not get that live. We will get that taped. We will bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. It looks like ASEAN is back underway here. Let's head back out live.
Opening remarks. You have the floor.
Madam Secretary of Foreign Affairs of the Philippines, Maria Teresa Lazaro, Mr. Secretary General of ASEAN, Dr. Kao King Horn, I would like to begin by expressing my sincere gratitude for the warm welcome extended to me and my delegation in Manila in the second time I visit the Philippines and this city during my tenure as Foreign Minister of Brazil. It is an honor to take part in the third Brazil-ASEAN trilateral meeting, an important milestone for Brazil's engagement with ASEAN. I am particularly pleased that this meeting takes place here in the Philippines, the first country with which Brazil established diplomatic relations in Southeast Asia 80 years ago. I recall co-chairing the first trilateral meeting in Indonesia in October 23, and it pleases me to see how much we have accomplished since. In 2023, Brazil and ASEAN have agreed upon its practical cooperation areas for the years 2024-2028, a reference document to guide our cooperation initiatives. In 2024, Brazil has accredited its first designated ambassador to ASEAN, Mr. Henrique Ferraro, whom I have the honor to acknowledge the presence here today. As a member of my delegation, Brazil was the first sectoral dialogue partner to do so. In 2025, President Lula became the first Brazilian head of state to take part in an ASEAN summit in Kuala Lumpur at the invitation of Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim. A few days before that, President Lula was also the first ever Brazilian president to visit ASEAN headquarters in Jakarta. While in Malaysia and Indonesia last year, President Lula expressed Brazil's commitment to deepen the Brazil-ASEAN partnership and to take it to higher levels of ambition and engagement. As a result, Brazil has formally expressed its interest in becoming ASEAN's dialogue partner. This represents the recognition of the strategic importance Brazil attaches to its partnership with ASEAN and its member states under a broad foreign policy priority and a broad foreign policy priority for Southeast Asia. ASEAN plays a vital role in promoting peace, economic integration, and sustainable development in Southeast Asia and beyond. Brazil is honored to be ASEAN's only sectorial dialogue partner in Latin America. As we seek to elevate our partnership, we reaffirm our long-term commitment to a dynamic and forward-looking relationship. I am confident that today's meeting will further consolidate our cooperation, deepen our dialogue, and open new opportunities for collaboration. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. Before we proceed, may I kindly request our friends from media to leave.
All right. Again, that feed just going out for us here on Live Now from Fox. Once again, these appear to just be brief spurts, really about 5 minutes in length of these discussions here. What we're going to do is we're going to step away for another commercial break. We have several live events coming up here in this 8 a.m. Eastern time hour. So if you are just joining us, I'm your host, Christy Matino, as we continue to follow the latest top stories and headlines from across the country and across the world. Let's take our first 2-minute commercial break at 8:04 on the East Coast and 5:04 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox, and we will be right back. All right, you're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back. Our big story here today, tracking Tropical Storm Bertha as it's set to make landfall in Louisiana tonight. Here's a live look at our XRAD radar system, and we wanted to head right back out to our Fox weather team. It's the top of the hour. They're covering this extensively.
Welcome to a new hour on Fox Weather. You're watching Weather Command. I'm Stephen Morgan.
And I'm Jane Menard. Thanks for joining us. Lots to get to today, Stephen.
My goodness, we've got several weather stories that we're following. We have severe weather, significant flooding, scorching heat, and a tropical storm. Bertha could make landfall in Louisiana as soon as later today. We actually just got the 8 o'clock advisory in from the NHC.
No major changes to Bertha itself, but tropical storm watches have been extended westward along the extreme southwestern Louisiana into the upper Texas coastline.
Yeah, all the way almost down to the coastal bend. I mean, the forecast cone has included Texas for a while. So with that information that we're getting, our team getting the information on the ground ahead of this landfall. Fortunately, impacts have remained minimal. My co-host, meteorologist Marissa Torres, is live from New Orleans. Fox Weather senior correspondent Robert Ray is in Dauphin Island, Alabama. We'll get to him later, but let's start this hour like we've kicked things off all week with Fox Weather hurricane specialist Brian Norcross. So, Brian, we might have a landfall a little later today, but talking to Jane, this is an unusual one. Little rain, maybe even a few clouds for that landfall.
Yeah, for that landfall. Now, the question is, what is going to happen here later on today? This is a super interesting situation meteorologically, and it raises a question about what's going to happen in Texas and what kind of weather is going to be felt there. And that's why they extended, because of these questions, that's why they extended the alerts over to the Texas coast down to Sargent, Texas. All right, take a look at the satellite here. But first of all, just to bring you up to date on what's going on with the advisory, 50-mile-an-hour winds is the estimate for the peak winds. Moving moving west at 5. I'm on a due west track now. Pressure coming up slowly. 997 with the last pressure from the hurricane hunters. But what do we have going on here? The storm is up here. There you see the end of the line. But down here, look at this. This looks for all the world like some kind of a stormy kind of entity. And indeed it is. It's related to the circulation. If you think of the broader circulation of this storm, something like this, it's kind of on the outer edge. But sometimes when you have land involved, the center essentially reforms south of the land. So the question is this center here going to move in here and kind of die out, and then a new center form down here with these clouds, and then that move over toward Texas? This is already kind of stronger with the stronger winds, and then exactly what's going to happen. So we'll talk about that here in more detail as we look at all this close up. But first of all, let's talk about the existing storm, and there you can see where the National Hurricane Center puts it. In the clouds, you can make out the rotation there in the low clouds. You notice the only real significant weather with it is this cluster of thunderstorms down to the south, just coming up there on the mouth of the Mississippi River. And this is going to be ashore on the Chandelier Islands and over here into southeastern Louisiana here pretty quick. It's moving pretty quickly now. All right, look on the radar, and we still see behind it some pretty good squalls moving up toward Panama City, and then these rotating in, but they're rotating up here into dry air. And so they're really not too much. Although you look at this, you say, oh, there's just nothing going on, just some showers. There is actually some pretty good wind along the coast, and the tropical storm warnings are warranted, and the storm surge alerts that they put out are warranted, which I'll show you in just one second. But you see, there just isn't much with this. Even this cluster down here just has that little yellow thunderstorm, although it looks like down here, down in Plaquemines Parish, they are going to get, they're going to feel it when it comes in. All right, there's the other system, and you notice it has the bright reds in it. It's kind of out of radar range. The radar is coming from way up to the west of New Orleans and Hammond, Louisiana, so we're just seeing the edge of it. But the very tall cloud tops there, you can kind of make out there's a kind of a rotation in there. It's called a mesocyclone, a small cyclone, but sometimes they can actually spin down and kind of yank the center to them and start over again over the warm waters of the Gulf. All right, here's what's going on right now. As I said, look at the wind gusts at Gulf Shores up to 35 knots now. New Orleans, 28. That's at Lakeview Airport up there on the north side of town. Down here, this is offshore, 31. So we've had some pretty good wind gusts along the coast there. Some have been over tropical storm force. Look a little bit farther to the east, and there you see that Gulf Shore. Look at Dauphin Island, where Robert Ray is there, 38-mile-per-hour gusts now, sustained at 32. So very close to tropical storm force. Over here, Shell Beach, that's east of New Orleans, again, gusting to 31. So a gusty morning to do with the original circulation, which its reason it's not gustier is because there's really no thunderstorms to pull the stronger wind aloft down to the surface. But still, it's gusty. And also, those winds, because the Gulf is so vulnerable to storm surge, look at Pensacola, 2.5 feet above normal high tide. So you have some coastal flooding going on along here. Even way back in Apalachicola, it's 1.5 feet above. Let's look closer up here around the New Orleans, Biloxi area. Shell Beach, almost 3 feet. It's always a very vulnerable place, east of New Orleans, Shell Beach. But still, almost 3 feet above normal high tide, and high tide is happening just about now. For some reason, Bay St. Louis and Pascagoula didn't report, but they were elevated there as well. So remember, they had the 2 to 4 feet above normal high tide forecast there, so that seems to be verifying, and at least in some locations. And then look off to the east, and there you see, there's that Pensacola here over at PC, 1.5 feet above normal high tide. All right, now here is the forecast for the current entity that we've been tracking, that swirl that doesn't have much weather with it. So the idea is it comes ashore on the extreme eastern Louisiana. This one, it says Wednesday p.m. here. It means just about noontime, just after noon this afternoon. So it's moving along at a pretty good clip now because it has lost all the rain showers and any anything tall associated with it. It's caught in the lower level flow, which is moving along pretty good. And then by tomorrow, overnight tonight, let's say, where it says AM means the very early morning hours, it's passing Morgan City. If this continues, and then a lot of the computer models say, okay, it gets over land there, it doesn't have much with it, it just loses itself, and that's it, and it just kind of comes discombobulated, and the rest of the weather moves on and kind of dies out. So that's one scenario. And then we have the other scenario that we'll talk about. And then the question is what happens in here. Notice the Hurricane Center is keeping the winds up to 40 miles per hour when it gets to Sabine Pass here in the Texas-Louisiana line, and 35 at the Texas coast somewhere, all moving along pretty good. So this would be overnight. Tomorrow night is when it would be there inland in Texas. But now let's look at what this other scenario is all about. Here's the big flow in the atmosphere. There you can see the high up there, and the flow comes around like this, and then it's ripping down across these systems. So this one, and then this one down here, I think it's going to be driven by kind of non-tropical processes to get itself going. And when we look at the computer models, they're more and more shifting toward the idea of something forming down here in the Gulf and moving in this direction, in the general direction of Corpus, may I say Sargent South in Texas. And then this one here just kind of dies it here. Google is in the middle. It's half of the possible forecasts from Google say it dies out, half say no, it reforms and continues on. So we're going to be ready for that to happen. There you see the consensus. Consensus is shifting to the south. So notice it's on the south side of the cone. I think, well, we'll see what the Hurricane Center's analysis is. Right now, they're not going with this reforming idea. So they're just staying with the current thing dying out as their main idea, but alerting people in Texas, maybe not. So we'll see if they shift the cone at 11 o'clock. There's the rain. It's all to the south. That's with this other kind of developing system to the south. I think, guys, that the most likely thing is that this current system is going to come up to the coast, kind of die out. The other one is going to kind of form, and then it's going to flare and kind of die out as it goes toward Texas under that extreme wind shear, the extremely strong upper level winds. So I think that's probably going to be the scenario, but it's complicated. What can you say? And I think probably when it gets to Texas, they'll know there's an entity coming, but we're still not talking about some big dangerous storm coming toward Texas.
Yeah, and I mean, to your point, it looks like things are starting to move now. You know, yesterday we were watching as Bertha was really crawling toward the Louisiana coastline, but now with those winds influencing certainly the lower level winds, that's going to speed things up. Okay, it's fascinating. It was comprehensive again. Brian Norcross, as always, thank you for that. We'll be checking in later in the show with you. Fox Weather Hurricane Specialist Brian Norcross for us.
So let's get you out to the Big Easy this morning. Setting up to feel the impacts of Bertha today. Already getting some wind, some light surge, of course. The potential for some squalls and heavy rain continues this afternoon. Tropical storm warning is in effect. And if that isn't enough, extreme heat is creeping in across Louisiana. Fox Weather meteorologist Marissa Torres standing by for us. Marissa, so good to see you this morning. You're gearing up for the heat as Bertha makes its push in.
Yeah, there's a lot of alerts over New Orleans, over Louisiana. You may also hear a dinging in the background. We have train tracks behind the camera, and it decided to park right there and linger. So that's the dinging you hear. But it is business as usual. Brian kind of alluded to this, but you have a tropical storm off to the east of New Orleans, off the coast of southeastern Louisiana, but you wouldn't know it this morning. I mean, it's relatively quiet. It is breezier this morning. In fact, the sun just coming up a little bit ago. You can see it on the horizon there. We have the Mississippi River behind us. Overcast skies, very overcast skies, and also windy. Some of the sustained winds have been around 15 to 20 miles per hour at the airport. Our latest gust coming in not too long ago, near 30 miles per hour, and it feels really good. The heat is notable, you guys, because we dealt with it yesterday. I was standing in a heat index near 115, and it was oppressive. And we continue that today. New Orleans, in fact, Louisiana has some of the hottest places, hottest cities in the country right now. The dew points are high, so the dew points are in the mid to upper 70s. And then you factor that in with the heat that's anticipated to grow throughout the day. We could very well have some of these heat indices that are around 115 yet again. So that's why you have extreme heat warnings, and you also have those heat alerts. The entire state of Louisiana is covered. Now, the one caveat to this forecast is, do we achieve the heat index of 100 or more in a spot like New Orleans? The break in the heat comes from the clouds and maybe some of that rain that we're able to get, some passing showers and storms, compliments of Bertha, as we stay on the northern side of it. I think a lot of people are hoping for that. We don't need the rain. In fact, you could argue the impact from remnant moisture from Tropical Storm Arthur just about a month ago did more damage and will do more damage than even Bertha. Arthur brought torrential rain. We had rainfall rates around 3 inches per hour. The city flooded. We had confirmed tornadoes. We're not expecting the impacts to be as severe with Bertha. Rainfall rates around 1/2 inch to 1 inch. And then we have maybe some storm potential, lesser threat when it comes to tornadoes, though I don't like ruling it out when you have a landfalling system or a system really close by. And then we look to the coastal flood concerns. We were looking at some of the heights with the, right now, the coastal inundation. And one of the spots that jumped out to me was Grand Isle, Louisiana. It's a barrier island off the southern coast there. And what's interesting is that, you guys, they have the International Grand Isle Tarpon Rodeo. It's an event that's been going on since 1928. And I point it out because it is, and calls itself the oldest fishing tournament in the U.S. So it takes place on Grand Isle. It kicks off tomorrow. They delayed it a little bit till tomorrow afternoon, but talk about lucky, right? We'll see how things happen today, but impact shouldn't be too terrible overall.
It's been such a unique setup, Marissa, watching how this has played out with Bertha and then what's still to come as we look into today. So we'll be checking back in with you again live in New Orleans. Marissa, thank you.
Right. Well, the tropical system, it rarely only affects the coastline. Some of that moisture is already getting tugged north into the mid-Atlantic today. And unfortunately, that flood story, it already started in West Virginia. Wicked flash floods overnight. Damage assessments are underway. Here's what we know this morning. We've got a state of emergency. It was declared by the governor yesterday for all 55 counties in West Virginia. There were reports of water rescues as early as this morning as storms were moving through parts of the state. A portion of a major thoroughfare, Interstate 79, remains closed this morning in Lewis County, West Virginia, due to a mudslide. After the break, we're going to highlight that flash flood threat that continues for the rest of the work week into the mid-Atlantic. We'll be right back.
And thank you to our Fox Weather team as we continue to track Bertha. You can stream them anytime, anywhere, always on, always free at Fox Weather TV. And this is a post here from Fox News saying Tropical Storm Bertha expected to make landfall today, bringing heavy rain, dangerous winds, and flooding from the Florida Panhandle to Louisiana. Again, here's a live look there on the coast in Louisiana. Really the calm before the storm at this point. All right, we are going to step away for another commercial break. A lot more news to get to here on Live Now from Fox on your Wednesday. We're back after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christy Matino. It is 8:25 on the East Coast and 5:25 on the West Coast. I wanted to take you out to this live look here out of South Carolina because a little bit later on this morning, in about 35 minutes time at this point, we know that Senator Tim Scott will be hosting South Carolina prayer breakfast, and that's to honor the late Senator Lindsey Graham. We're working to see if we can get a list of who is going to be in attendance there, but that's all going to kick off in the 9 a.m. Eastern time hour. We will be bringing that to you here on Live Now from Fox. All right, so a bit earlier on in the program, we brought you some comments here from Senate Republican leaders. We heard from Senate Majority Leader John Thune as he spoke yesterday. We also heard from Democrats. We want to share those comments here with you now on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you both for coming. Here is Sheldon Whitehouse. Okay, so Trump and Rubio declared this war over in April, in May, in June. They were wrong every time. More than 500 American troops have been injured in just the past few weeks, and nearly 100 of those have been withheld from Americans by the Pentagon. Information about 100 of them have been withheld, which is disgraceful. Almost 20 American soldiers have now paid the ultimate price, and these headlines that we have here reveals the truth. The ceasefire collapsed. The war is escalating. American troops are paying the price. Iran knew it attacked our bases. The Pentagon knew our troops were wounded. The only people kept in the dark were the American people. That's not operational security. It's political protection for Donald Trump. And while our troops are being injured, Pete Hegseth was out marketing testosterone supplements. Nearly 100 wounded troops. But the Secretary of Defense found time for a sales pitch. Hegseth must answer for this today. No military family should learn from a newspaper what its government refused to tell them. Everything this administration is telling Republicans behind closed doors must be shared with the entire Congress. And Senate Democrats will now force another vote this week to end this unauthorized war and bring our troops home. Trump cannot hide the wounded and call it peace. Congress must end this war. On corruption. Trump's corruption is not a side story of this presidency. It's the business model. He's turned the presidency into the most profitable scheme of his life and left American families with the bill. This week, I launched a Democratic Senate effort to expose the corruption, show Americans what it costs them, and develop reforms to stop it. Take Trump's Truth API for $100,000 a month. Wall Street can buy early success to the president's market-moving posts, and in a millisecond, traders can make a fortune if they get this information first. If a White House aide sold presidential announcements to traders, it would be an earth-shattering scandal. And now Trump makes it a subscription plan. We said we were talking about corruption. Every day he gives us more proof, such as what he just did with Trump Truth, with his API. Then there's the $400 million luxury jet, the largest gift ever handed to an American president, and add another $1 billion to retrofit it. Trump gets the plane, taxpayers get a $1 billion bill. Warren Harding, generally regarded as the most corrupt president in history, was a piker compared to this guy. It is the Trump formula. He gets the gift, his wealthy friends get the advantage, working families pay the bill. Senate Democrats will follow the money, expose the deals, and at the end of this work period, we will introduce major legislation to stop this abuse. The presidency is not a family business, the White House is not for sale, and the American people are not Donald Trump's easy marks. Senator Whitehouse.
Thank you, Chuck. Corruption is notoriously rampant in the Trump administration, and it is not just the sort of corruption that is an offense against political propriety. It's the sort of corruption that lands in family finances, with Americans having to pay higher costs in order to fund Trump's corruption. One obvious example is the crooked scheme to blockade low-cost solar and wind power and keep the low-cost power from coming to the grid. So in order to meet demand, the grid has to climb up the generation stack to more and more expensive power plants. Those power plants then set the price for every electron on the grid. So it is a huge dispersal of money out of regular Americans' pockets in the billions of dollars of added cost. And if you look at where on the generation stack that added money goes, it goes to the fossil fuel plants. It goes to the fossil fuel dealers who fuel those plants. This is a billion-dollar-plus transfer of wealth, a deliberate extraction of wealth from American consumers to send it to Trump's corrupt big fossil fuel donors. It could not be more clear, if you have the slightest understanding of how the grid works, to see this corrupt scheme in action. If you want to look at another one, look at the great climate insurance collapse that is coming, that has already landed in Florida, that has already landed in Texas, that has already landed along the Mississippi coast, that homeowners are experiencing dramatically in their lives right now. And the Trump administration cannot respond to that because it is so corrupted by fossil fuel that it can't admit that the climate risk that's causing the problem even exists. So here are two huge costs, electric bills and homeowners insurance, that are clobbering American families, and the Trump administration simply cannot be trusted on either of those issues because of corruption. And of course, I'll conclude by noting that the root cause of all this corruption is the filthy dark money that has infiltrated our politics, and that every Democrat in the Senate has voted against that dark money every chance we've had, and that every Republican in the Senate has voted to defend that dark money every single time.
Once again, those were some comments there from Senate Democrats. We like to bring you both sides here on Live Now from Fox. Any more comments from lawmakers today, we will bring them to you. And speaking of, we wanted to bring you this live look that is just coming into our newsroom here, as the South Carolina lawmakers are set to honor late Senator Lindsey Graham, all set to kick off at 9 a.m. Eastern time there, of course, bringing those comments to you uninterrupted, as we always do on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take this time to step away for a commercial break. Stay with us, because on the other side, we're going to be playing out these comments here for you from New Jersey's governor after she announced Tuesday afternoon yesterday that thousands of non-citizens were registered to vote in her state, and some cast ballots in past elections. That's next. right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox as we continue to follow this story out of New Jersey. Now, here's the post from Governor Mikey Sherrill as she says, "It's my duty as governor to make sure our elections are free, fair, and secure. In the months ahead, I'll keep working with our election officials, local, county, and state to do just that." If you're just tuning in, here's what she's referring to. She announced yesterday that thousands of non-citizens were registered to vote in her state, and some even cast ballots in past elections. Democratic Governor Mikey Sherrill said that a, quote, serious software error in New Jersey's motor vehicle system led to the registration of roughly 6,600 people who indicated that they were not U.S. citizens between June 2023 and June of 2024, almost 3 years prior to my taking office. That's a direct quote there. Going on to say these individuals answered no when asked on a keypad whether they were a U.S. citizen when applying for driver's licenses and identification cards, but through no fault of their own, the system registered them anyway. In case you missed those full comments, let's share them with you now here on Live Now from Fox.
Good afternoon. I'm joined today by Lieutenant Governor Caldwell, Acting Chair and Chief Administrator of the Motor Vehicle Commission, Rosalie Johnson. When I came into office 6 months ago, I promised New Jerseyans that my administration would be different. We'd be open, we'd be direct, and we'd have a culture of accountability in this state. In keeping with my commitment, we are here to share information I learned of a few days ago. In June of 2023, nearly 3 years before I became governor, a serious software error in New Jersey's motor vehicle system led to the improper voter registration of what we believe to be roughly 6,600 people in our state. When New Jerseyans applied for a driver's license or identification at the MVC, they were asked if they wanted to register to vote. In the case of this error, some individuals indicated that they weren't citizens and weren't eligible to vote, but the software registered them anyway. The error in the software was corrected a year later in June of 2024. That is more than 2 years ago. I learned of this last Wednesday, and I immediately ordered my chief counsel to launch a comprehensive investigation. Currently, the Division of Elections is working to ensure anyone who is illegally registered is removed from the voter rolls. Initial analysis shows that fewer than 400 newly registered individuals voted in an election due to this software error. They were registered as Democrats, Republicans, and the majority unaffiliated, and were scattered across the state. But let me be clear, this entire situation is unacceptable. It's unacceptable that the vendor released software with such a glaring error. It's unacceptable that the MVC took a year to get this issue fixed. And it's unacceptable that no one in the previous administration brought this to light, demanded accountability, or took action when it happened years ago. For too long, the Trenton playbook has been to avoid tackling and solving tough problems. New Jersey's better than that. And I am working to create a different culture, one where we are both effective and transparent. This failure didn't occur under my watch, but accountability starts now. Because the people of New Jersey shouldn't have to wait a year for a problem to get solved, or 2 years to learn it even happened. I'm taking immediate action to make sure something like this doesn't happen again. Administrator Johnson has already started the process to replace the vendor behind the error. We're sending letters to the people impacted by this error, and we will remove anyone from the voter rolls who may have improperly registered. And my team is taking a hard look at the process failures that occurred under the previous administration and the guardrails we can put down for the future. On day one, I appointed our state's first ever chief operating officer to take on the bureaucracy and brokenness within state government. She and her team are focused on fixing the fundamentals, so it doesn't take a year to find a software error and fix it, because New Jerseyans deserve accountable government. I know how important public service is, and I've worked to serve this country most of my life. I've taken several oaths to support and defend our Constitution as a Navy pilot, a federal prosecutor, and an elected official. Election integrity is core to that oath. It's my duty as governor to make sure our elections are free, fair, and secure. In the months ahead, I'll keep working with our election officials, local, county, and state to do just that. As the Trump administration tries to weaponize elections for political gain, I am ensuring that we protect our elections. Let me be clear. Donald Trump has zero credibility on the issue of election integrity. For the past 10 years, he's cried wolf and peddled bizarre conspiracy theories about fraud with no evidence. I saw the consequences of Trump's lies on January 6th. I was in the Capitol when he and his followers tried to steal the election and put the lives of hundreds of members of our law enforcement at risk. Trump could care less about the actual integrity of the process. His only concern is himself. Right now, his administration is defunding federal election security programs, while his hand-picked Supreme Court threatens voting rights at every turn. He spent the past year redrawing the map to win his party more seats in Congress, all while pushing the biggest voter suppression bill in history. The difference between my administration and this White House is stark. We don't deflect, deny, or exploit problems for our own gain. We find them and we fix them, because that's what a good, accountable government should do. And we will keep working every single day to make sure every eligible citizen can vote, every lawful vote is counted, and every step possible is taken to safeguard our elections. With that, I'll hand things over to our state's top election official, Lieutenant Governor Caldwell. Oops, thank you.
Thank you, Governor. I'll leave it to MVC Administrator Johnson, whom you'll hear from in a moment, to provide more information. But I want to speak to New Jersey's efforts to protect election integrity. My responsibility is to ensure New Jersey's elections are conducted fairly, freely, and with integrity, so the people of New Jersey remain confident in the democratic process. We've just recently learned some people in the previous administration failed to protect that responsibility. We can't change that, but it's on us to understand what went wrong and fix it for the future. We're actively working to ensure that no ineligible voters are left on the rolls. The focus of this administration has always been ardently protecting and defending New Jersey's elections and the eligible voters participating in them. As Secretary of State, I remain in close contact with county and local election officials as we continue to prepare for the 2026 general election. Here in New Jersey, we will make sure that every eligible voter can cast a ballot, and only eligible voters. We will safeguard your votes, and we will maintain your confidence. We will keep the public updated as we learn more, and will remain dedicated to operating transparently. That's what New Jersey voters deserve. With that, I'll hand this over to my colleague, MVC Chair and Chief Administrator, Rosalie Johnson.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Governor Sherrill and Lieutenant Governor Caldwell. As the governor said earlier, our entire administration takes this issue extremely seriously. The failure to be transparent in 2024 is simply unacceptable. I don't need to tell any of you that MVC has experienced deficiencies in previous years, long wait times, endless bureaucracy. When I was appointed, we promised to reform and modernize the MVC. We have already worked to implement changes to improve the MVC experience for all New Jersey residents. We have been able to substantially reduce the Real ID appointment backlog, made thousands of Real ID transactions one visit instead of two, and increased the usage of self-service online for New Jersey residents. But that's not what we're here about today. In regards to the system error MVC experienced in 23 and 24, we are actively working with a new vendor to ensure this type of technical malfunction does not happen in the future and expect to launch with the new vendor next year. In addition, I am working now today to create additional safeguards that will be reviewing this data that we send over to Division of Elections on a regular basis to check for any system errors. In my role as administrator, I will be doing everything in my power to ensure that this simply does not happen. I know that MVC has work to do to rebuild trust. I know that we need to restore New Jerseyans' faith in our operations and demonstrate continuous improvement. In my first 6 months, we have worked to improve our safeguards, modernize our operations, and create a 21st century experience for all New Jerseyans whenever they interact with the MVC. That effort is ongoing, and this is a reminder of what myself and my team are focused on, which is making positive changes and creating an MVC that is resilient and capable of delivering services securely and efficiently for the people in New Jersey. Ensuring that registration to vote is efficient and secure is an essential part of that effort, and under my leadership, MVC will be laser focused on that goal. Thank you all for being here today, and I think we're going to take a few questions.
All right, so that is that press conference there with Governor Mikey Sherrill, as well as other officials in New Jersey. And she went on to stress that while the error occurred under the previous administration headed by Democrat Phil Murphy, she ordered her administration's attorney to look into the matter and remove the illegally registered voters from the roll. So that was just a portion of that press conference here we wanted to bring to you on Live Now from Fox. All right, we're going to step away for a commercial break, but as you can see there, we do have this live image coming in. And this is going to be South Carolina lawmakers as they're set to honor late Senator Lindsey Graham, all set to begin here in just about 13 minutes time. We don't want to miss any of it, so let's head to that commercial break. We'll be right back. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. Awaiting this event to get underway here as lawmakers there in South Carolina set to honor the late Lindsey Graham. This coming on the heels as Senator Darlene Graham announced she is going to be running for a full Senate term to replace her late brother's seat. And what I wanted to do is just share a quick portion here as she spoke with Sean Hannity.
The president again saying, I hope Darlene does this. Meaning, I hope you will get And here's the filing deadline for people that don't know, and these are just the laws of South Carolina. The filing begins tomorrow. I think you have a week.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And by that time, the funerals won't even have taken place.
I know.
And then the president's putting an ask on you, we'll put it that way. It's a lot of pressure.
It is a tremendous amount of pressure.
Tell me what's going through your head about it, and where do you stand now?
I'll continue to say I've been praying a lot, talking to my family, but with the love of my family, with the support of his staff. I know I'm a hard worker. I learned that from Lindsey. He cared about the people of this state. I've worked for almost 30 years for the people of this state.
I want to talk about that in a minute.
I feel like I can do it. I feel an inner peace about it. Will it be difficult? Yes, absolutely.
So you're inclined to get in, or have you even made a final decision?
I've made a decision.
You're in.
I'm in.
All right, so that was from earlier this week, once again, speaking with Sean Hannity. And then Darlene Graham shared this to social media saying, "It's official. I'm running to represent South Carolina in the United States Senate. Today, I'm stepping forward to carry my brother Lindsey's legacy on behalf of the people of South Carolina. President Trump told me, run, Darlene, run. With his support, I'm running all the way through the finish line in November. I hope you'll join me." All right, so once again, this all coming as we are awaiting this live event to get underway here in South Carolina, bringing that to you once it does. In the meantime, we want to continue sharing some highlights from earlier this week. And actually, this one comes from just yesterday, as we heard from several Trump administration officials, in particular, Dr. Mehmet Oz, as well as HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., as they were hosting this joint press conference. Let's share it with you now on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for joining us today. Every dollar that the federal government allows to be lost to fraud, waste, and abuse is a dollar stolen from American patients and from the American taxpayer, and that's money that should be going to legitimate health care. President Trump directed us to end this corruption after President Biden and my predecessor, Xavier Becerra, allowed it to flourish. Our job is not just to catch the bad guys, our job is to stop the fraud before it happens. Today, I have two major announcements. The first, CMS is pausing more than $1 billion in federal Medicaid payments to California and to Minnesota because of suspected fraud and non-compliance. That includes more than $867 million for California and over $200 million for Minnesota. If those states want that money, they need to provide documentation that these payments are legitimate. We use traditional financial verification, we used AI, advanced analytics, and other cutting-edge tools to identify suspicious activity and potential fraud. In Minnesota, the funding involves 14 high-risk areas that Minnesota's own legislative auditor has identified as especially vulnerable to fraud. In California, we suspect much of the questionable spending involves in-home services. And second, I'm pleased to announce that another significant step forward in the Trump administration's battle to end fraud. Under my authority as HHS Secretary, we are expanding the exclusion authority. Now both CMS and the Office of Inspector General will be able to use that authority to remove bad actors from federal health care programs and in many cases to permanently ban them from returning. Unlike Medicare, states control most of Medicaid's funding, and they provide the guardrails. We provide the funding. The states are responsible for how they spend it. And by law, they must document how they spend federal dollars. When we have reason to believe that taxpayer money is being misused, especially through fraud. We have a duty to stop the payments, demand answers, and then follow the evidence wherever it leads. If Governor Gavin Newsom or Governor Tim Walz wants this funding released, all they have to do is provide basic documentation showing that these services are legitimate and not fraudulent. And that's common sense. But the Biden administration abandoned that kind of oversight. Instead of protecting your money, they opened the floodgates to theft. They dismantled basic program integrity and oversight. When Xavier Becerra came into this office, there were only 80 individuals involved in the program integrity program. By the time that I got in, there were only 6. 74 of those were gone. That's 6 individuals responsible for ensuring program integrity and guarding against fraud in 50 states and 5 territories. Even when they suspected fraud, the Biden HHS sent checks anyway and tried to claw back the money later. It didn't make sense and it didn't work. The scammers got paid, the taxpayers got stuck with these enormous bills. Under President Trump, HHS is restoring common sense. We are not sending Medicaid and Medicare dollars out the door until we have confidence that they are being spent lawfully and appropriately. CMS is working alongside the White House task force and our fearless leader, J.D. Vance. Together, we've already identified and stopped $42 million in Medicare fraud. That is more than the GDP of 72% of the nations in the world. That's how much fraud, waste, and abuse the Trump administration has uncovered and stopped in just one federal agency. If left unchecked, that kind of fraud threatens these programs and the people who rely on them, the most vulnerable populations in our country. President Trump wants to protect Medicaid and Medicare, and we are doing that by remaining strong and guarding against the fraud, waste, and abuse that jeopardizes those programs and the Americans who rely on them. As FTC Chairman Andrew Ferguson, who helped lead the White House task force, put it, our benefit programs and our whole society were designed for high-trust people. The Biden administration nearly broke that high-trust society. They looked the other way while fraud, waste, and abuse exploded, and they incentivized fraud, waste, and abuse in all 50 states. They held no one accountable. They violated the social contract that makes this country strong and that makes our democracy function. To restore that trust, we have to enforce the law. We have to end the fraud, waste, and abuse. And this administration will do whatever it takes to keep your taxpayers' dollars out of the hands of criminals and fraudsters. If your state wants Medicaid funding, it must meet basic documentation requirements. And if we suspect fraud, you will not receive taxpayer dollars until you prove that those payments are legitimate. That's how we make America healthy again. That's how we restore the integrity of our democracy. And that's how we make America great again. And thank you. And now I want to introduce my friend and colleague, CMS Administrator Mehmet Oz.
As a physician, I'll tell you that if you stand for long periods of time, you'll get varicose veins more likely. So there are a few seats here, for many of them back who are standing. I'm gratified by the large number of individuals that came. We do have seats if you wish to sit. Secretary Kennedy, thank you for allowing us to crush fraud. It's one of the OKRs that Kim Brandt was peak leaders designed early in this administration to make sure that we would tackle these challenges. I also thank the Secretary for delegating exclusion authority to CMS. We will use it judiciously, learning from Mark Bell and other allies who have already been afforded that ability, that delegation. I also want to thank the President, which we're speaking about today. The people behind me are that all-of-government approach. They use all levers of government to be able to make sure we protect those on Medicare and Medicaid programs. We are making massive headway, as Secretary Kennedy outlined. We're protecting American taxpayers, American patients, and the outrage the anger that America feels crosses party lines on this issue. It's very, very difficult for anyone to think it makes sense to throw money away, especially since we think there are foreign multinational organizations involved in some of this weaponized fraud. In coordination with HHS, obviously, OIG, the DOJ, the White House Fraud Task Force, most importantly, in this case, the states, we have an ability to prevent $100 billion going out the door. The number that Secretary Kennedy outlined, that the CPI group has already stopped to $42 billion, is a stunningly high number, but it shows the amount of success we've had. Let me introduce some people behind me. You heard his quote earlier, runs the White House Anti-Fraud Task Force. Scott Brady on that team as well. Justin Leader-Lewis, White House Task Force, also joining us, and we'll speak later. Mark Spell from OIG, Dan Brillman, Rory Howe, Kim Brandt, Janine Ilugo, and Steve Farina are all parts of the CPI entity that has been so effective in cleaning up the mess that we inherited a year and a half ago. Today, we are calling on 2 states, because this is a partnership. We need states involved. But there are 2 states in particular today that we have concerns about, California and Minnesota. We want them to...
All right, we just wanted to share some of those comments here with you from Trump administration officials, Dr. Mehmet Oz. Now we're seeing Senator Tim Scott as these lawmakers in South Carolina are honoring, the late Senator Lindsey Graham. Let's listen in.
My first call to a member of Congress was Senator Graham, Darlene, and I called your brother and said, I know you and I both are not morning people, so we would rather have a prayer lunch or a prayer dinner, but unfortunately we need to have a prayer breakfast, which requires us to start around 8:30 in the morning. And Lindsey, clear-eyed, said to me, Tim, if Jesus comes before 10 a.m., I ain't coming. Well, I will say Lindsey loves his friends. He loves his friends, and who walks in the door around 9 a.m.? Lindsey Graham. One of the most important understandings I received very quickly, Kat, was that if Lindsey Graham is your friend, he will do what he doesn't really want to do because it's important to you. South Carolina had a friend in Lindsey Graham. America had a statesman in Lindsey Graham. And I had a brother from a different mother in Lindsey Graham. This is not going to be a somber moment from my perspective. I believe that Lindsey's in heaven. And frankly, I do not believe that for any reason on earth, Lindsey would want to come back. So this should be a day of celebration. And while our hearts might be heavy, mine is. I'm also incredibly grateful for the time and the energy and all the colorful words I learned from Lindsey Graham along the way. He was always clear. And I think you'll hear from our delegation. I hope our delegation will celebrate the life and the journey of Lindsey and the remarkable state that produced a guy like Lindsey. And they told me I only had 60 seconds. I'm only 60 seconds over. This is good news from my perspective. And then we'll have Brendan come up here and provide a word at the beginning. One of the things I will tell you about Lindsey that I think is really important, our scripture today is Philippians 1:6, that he who began a good work is going to be faithful to finish it. And I look around the room and I know that everybody doesn't believe as I believe. We have people from different faiths, different walks, people who don't believe at all, who are part of my staff, who've been there for a long time, from Hindus to Muslims to Christians to agnostics to atheists, all a part of the Scott pipeline. And I am thankful to the Lord that I've had the privilege of serving and learning from people who don't believe as I believe. And that's fantastic. And one of the lessons I learned from Lindsey early on was that people who disagree with you vehemently, even on the other side of the aisle, are not your enemies. They are your opponents. In this hyper-polarized world that we're living in, it is so easy for us to make the decision that because you don't agree with me, you are my enemy. Lindsey never practiced that. Lindsey built a bridge from the Republican side of the aisle to the Democrat side of the aisle because he believed that there were good people on both sides of the aisle. He just happened to be right. I like that concept, by the way, because I believe that the other thing that Lindsey taught me was that you should hold on to your convictions even if it costs you. And I remember looking at Lindsey's poll numbers in his reelection. I said, Lindsey, your poll numbers would be significantly higher if you just spent a little time talking about affordability. Because I'm a guy who believes in talking about the main thing. The main thing in South Carolina is affordability. So Lindsey and I decided we would do one big event together in Charleston. And I said, Lindsey, we got to talk about housing affordability. We've got to talk about the price of gas. We've got to talk about food. And Lindsey says, I know, Tim. I'm a foreign policy hawk, though. I love foreign policy. I say, I know you love it, Lindsey. You're the best in the world at foreign policy. But today is the day of affordability. Lindsey walks to the microphone and says, I like Tim Scott's housing bill. Now, let me tell you about Iran for the rest of the 2 hours. You could not get Lindsey off of what Lindsey wanted to talk about. And frankly, he won being himself. Here's the challenge for all of us in the room today. Are we willing to be comfortable in our own skin and just be who you were created to be? Don't try to be something you're not. Don't try to please an audience that you will never please unless it's just temporarily. Being who you are creates a path uniquely and wonderfully for you. And that is perhaps the most valuable lesson that Lindsey never spoke to me about, but he lived it. Every single day, Lindsey was just who God created him to be. We are all complex, complicated layers of humanity, all in one person, typically in conflict with even ourselves. And if you could be comfortable just being you, it might be one of the ways that we honor the Lord, honor the person in the mirror, and for me, honor the legacy of Lindsey Graham. Today we'll hear from my good friend, Brennan, who will provide a few minutes of reflection on the scripture of the day, and then we'll have a short video, and then it will be time for our delegation, starting with Congresswoman Biggs, to share 2 or 3 minutes, whatever you want to talk about. I'm going to have a microphone down there at the table, so just in case I don't like what you're talking about, I might just start talking while you're talking. It's very rude to do so, I understand that, but I reserve the right to be me today. Brennan, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, sir. And having been on the receiving end of you picking up a microphone from the audience and cutting me off, he's serious. So if you experience that, you won't be the first one. But I'm so delighted to be here this morning. Thank you all for, even if you don't know it, you've adopted me into the South Carolina family. I'm not a native South Carolinian, and this is a big family. And Senator Scott said, "You're part of the family. Of course, you're going to speak." A quick aside, I worked for a senator from Kansas prior to what I'm doing now, and in order to become an honorary Kansan, I had to move to Kansas. Had never been to Kansas, didn't really know all that much about Kansas, but I thought, all right, let me trade in my SUV, let me buy some cowboy boots and a pickup truck, and I'm going to Kansas, and I'm going to meet with all sorts of farmers and ranchers across the state. And, I'd call them ahead of time because you don't want to roll up on somebody's land unannounced and say, hey, I'm Senator Moran's new guy in the state, and I'm about 5 minutes out. I'll be in a black Ford half-ton pickup. I'll see you in a minute. Okay, yeah, sure, that sounds great. And so I roll up, and only some of you will get this or appreciate it or feel comfortable to laugh. But I roll up, and I step out of the pickup truck, and I, say, hey, and I see their wheels turning. And they're like, wait a minute, That's the black Ford half-ton pickup truck, and that's the voice that I heard on the phone, but that's not exactly who I expected to get out of the black Ford half-ton pickup truck, but I loved it, and all of you are like, ooh, am I allowed to laugh at something like that? The answer is yes, but, you know, it's a little bit easier to become part of the South Carolina family. What I've learned is you've got to love South Carolina peaches, and you got to love Jesus, and it's probably in that order. So I do, in fact, love South Carolina peaches, and I do love Jesus. But I'm excited to talk to you a little bit about what the Lord has put on my heart. And I was so excited to read the theme verse, which the senator read to you. I thought, well, maybe we'll talk for just a minute about the process of sanctification, becoming more like Jesus. Or maybe we'll talk a little bit about salvation. You know, beginning that good work starts at the moment of salvation. So we'll talk about being sealed with the promised Holy Spirit. But as I sat with the verse for just a minute, something else hit me. I thought, wait a minute, let me zoom out for a minute and look less at what Paul, the author of the letter to the Philippians, was saying, and more what he was doing. And it occurred to me what Paul is doing in that moment is he is offering encouragement. Pure and simple, he's offering encouragement. Now, we don't know exactly why he would feel the need to offer some encouragement, but later in the letter, you discover that there was probably a little bit of disunity or disagreement among the church in Philippi. And I know, you know, disunity and disagreement is hard for all of us to imagine, but if you can just, you know, kind of go with me and pretend. Or we also know that there were maybe some circumstances that were prompting a little bit of anxiety. And again, just use your imagination, because there's nothing that we all experience that promotes some anxiety to rise up. But that was the context in which Paul felt it necessary to encourage the saints in Philippi. I thought, just for the sake of comparison, let's look at our circumstances. A couple of stats for you. According to Gallup, nearly 1 in 5 adults in the United States of America suffers from depression, up nearly 10% from 10 years ago. Optimism in the greatest country on earth is down. Pessimism is up by 26% over the last 50 years. And just for the sake of argument, I'll read to you a couple of headlines from the New York Times over just the last week. First, a new threat to global shipping. That's great. U.S. service members killed as war expands. Cyclospora outbreak spreads. Can't even eat at Taco Bell anymore. And another headline that I won't read, but it tells of a tragedy of immense proportions that is uniquely devastating to many people in this room. Death, anxiety, sadness, pessimism, all around us, the natural result of which is to feel discouragement. And discouragement isn't something to be messed with. It's dangerous, and I dare say it's cancerous. The word discouragement literally means to lose heart, for your heart to go away. And the Lord warns us about discouragement. In Proverbs, it says, a crushed spirit dries up the bones. Literally will suck the life right out of you. Discouragement is serious stuff. And we're not supposed to live in the place of discouragement without hope, with dry bones. But it's far easier said than done, especially when you realize that we're not playing this game of life on neutral territory, but rather facing an enemy with forces that are actively opposed to each of us, actively opposed to joy in your life, actively opposed to your success, actively opposed to you walking out your calling, or actively opposed to the kingdom of God advancing. And a tool of the enemy to oppose you is to cause discouragement, to take your heart away. Great. Thank you, Brennan, for coming up and offering this wonderful diagnosis on the state of America today. What in the world do we do? Well, we follow Paul's words. We follow in his footsteps. We do just like he did. We're told that the power of life and death is in the tongue, and we're called to use our tongue to speak life into one another, to lift up your brother or sister's spirit. Listen how Paul did it. Reading from the first chapter in Philippians. I thank my God in all my remembrance of you, always in every prayer of mine for you all, making my prayer with joy because of your partnership in the gospel from the first day until now. And I am sure of this, that he who began a good work in you, he will bring it to completion at the day of Jesus Christ. And it's right for me to feel this way about all of you, because I hold you in my heart. For you are all partakers with me in grace. For God is my witness how I yearn for you all with the affection of Christ Jesus. Who in the world talks like this? I surely don't. A little later in the letter, therefore, my brothers, whom I love and I long for. my joy and my crown. Stand firm thus in the Lord, my beloved. Gentlemen in the room, when's the last time you sent a text message that sounded anything like that? Telling a brother how much you love him and encouraging him in the midst of the challenges he's facing to stand firm. Stand firm, my brother. I love you and I'm here for you. What would the United States Capitol building look like if the couple hundred people in this room made it their job to encourage and build up? What would your home look and feel like? What would your office or your campus feel like if you made this your mission? If you spoke to members of the body of Christ as Paul did? We must be on offense with encouraging one another. And I'll end real quickly with this. What does the best encouragement look like? And I think the recipe for solid encouragement is found in our theme verse. First, it's rooted in your personal faith and conviction. Paul said at the beginning of our verse, remember, I am sure of this. Nobody wants to be encouraged with like a half-hearted conviction. Well, Senator Scott, I kind of think that, he might do it. But I'm not really sure. But no, you're encouraging because you've got the faith and conviction when your brother or sister's lacking it. I am sure of this. I am sure. I'm sharing with you my strong conviction and my faith because you might not have it in this moment. The best encouragement starts with a core conviction in our personal faith. The second, it reminds us of the faithfulness of God. He who began a good work in you, he will be faithful to do it. Everything else is fickle. Everything else will pass and will fade away and is not strong enough for you to root your life on, but the faithfulness of God is the one thing that you can bank your life on. So our encouragement to our brothers and sisters ought to be rooted in the unchanging one. Third, it reorients with an eternal perspective. The end of that verse says, bring it to completion at the day of Jesus Christ. All of this is temporary. And yes, we will face trials, but there will be a day. And that's what we anchor our hope in, the fact that there will be a day. And Senator Graham is in that day today. But for all of us, there will be a day. So this is my charge and my prayer for us today, that we'd be a people whose speech drips with the words of life like a fountain of cold water on a hot day. That we'd be people of timely words, that we'd speak words that are rooted in our faith and convictions, always reminding of the faithfulness of God in the midst of life's challenges, and reorienting our thinking with an eternal perspective. Lord, would you help us do that today? Lord, would you make us a people of encouraging words? And Father, I ask by your Holy Spirit that right now you would even bring to mind somebody that we can offer encouragement to today. And each day. May we be your hands, your feet, and today your mouthpiece, your instruments of encouragement to the body. Lord, would we not do it in a half-hearted way, but with the full affection that Paul demonstrated? We can love and encourage because you first love and encourage us. In Jesus' name, amen.
We're watching live a South Carolina prayer breakfast that's actually taking place there in Washington, D.C., as South Carolina lawmakers are honoring late Senator Lindsey Graham. We're going to step away for a commercial break. If you are joining us for this hour, I'm your host, Christy Matino. Stay with us. More live events after this. All right, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We're taking you right back out live to South Carolina lawmakers as they are honoring late Senator Lindsey Graham. Let's continue to listen in.
Learn that serving a cause greater than yourself hurts. Anybody in the military can tell you the risk you take. Principle and compromise are not mutually exclusive, and the foundation of a great person as well as a great nation. If you want to help me, join the march.
Will Lindsey Graham's staff members and former staffers please stand up? Y'all stand back up for a second. Richard, y'all stand up for a second, please. Stand back up. That means get out your seats. The two back here, I saw you. I saw you stand up. There you go. Yes. Here's my ask of the rest of us in the room. Take a look around at Lindsey's staff. And when this is over, make sure you hug their necks, you shake their hands, and you let them know that we are always South Carolina strong. On our best days, we celebrate. On our hardest days, we are there together. Do not let any single one of these folks out of this room without feeling our appreciation, our gratitude. This is hard work. I've got a lot of staff in the room. I love my staff. Lindsey loved his staff because our staff becomes a part of our family. They are not just people that we hire and work with. They are people that we love and trust. We turn our backs and we walk away knowing that our family that happens to be here in D.C. loves us enough to do their very best when no one's watching. Love on these folks before they leave the room. Thank you. Well, we'll go ahead and start the process of hearing from our members here, but I do want to recognize a few of the other officials that are in the room. We have the Mayor of Travelers Rest with us today, Mayor Amadon. Right there she is. There you go. We have Mayor McClary from Andrews. There he is. We have Mayor Brandon Smith from Greenwood. We have Councilman Lee from Blackville. We had Councilman Lee from Blackville. I guess we spoke too long already. And we also have the city manager from Greer, Andy Merriman. There he is. Thank you all for taking the time and enjoying the festivities and some of the vittles over there. Chuck, who has been, wave at everybody, Chuck. Chuck has been here the entire time. Chuck is actually the guy that helps underwrite this entire event. Let's give Chuck a round of applause. Congresswoman Biggs, please come on up and take a few minutes and share your thoughts.
Well, good morning, and thank you all for being here. It's wonderful to be with a group that shares the same values, and we're all here today to celebrate the life of Senator Graham. And last week, I was talking to a lot of individuals. We were getting calls and texts from our constituents, and people in South Carolina loved Senator Graham. I'm not going to say everybody always agrees politically, but I just want his family and the staff to know that you are being prayed for, and I hope that's some comfort to you during the upcoming days. He definitely leaves a huge void. I was just thinking about what I talked about last time, and I'm not sure some of you are here maybe and recall, but there's a poem that talks about the dash, and it says the day that you came into this world is not really significant. The day that you leave this world is not really significant. It's the dash, the time in between, and what you did that really matters. And I think you just saw a testimony of Senator Graham's life and how he impacted so many people, not just in South Carolina, not just in D.C., but in our entire world. And I thought it was kind of ironic last Thursday, whatever, all the days run together. But when I got home, I had a friend of mine that's an evangelist. He said, Sherry, I've got something I need you to read. I've got a book that's being published and I need your input. And I'm thinking, okay, like now I'm an editor, but he sent it to me, and actually my husband Bill was waiting on me. We were gonna take our dogs out to swim, and I'm sitting there and I started reading the pages and I couldn't stop. You know how you pick something up. The name of it was He Chose Them Anyway. It talks about how God selects imperfect people to do extraordinary things. And I was thinking about my own life. I was thinking about Senator Graham, and I was thinking about all the people that have these tasks placed on their hearts and that are completely, I'm not a politician. That wasn't a top priority for me growing up, and here I am in Congress. And that is significant because if you listen to God and you follow his direction, he will give you the tools and the skills to accomplish his task. And I'll tell you, I'll elaborate even more, because all these things kind of fell into place. This was completely not what I had intended to talk about. But yesterday, General Scott Wiggins sent me a text. He's a friend that I met decades ago. Actually, he was important. You know how you look at those people they just come here distinguished, and he was really tall and I'm really short. And but he always had an air about him in a good way. And now looking back, it was a spirit. But he was over officer training school when I first entered the military. And I remember him quietly coming to me and giving me encouragement. But our paths barely crossed. And then when I came to Congress, he had been following me, and I had no idea. But he sent me a piece of art, he and his wife, and it was called Worship Woman or Praise Woman. And her hands are in the air. And I thought, well, that was nice. And as time goes on, we developed this friendship. And his wife is involved, and they send me notes, and we become pretty close. But yesterday, my text was this person that I didn't know. And he was holding this little boy. And the message, I should read it to you, but I'll just kind of paraphrase. I know we're limited on time, but he said, "Thank you for the Hope Heals Act." So my staff and I have been working on some military issues, some things for veterans. My district is heavily populated with military members. I just was with a World War II veteran. But I read on, and it said the person's name, and he said, I was over the squadron, and when he came back from duty, a deployment, he was different. He came back in body, physically, but he wasn't there mentally or spiritually, and he took his life. So that bill that seemed insignificant to many, maybe many in this room, made an impact on him and maybe it was too late for the person that he cared about, but he saw that there was hope in the future for other members. So no matter what your role is, no matter what your job is, no matter what your background is, God can take imperfect people to do extraordinary things. And I hope that's what you take away as we celebrate the life of Senator Graham. And just know that we love South Carolina and we are here to serve you. So if we can help you in any way, please let us know. Thank you.
Once again, listening in live there to South Carolina lawmakers as they're honoring late Senator Lindsey Graham, as Senator Tim Scott speaking quite frequently throughout this program, introducing other lawmakers and speakers. We'll continue that in just a matter of moments. We do have to step away for a commercial break. And on the other side, we do have some breaking news coming from President Trump as he's issuing this new threat in regards to Iran, as he says, President Trump saying the U.S. will destroy a bridge or power plant in Iran each time it shoots at a ship in the Strait of Hormuz. Here's what we know about that coming up after this 2-minute commercial break. Stay with us. All right, you're watching Live Now from Fox. We're getting in this breaking news here from President Trump as he's issuing another warning to Iran, as he says the U.S. will destroy one bridge or power plant each time Iran shoots at a ship in the Strait of Hormuz. This comes after the U.S. carried out another wave of strikes on Iran, where air defenses opened fire over the capital, Tehran. Iran launched a missile attack on a Jordanian city on Israel's doorstep, and alerts were issued in Bahrain and Saudi Arabia. In his warning on social media, the president returned to earlier threats to target civilian infrastructure in retaliation for Iranian attacks. And we have that post coming in here now from Truth Social. As President Trump says, from this point forward, anytime the Islamic Republic of Iran shoots at a ship in the Strait of Hormuz, whether it be by missile, rocket, drone, or any other device or weapon, the United States will bomb and destroy one bridge or power plant, including those located next to or in the capital city of Tehran. Thank you for your attention to this matter. A live look now at our simulation of the Strait of Hormuz, courtesy of Marine Traffic. Now, the 11th night of American airstrikes in Iran came as diplomatic efforts have shown little signs of progress publicly. Officials on both sides have dug in on their disagreements over the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has avoided striking Israel since hostilities resumed last month, apparently hoping to keep it from re-entering the war. But the missile and drone attack on Jordan's city of Aqaba raised concerns over a further widening of the conflict after an agreement to halt hostilities collapsed. So President Trump issuing that warning here, just coming in this morning. But we also have been sharing this with you, this breaking news from the Pentagon this morning, as the U.S. military has confirmed that a third service member is believed to be dead in Friday's attack on a base in Jordan. That soldier has been identified as Sergeant Angel Rampersad, who is only 28 years old. Now, the confirmation brings the death toll to 18 U.S. service members killed since the war began. On Monday, the Pentagon identified First Lieutenant Tyler James Feehan and Private Isabella Gonzalez as the two other soldiers who were killed in Jordan in Friday's attacks. We're going to share their photos here with you on your screen in just a matter of moments here. Now, the soldiers were killed by Iranian ballistic missile and drone attacks in the first troop deaths from direct Iranian fire since the opening days of the war. They were deployed to support a U.S. mission against the Islamic State. Now, after the attack, U.S. Central Command announced that 2 service members were killed and another was missing. The following day, the military command said that troops found unidentified remains and that an examination process to verify the remains was underway. And now the Pentagon saying that Rampersad is believed to be that missing soldier, and her official status is now duty status, whereabouts unknown, and she is, quote, believed to be deceased. Rampersad belonged to the same unit as Gonzalez, the 10th Army Air and Missile Defense Command based in Germany. Also, a U.S. soldier killed in Iraq during a controlled detonation of an Iranian drone was identified as Sergeant Michael Emmanuel Swinton, who had served for nearly a decade. That's according to a military statement Tuesday, as well as his family. Swinton will receive a Bronze Star, Purple Heart, and Combat Action Badge and will be promoted to Staff Sergeant. The Army said it was investigating the circumstances of his death Sunday at an air base. He leaves behind a 6-year-old son and a 4-year-old daughter. Now, at 11 a.m. Eastern time today, President Trump will attend a dignified transfer for U.S. service members killed in the Middle East at the Dover Air Force Base. But this is that breaking news that we wanted to bring to you here, as now President Trump says the U.S. will destroy a bridge or a power plant for each Iranian attack. We're going to step away for a commercial break here on Live Now from Fox, continuing to follow that breaking news story after this. Stay with us. right, you're watching Live Now from Fox. It is 9:40 on the East Coast and 6:40 on the West Coast. And we were sharing with you here this breaking news that President Trump just shared to Truth Social, saying that the U.S. will destroy a bridge or power plant in Iran each time it shoots at a ship in the Strait of Hormuz. Here is that full statement from the president, as he says, from this point forward, anytime the Islamic Republic of Iran shoots at a ship in the Strait of Hormuz, whether it be by missile, rocket, drone, or any other device or weapon, the United States will bomb and destroy one bridge or power plant, including those located next to or in the capital city of Tehran. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Now, I was also sharing with you here that at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, President Trump will attend a dignified transfer for those U.S. service members killed in the Middle East at the Dover Air Force Base in Delaware. We just got this live look coming in here at Air Force One as we are anticipating President Trump to depart there very shortly for Dover Air Force Base. And at this point, it is unclear whether President Trump is going to deliver any remarks to the media, but we're going to monitor this shot here for you. And if we do hear or see the president, of course, bringing you right out to that live look. In the meantime, we're going to take you back out to another story we've been following here before the break. We're bringing to you live South Carolina lawmakers as they're honoring the late Senator Lindsey Graham in Washington, D.C. We'll put up some boxes for you to keep an eye on this live look.
I think everyone in this room knows in their heart that Senator Graham left this world drastically better than he found it. He left South Carolina drastically better than he found it. He left our country drastically better. And we're going to see that on Tuesday when you see world leaders from every corner of the globe come and pay their respects. If that's my thoughts about my mentor, Senator Graham, I'm going to leave you with some thoughts about my friend. In addition to the 10 weeks of travel I did professionally on Codels with him over the last 8 years, we might have played 100 rounds of golf. And it's funny, I'm a member at the Cliffs, and he loves golf more than anything. And when the senior senator says, "Congressman, do you want to go play golf?" I didn't feel like he was really asking. So we played golf, just very, very often. And I learned a lot about him and about life on the golf course with him. And I shared it on social media, but the happiest I have ever seen him in my life was the day, it was just the two of us playing. And it's a 510-yard par 5, 9th hole at Cliffs at Mountain Park. He hit this drive, and it was really dry that day. It wasn't a very good drive, but the ball just kept going. And he probably had to be every bit of 260 yards in. And he does not have a 260-yard shot. And he hit his 3-wood, and it hit the back of the sand trap, and it shot out. It probably hit a sprinkler head cover, but I couldn't see it. But he goes, "William, I think that went in." And I was like, it didn't go in. There's no way. We go up there. Sure enough, the ball went in. So hole in one, for an amateur golfer, there's a 1 in 13,000 chance. A 2 on a par 5, also a double eagle albatross, is a 1 in 6 million chance. So, it's most professional golfers don't have 2s on a par 5. So, if the happiest I ever saw him was when he got a 2 on a par 5, the second happiest I ever saw him was the 500 times I had to listen to him tell that story. And I reminded him often that I was the only person that saw him do it. So he better be nice to me. He left the world drastically better off than he found it, and we can all hope to do the same.
The benediction is typically the last thing you hear when you leave your service. I've decided that the Senate has this routine of opening up every single day we're in session at 10 a.m. What the heck? let's have our benediction now so that Chaplain Black can be at the Senate floor to open the Senate at 10 a.m., and then we'll get back to our next speaker. Chaplain Black, kind of our benediction.
I had the opportunity of speaking at First Presbyterian Church in Greenville, and Senator Graham was on the front row. And at the end of the service, if any of you know First Presbyterian in Greenville, it's a mega church. They have multiple services. So they asked Senator Graham to shake hands with the congregants as we were leaving. And so we were standing in the back, and he turned to me as the congregants were coming out and said, "Remind me to never speak before or after you." So that's the kind of sense of humor he had. I knew him when I was in the military, so I knew him for a very long time, and I was amazed at his deductive reasoning powers.
All right, so we're listening in live, continuing to listen in live here in Washington, D.C., as South Carolina lawmakers are honoring the late Senator Lindsey Graham. But we see President Trump now arriving as he is set to be departing for Dover Air Force Base any moment now. Let's head over to that live image and listen in and see if we can hear from President Trump. If you are just joining us, we have been sharing throughout the morning here that President Trump is planning to attend the dignified transfer of 4 U.S. service members killed in the Middle East. So President Trump is going to be heading to Dover Air Force Base, and he will be there when the remains of the troops killed in action are returned to their families. This is according to the White House as they put out a statement the other day. Now, the ritual is one of the most somber duties of a commander-in-chief, and there he is. There's President Trump. This will be the third time that Trump has attended since he launched the war in Iran. He may speak to the media. Let's listen in.
Some of you are going with us to honor our heroes, and they are indeed great heroes, actually. They said, and all of them said very strongly, we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. They won't have a nuclear weapon. So we're going to honor them, and one of the hardest things to do. For me, it's one of the hardest things to do as a president, but has to be done.
As we go to honor these soldiers, people in other
update on the investigation as to how they were killed in Jordan?
No, they're doing that. That'll be released.
There was a report
you know what?
that it was Iran targeting barracks.
I don't know. Well, they're going to pay a big price. They're being decimated.
Is that report inaccurate?
Yeah, please.
Sir?
What do you say to families of fallen soldiers when Americans are wrongly against this war? How do you ask them?
Well, Americans aren't against the war. A poll just came out. Americans don't want high gasoline prices, but they're not against the war. That just came out loud and clear in a poll. Nobody wants Iran to have a nuclear weapon. Do you want Iran to have a nuclear weapon? You think it's good? Go ahead. All I'm going to say is we love you, we love your child, and that's what they are to them. They're their children. There's no games, no nothing. That's their child. And all you can do is throw out your heart. Thank you. Thank you very much.
What's the point in negotiating with them anymore?
Some brief comments there from President Trump speaking to the media as he's now heading for Dover Air Force Base in Delaware. Once again, President Trump is attending the dignified transfer of 4 U.S. service members who were killed in the Middle East. And that's the latest we just heard from the president. But he also posted this to Truth Social a short time ago, as he is now threatening Iran's infrastructure once again. He says this: from this point forward, anytime the Islamic Republic of Iran shoots at a ship in the Strait of Hormuz, whether it be by missile, rocket, drone, or any other device or weapon, the United States will bomb and destroy one bridge or power plant, including those located next to or in the capital city of Tehran. We are going to step away for our final commercial break of the hour here on Live Now from Fox. We're back after this. You're watching Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christy Matino, and we're going to take you back out live to this event in Washington, D.C., as South Carolina lawmakers are honoring the late Senator Lindsey Graham. On the other side of that is my colleague, Ryan Schmelz. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
And not just the big metropolitan centers, but the small towns, the people who often feel like that they're forgotten. They were never forgotten in Senator Graham's office. He knew where he came from. He never forgot where he came from. And I think that's a hallmark, especially in a town like this with the columns and the trappings. And of course, for him traveling all over the world, it was never far from his mind where he came from, and it was always great. It was always great to work with him on constituent issues. Lindsey believed, I think, fundamentally that this country is an exceptional place, and it is our job to hand over to the next generation the country a little bit better than they found it. Let's advance American exceptionalism on the world stage. Let's bring that back home and better our country. And the country is better because Lindsey Graham served in the Senate, because Lindsey Graham served in the military, because Lindsey Graham served in the House of Representatives. The country is better, and we appreciate that service. I think nothing strikes me more about Lindsey than his early stories with Darlene. Most college students are focused on a lot of things, but when you have to deal with the loss of two parents and raise your sister and help the family, that's where he stepped forward. And I think that really is kind of the core of who he is as a man and as a person. The small things, the small victories. The first time I ever saw Lindsey Graham, I was actually 2002. I couldn't even vote in 2002. It was right after 9/11. I was in high school. And there was a campaign rally in Columbia with President Bush, and Lindsey was campaigning for the Senate for the first time, and Mark Sanford was campaigning for governor. And I just remember, for those of you who, there's a lot of staff, by the way, who were born after 2001, which is strange to comprehend. But if you remember the mood of the country at that point, it was a beautiful moment because we really rallied together. We put aside racial differences and ideological differences. We were Americans first. And it was a powerful moment. I interned for Lindsey Graham in the summer of 2007 when he earned the nickname Senator Grahamnesty. And when I got elected to Congress, Richard, if you remember this meeting that we had in the office, I think you or the senator said, do you remember this desk? And I said, I do. And they said, do you want the desk back and the headset that you had now that you're in Congress? No, sir. No, sir. I remember that summer well. I do not want that desk back. But it was a privilege to intern for him. And I really, like William said, he really took time with people. He didn't have to invest in people. He didn't have to invest time. He was the senior senator from the state of South Carolina. He was renowned across the globe and in the country. He didn't have to take that time, but he did. And I think that speaks to his character. He was, of course, a hilarious man. One of the last moments that we had, we were campaigning in the independent Republic of Ori. Whoop, whoop. And he said, how old are you? And I said, I'm 41, sir. And he's like, oh, gosh, I got underwear older than that. TMI, Senator, TMI. I'm often reminded, and when I think about his service, President Teddy Roosevelt delivered the man in the arena speech. And I'll paraphrase it. It is not the critic who counts. It's not how the strong man fails. It was a wonderful speech, but the historical context of that speech, I think, are important, because President Roosevelt, at his core, believed that we are obligated, with a little bit of personal responsibility, to export that American greatness, to export that self-sufficiency, to display that. Europe at the time was going through a period of great cynicism. And he said, look, active citizenship is what is important. Active participation in your community and your country is what is important. And so despite the times and despite the fact that Europe was completely different than America from a thought process perspective, he stood there and told the Europeans, it is not the critic who counts. Get in the arena. That was Lindsey Graham to a T. I think about that, that he was fundamentally him, but active participation, Senator, in our country. 2 Timothy, it's my favorite Bible verse. 2 Timothy chapter 4, verses 7 and 8. I have fought the good fight. I have finished the race. I have kept the faith. Now there is in store for me the crown of righteousness, which is the Lord, the righteous judge, will award to me on that day, and not only to me, but also to all those who have longed for his appearing. Lindsey has fought the good fight. He has finished the race, and now he is in heaven with his parents and our Heavenly Father, and we thank him for his service to our wonderful state. Thank you, Senator.
That was awesome. I will say that this has been a time of celebration. And for many of us, it's also still a time of mourning. And while we've enjoyed the laughter and we've enjoyed the camaraderie, we can still feel the pain. And I look over at Darlene and Nicole and Larry, and I see the chair draped for Lindsey's absence. What a blessing to have known Lindsey. What a blessing to mourn so deeply because you love so completely. What a blessing. Some of the greatest gifts in life aren't just the high mountain highs. Sometimes the valley experience reminds us of the actual value of life. I can't think of anyone who understands that better than you, Darlene. I can't think of anyone who has stood up with poise and grace in class in the hardest time of your life, I imagine, than you, Darlene. I'll never forget, as you come up here and share a few words with us, I'll never forget being at the governor's office, and then they said we had to walk up 3 flights of stairs to get to the place where you were going to speak, and I was like, thank God she speaks first. And literally get up there, and obviously the governor went first, and he said that Lindsey was amazing and remarkable and irresistible, and I've got this lump in my throat, I just can't even speak. Darlene walks up to the microphone, and with strength and grace she says, I've heard Lindsey called a lot of things. I ain't ever heard him called irresistible, though. and that lump went away. And I said, born to lead, Darlene Graham.
Thank you. Well, I'm just going to be honest. I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to get up here. It's been, and I will be brief because it has been a very difficult week. I can't even put into words how hard it has been for me and my family. It's only through prayer and the support of my family, Lindsey's wonderful staff. They are amazing. We consider them family too. They have been so very helpful in their time of grief. So I greatly appreciate everyone. And I want to just thank everyone. That's one of the reasons I wanted to get up here, is to thank everyone in this room, to thank everyone who has just reached out to me and just shared wonderful stories of Lindsey. It is just absolutely amazing to me how many people he personally touched. Everybody loved and respected Lindsey, and that gives me such a peace You have no idea how much that means to me. So thank you so much. And a dear friend of Lindsay's shared with me last night that she had been speaking with Lindsay a lot lately, and that he had been talking about how he had been down on his knees by his bed praying. So I don't know what he saw coming, but that gave me such peace to know, because I know right now my brother's in heaven, and I know one day I will see him, and I can't wait for that day. But until then, I can tell you this. Lindsay was the hardest working person I know, and I'm not just saying that because he was my brother. He worked all the time. Obviously, he never slept to personally touch as many people as he did. How did he do that? I don't know. But he loved working for the people of South Carolina. He loved serving this country. I cannot even put it into words. And I promise you right now, if it is God's will, with God's help, by the grace of God, I am going to work as hard as I can to carry on his legacy and to help the people of South Carolina and to work for this country. So that I can promise you. So thank you.
Darlene is going to a budget hearing. She is literally a woman of her word immediately. And I'll just close this out with a couple of thoughts. You know, Lindsay, I want to say Lindsay was a remarkable person. Mostly because Lindsay was just Lindsay. I think of a scripture in Proverbs 27:17 as iron sharpens iron, so one person should sharpen the other. The one thing I would encourage all of us to think about is, who are the people that are sharpening us? And who are the people that we are sharpening? I have my brother Ben with me and my nephew Ben with me, and I oftentimes think to myself, without my family, I am nothing. I'm thankful to have grown up in hard times because they've helped me appreciate good times. I've never really appreciated loss until I experienced gain. I hope that every single person in this room will leave here today and do just 3 things. Call someone you love. I try to talk to my mother about 3 or 4 times a day because I'm a mama's boy, and I'm proud of it. She raised us during really hard times, and she deserves it. I'm also going to ask you to call someone you might be just a little too distant from, that you love, or at least like. Take the time to bridge a gap, mend a relationship. I've watched Lindsay shout at the top of his lungs and literally 30 minutes later sit down and break bread with someone. And that's my second ask. Sit down with someone who's not like you. Republicans, Democrats, race, religion, Gamecock, Tiger. Sit down with someone, tuck knee, that's not just like you. The third one is kind of hard, to be honest with you, and I do want to thank my staff for doing all the hard work and giving me the easy part, showing up. Thank Brendan. I've got so many Brendans and Brendans on my staff. It's remarkable. And my former staff that's always a part of my permanent family, populating the room. So thankful to see so many folks down. The kids that I hired now have kids. And I feel like I'm getting not older, but a little wiser along the way. This is the one I really want you to embrace a little bit, though. Love you. Warts and all. Love you. Because if you don't love you, it's really hard to love anybody else. I feel like we have a love crisis in our nation, in our communities, in our homes, because we don't do a good job of loving the person in the mirror. The old scripture, the Lord taught us that there are 2 commandments, and on these 2 commandments hinges everything else. Matthew 22:37-39. To love the Lord your God with all your heart, your mind, and your strength. To love your neighbor as you love yourself. If you don't love yourself, it's really hard to love your neighbor. And sometimes how we treat people says more about us than it does them. So, don't forget to hug the necks of the staffers who are still suffering even when they're smiling. Still working even when they're tired. Richard, come here. How long have you been with Lindsay? 31 years. Say that again.
45 years.
I like the way his math works. He's a Washingtonian then, because he says 31, 45 is about the same in here. 31 years of dedication, of turning down pay increases, turning down better paying jobs, because you loved Lindsay, because you were loyal to Lindsay. I'm going to start by hugging Richard. Let's make sure we don't just hear the words, but if you agree with the words, do the words. If you don't agree with the words, don't do it. Take the time to let someone know you really care, because we desperately need it. Y'all have a great day.
There you have it, Senator Tim Scott leading that service there, where lawmakers from the state of South Carolina were honoring the late Senator Lindsey Graham. You saw there Senator Tim Scott making that pitch for unity towards the end there, including making the reference to Gamecocks fans and Tiger fans getting along. And I'm hearing this as I watch a Georgia fan and an Alabama fan talking over there. So we're already living up to that unity pledge that Senator Tim Scott just asked us to do across the country, not just here at Live Now from Fox, not just in the state of South Carolina, but also to find that unity in a number of places, especially politics. And we heard from the current senator, Darlene Graham, the sister of Senator Lindsey Graham, who is filling his seat until the end of his term and is now a candidate to replace her brother in the full 6-year term. You also heard from Russell Fry, the congressman from South Carolina, and Ralph Norman, both members of Congress who are running to be the next senator for the state of South Carolina. I'm Ryan Schmelz. I'll be with you for the next couple of hours. We're going to go and get our first commercial break in of the hour, and we'll be right back in just 2 minutes. Stay with us. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Ryan Schmelz. We're going to head out to a press conference that has been underway for the last couple of minutes involving civil rights attorney Ben Crump, who is representing Nolan Wells' family, the young man from Mississippi whose mysterious disappearance and death has raised a lot of questions. They're releasing the findings of an individual independent autopsy report. So let's go ahead and listen into this.
Their word for it. His mother and grandmother are incensed. They asked the police, did you do a gunshot residue test on his hands? And the reason they said they had to call us, like Daniel Irvin's and Nolan Wells' family, because the police told them, President Johnson, that there was no need to do gunshot residue on his hands or any of the other people in the house, because I don't understand this logic, but they said if they were playing Russian roulette, then all of them will have gunshot residue on their hands. So we don't need to do gunshot residue tests. It makes no sense whatsoever. So they are taking the word of these 10 people that your son just killed himself. And you don't have to worry about doing any investigation or testing forensically anything. Just take our word for it. Now, can you imagine in any 3 of these scenarios, had the survivors been young black men and they were with a young white man and he ended up dead, what kind of investigation would there have been? What kind of interrogation would there have been? Would they have ever been able to see the light of day until those questions were answered? Well, just just like you would do a thorough investigation for your children, we want you to do a thorough investigation for our children. We don't want anything special. We just want equal justice. Equal justice. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Trevon to lead us in the final session.
We'll have a few questions. We have my colleagues on either side with microphones. Please announce your name and your media outlet if you have any questions. We're going to be quick because we have other programming going on in real time. We'll go here first.
Oh, thank you. Hi, everybody. Samantha Chapman, ABC 7 Chicago. You just unveiled a comprehensive outline of the independent report. Can you summarize for our viewers, because there's a lot to take in, a lot of information. So in summary, can you succinctly tell us what we can take away from this report? And also, if you can provide more details about the neck. I heard a lot of people behind me gasping when that detail was mentioned.
Let me try to be very comprehensive. As Dr. Roger Mitchell said, that the focal area of red discoloration in the soft tissue of the back of the head, the occipital region, is significant because he cannot determine why you have that red discoloration in the back of his brain. That's significant. He also talked about, Mr. Williams, if you can, just the fact that as it's common practice, he was missing his throat when they received the body. And he wants to know why they held it back. He's not drawing any conclusions, but he said he would want to examine it if there were neck fractures or compressions to the neck. And he thinks that's significant to know at autopsy. The reason he says he would hold it back when he was medical examiner because he thought that there may have been some issues with neck fractures. The last thing that is significant is what we said before about him, the condition of his body when he went into the water. Was he conscious or unconscious? Was he forced or unforced into the water? He said those things are very significant. But he started off talking about this red discoloration in the back of his head is something that was of great concern to him. Thank you. Trayvon.
We'll go here.
Daryl Denard with Chicago Speaks on V103. What specifically are you calling for from Mississippi authorities in terms of transparency, but more importantly, investigations?
I know President Johnson is from the state of Mississippi, and the Mississippi Conference president is here. They're calling, as we are, for a fair, impartial, comprehensive investigation. When Nolan's parents heard the sheriff say there's no foul play at the beginning of the investigation, that is cause for concern, major concern. You haven't even investigated, but you're saying no foul play. And so we want them to dot every I and cross every T. You know, we had a meeting with the district attorney, and we expressed to them about our lived experiences. The fact, and you know, they said that's not what happens in her office, but we said we believe if the roles were reversed and there were 3 young black 18-year-olds, and there was a white 18-year-old who was with them, and he ended up dead. We don't believe that those young black men would not have been interrogated to the full extent of the law. We believe that it would not have been a choice whether they were going to cooperate with law enforcement if their lawyers and them were going to cooperate. No, they would have been held until they gave answers. They would have been held until they explained the cell phone in their possession. They would have been held until their cell phones have been examined. And so whatever you would do, had the roles been reversed, we want you to do the same thing for Nolan Wales.
We have time for one more question, and then we're going to have a prayer with our Religious Affairs Committee with the family. One more question here. My sister.
I'm Tiffany Walden with the Tribe in Chicago. I know that we're talking about a transparent investigation, but for families and people who are watching, can you kind of give a breakdown or a timeline to the best of your ability of the contact that you've had with Mississippi authorities or Ocean Springs authorities or the Cajun Navy? Have you all talked to them? Do they call you after the initial autopsy? Is it just radio silence from them? Do you have to call them? Can you kind of walk us through that process?
So the last time we actually spoke with local authorities, which would be the Sheriff's Department, was I think a day or two after his body was found. That was only initiated by me. I sent him a text message. I was like, hey, this is Christine, Nolan's mom. I just want to see if there are any updates. Basically, he called back. There were no updates. He's like, we're still interviewing. And again, my concern, and also my husband's concern, was it was not even an hour that his body had been removed. And the sheriff came out and said, this is, accidental drowning. We don't think there's foul play. Again, that is why we're doing what we're doing and why we're moving the way we are. Because I sat there and asked them, please take this case as if this is your child, yes, your family member, your whatever. And they promised that they would, but when you make statements like that straight out the gate, that's an issue. We did meet with the DA. She did promise, transparency and all of this, all of that. However, damage has already been done because now that's the narrative that's being pushed by the general public, who, again, know nothing really, only what they're hearing from other people. So in addition to that, it's all these things coming up. And at the end of the day, like I said before, any parent that would be in this situation, you would do anything to find out what happened to your child. And that is what we're here to do.
It is very important to note that this narrative, this suggestion that it was an accidental drowning, nothing to see here, is troubling, even if that's the case. There were 300 to 400 people out on Horns Island. You mean to tell me nobody saw anything? Nobody can tell us anything about what happened to one of the few black people that were out there on that island that day? It just doesn't add up. The fact that they're saying Nolan said that he would stay behind, but yet an 18-year-old kid would not want his cell phone if he was going to stay behind. The fact that, you have the young lady saying that he said he was going to get back on the boat with the boys, and then the boys saying no. He said he was going to stay behind and talk to her. If that was the case, don't you believe Nolan would have said, give me my cell phone, I'm going to stay behind. Give me my car keys, I'm going to stay behind. It's not adding up. And so we're going to keep fighting and digging until we get the answers, the transparency, the truth, the accountability, and justice for Nolan Wales. 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 Justice for Nolan Wales.
Justice for Nolan Wales.
Justice for Nolan Wales.
Justice for Nolan Wells. We're going to have our Religious Affairs Committee join us quickly so we can have a quick word of prayer with the family, and that will conclude our press conference formally.
Good morning. It's a good morning in spite of all that we have heard. It's a good morning because we're here for justice. I'm Reverend Wendell Anthony from the Detroit branch and also a member of the National Board of Directors and a part of the Religious Affairs Committee, joined by colleagues who are here. I'm going to ask all of you if you would be so kind as to just link arms. Just link arms so that we can link ourselves around this particular moment and around this family. There's an old African proverb that says, those whom we love die only in the physical sense, but their spirit continues to live on in the will and determination of those whom they leave behind. Mr. and Mrs. Wells, I did not know your son. But I could tell from just looking at his photograph, I can feel the aura, the joy that you talked about. We all can experience and feel that. Ben Crump has chronicled the list of pain moments in our community by the deceased and by those who are now martyrs. We have been dying since 1619, still seeking justice. Pray with me. O Lord, our Lord, how very excellent is thy name in all the earth. We are here for but one reason: to answer the question, what does the Lord require of us? But to do justice, to love mercy, to even walk humbly with our God. Lord God, your people are here beseeching justice. We're here for transparency. We're here for truth. You who are the way, the truth, and the life. We're here because of you. Lord God, how long must we continue to pay evil a toll at the gateway towards justice? How long must we see our children lie bleeding in the streets, in the sand, in the water, on the asphalt pavements of this nation that we built? Even on July the 4th, a day that serves a lesson in mockery and dichotomy, where we talk about independence, yet we are not independent from those who seek justice. Help us, Lord. Bless us right now. Bless this family. Yes. Cover this mother, yes, whose tears fall down her cheeks. Cover this father as he remembers his son, whom he taught and whom he mentored, to play in life, but more importantly, to play the game the way it should be played in living. Lord God, we thank you so much. We've gone down the roads. They lied on Martin. They lied on Medgar. They lied on Malcolm. But more importantly, oh God, they lied on you. You who know about lies. We know that the truth shall eventually set us all free. Help us to get the truth, even in Mississippi. Oh Lord, help us to get the truth for our children. You know, like we know, there are more black boys in school than are in jail. We know, oh God, that there are more of us who are striving for the benefit of life rather than the poison from living. Oh Lord, how long will justice continue to lift up her brow so that she can see who is standing before us, so she can make a decision that is not in our interest, but in the interest of those who seem to be different from us. Help us, Lord. Don't we as a people bleed like everybody else? Don't we as a people need comfort like everybody else? Don't we as a people need justice like everybody else? Don't we as a people feel the pain when our children are taken from us like everybody else? Help America, Lord, because America has a problem. We don't have a problem. America has a problem. Fix the problem. In 250 years, we still seem to suffer from the same old problem. Fix America, oh God. Fix justice, oh God. Fix us, oh God. Fix Mississippi, oh God. Fix those who are standing at the gateway to break open the doors for justice. Not just us, but justice. Help us now, Lord. This is our prayer. This is our plea as we seek that which you have the power to give, and that is justice. The just shall live by their faith. The just shall live by their faith. And oh Lord, we know that when we fight, we win. When we fight, we win. When we fight, we win. Let's win in the name of justice. Let the people who love God, who are called according to his name for every good purpose, who believe in justice, say amen, amen, amen. Now give justice a hand praise. We praise God for justice. God bless you. President Johnson, I want you to know, and those who are here, there are 12,000 people who are looking at this press conference on YouTube. That was 30 minutes ago. There were 14,000 people who are looking at it on the Roots. That was 30 minutes ago. Ben Crump, this ain't no secret. The nation is looking for justice.
Love you, man. Appreciate you. Bless you, man. Appreciate you.
You were just listening to civil rights attorney Ben Crump and the family of Nolan Wells releasing the findings of their independent autopsy investigation after the death of Nolan Wells. Now, some of the things that we saw there is that we heard that a forensic pathologist could not rule out damage to the throat as being the cause or contributory factor to Wells's death. Most of that was because it had been removed during the initial autopsy. They cannot, the cause of death and manner of death, undetermined, pending investigation. One thing that Crump pointed out that was alarming to him, he said that there was red disclosure on the back of the head of Nolan Wells' body, and that they want a complete and thorough investigation in Mississippi. So a lot to follow there. We did miss the top of that autopsy release, but we did kind of just wanted to recap that very briefly for you. We got a lot of stories following here at Live Now from Fox. I'm Ryan Schmelz. We'll be right back after a 2-minute commercial break. Stay with us.
celebrated and they are safe in their city, and that never.
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Ryan Schmelz. We're going to head out to New York City right now, where New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani is taking questions. Earlier this week, he sparked some controversy, calling for the arrest of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Let's see if he gets any questions on that right now.
Was this question about why Netanyahu specifically is often targeted in some of your comments. For example, Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, he was arrested for a warrant that was here in the U.S., and you were very against that. So I guess how do you place more emphasis on the warrants that were issued by the International Criminal Court than here in the U.S.? How do you reconcile those two?
I would say that the International Criminal Court is a body that seeks to hold those across the world accountable for crimes against humanity, for war crimes, for things of that nature. And I think that the United States should not only be a party to that court, but should also execute the warrants that that court issues. And what I have spoken up about Nicolas Maduro, who I've also described appropriately as a dictator, is that the violation of international law is one that has to also be taken very seriously. It stems from the same belief in the International Criminal Court. And now he is here in New York City. On that day when the United States did violate international law, I made clear that I was in opposition to that. And it all stems from the same belief in how can there be a sanctity in something beyond an understanding of the world where might is right and justice is simply decided by those who are the strongest.
Thank you. Heather, I'm sorry, Morgan, we do have to move on. Heather, go ahead, and then we're going to do just one more from NJ.
Instead of
I'm sorry, Morgan, we just got to move on because we're running short on time. Heather, go ahead, and then we'll end with NJ.
Okay. Really quick, back to Legionnaires. On the NYC Gov website, it says there's a 6-month delay in posting inspection results to the public. Is there any way that that 6-month lag could be updated so people can see when their buildings are being inspected on a faster timeline? And secondly, during the speaker's press conference yesterday, she called for there to be a dedicated hotline during peak Legionella season just to notify the public and inform them of, can they walk past this building outside? Is it safe to do so? Do they need to be wearing masks, etc.? Is that something that the health department would consider doing, especially in the summer months when we're seeing it more rampant?
No, I think we will consider any proposal that we believe to be helpful to both public health and awareness of public health. What I will say is that we've also had a health department that has had a number of town halls, press availabilities, presence physically on the streets as well. I recall, in fact, speaking to the health commissioner over the holiday weekend, which is when this began, and asking that we do everything that we can. And this was his vision, to ensure that we were physically present at that time, to be there. And also, as you said, to the website, as well as in any of these press availabilities. But we will always consider anything that can do, that can further that guidance. And I'll just pass it over to the commissioner on the first question.
So thank you for the question. So transparency has been a key focus throughout this whole investigation. And you've seen our administration be more transparent than any other administration with regard to handling this cluster. Let me explain that. So in the past, we would only release the names of the cooling towers that were bacterial culture positive. What we decided to do this time was to expedite the whole process, because the culture positive step takes 2 weeks. New Yorkers don't have time to wait for 2 weeks. And so we decided to make the decision of releasing the names of the towers and the addresses at the PCR positive step, which is a much quicker test to get back. We're committed to identifying every single way that we can be more transparent. And so I'll speak to the mayor's point and then come back to what you mentioned about the speaker. We are eager to identify ways to push our nation-leading Legionella laws even further to keep New Yorkers safe.
Thank you. Just last question here will be NJ.
To Dr. Martin, a point of clarity on Legionella. Initially, I think you and the team believed that there was a single source of the Legionella infections, right? It sounds now as if you believe there may have been or are multiple sources of Legionella. Can you clarify that for us?
It's a great question, NJ. Thank you. So we started with 183 cooling towers, 76 of which were PCR positive. Let me explain what that means, right? So the PCR positive towers mean that we find evidence of DNA of Legionella in that tower. Now, the DNA could be live or it could be dead, right? The only version that can hurt you is the live Legionella bacteria, right? So we now have a preliminary list of 34 cooling towers that have that live Legionella bacteria. Now, the next step is, quite frankly, my favorite. This is the nerdiest step, and this is the whole genome sequence step. We take the bacteria that we found in those 34 towers, and we identify the samples from our patients, and we try and make a match. And what we typically find in these clusters is that there is one tower. Last time in Harlem, there were two. My expectation is that we're going to have a similar pattern here, where there will likely be one tower, or perhaps two, that actually do have the same DNA pattern as the one that caused this, this cluster. Why are there so many? I think there's a question underneath that question, which is why are there so many, right, bacterial culture positives? As you heard us say earlier, this is a bacteria which is ubiquitous. It's everywhere. And the vast majority of these towers have infinitesimal, small trace amounts of Legionella bacteria. Some have enough to cause a cluster. Our job now that we've eliminated the source, is to identify specifically which tower caused this cluster. So that's the work ahead of us.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, there you have it. New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani taking questions on Legionnaire's disease, but also addressing his calls for the arrest of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Now, we should probably point out, point of clarity here is that ahead of this press conference, he did come out and say in a video statement that he does not have the legal authority, and New York City cannot legally arrest Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, even if he is in New York City. Mamdani is making the allegation that the prime minister has committed war crimes in Gaza related to the conflict with Hamas. But a lot of people, including a lot of Republicans and even some Democrats, have pushed back on that, saying that it is ridiculous that he would even flirt with the idea of arresting the Israeli prime minister. I'm Ryan Schmelz. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We got a lot of news that we're covering today, so let's go ahead and get our last commercial break in of the hour. We'll be right back in just 2 minutes. Stay with us. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Ryan Schmelz. In just a little bit, in the 11 o'clock hour, we are expected to see President Trump and Department of Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth participate in a dignified transfer of power for the fallen U.S. service members in the conflict with Iran. That includes Private Isabella Gonzalez, First Lieutenant Tyler James Feehan, and Sergeant Michael Emmanuel Swinton, who is being promoted posthumously to Staff Sergeant. When that dignified transfer does happen, we will take it live in its entirety. But in the meantime, we are going to go ahead and head back out to Capitol Hill, where there is currently a hearing underway related to the Smithsonian Institute. You saw yesterday they had this hearing in a separate committee, and it got pretty heated at times because there is this argument from Republicans that for years the Smithsonian had been kind of rewriting its history using left-wing propaganda, where Democrats make the counter-argument that the Trump administration is trying to rewrite history. So a pretty testy hearing that we're witnessing right now. So let's go ahead and listen in to this hearing going on before the House Administration Committee happening right now.
The leadership of the Smithsonian has been doing exactly the opposite, has been training them not to check their bias, but to act on their biases.
And to your knowledge, is there any objective metric, standard, audit, outside group that is considering the presentation of these exhibits and whether, in fact, bias exists?
Yes, I believe private individuals have tried to do
private individuals,
exactly
but not within the museum.
Well, the administration did ask the Smithsonian to cooperate with an audit, and the Smithsonian pretty much refused. It refused to hand over the materials that they were that had been asked for. It handed some things, but not to the degree that Rose Vogt at OMB and Vince Haley at the Domestic Policy Council had asked for.
Now, a question for you, Dr. Hardig. Since 2019, you have donated to political advocacy groups and campaigns over 350 times, according to information pulled from the FEC. Is that correct?
Ma'am, I am not here. Whoops, is that on? Yeah.
We hear you.
Ma'am, my political beliefs or my political contributions are not relevant to this conversation.
And of these hundreds of donations since you've been leading the museum, have all of them occurred while you were off duty and off of government premises in your private time?
I adhere completely to the Hatch Act, so the answer is yes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Representative Sewell is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank our witnesses for being here today. Our country has a remarkable history of unparalleled accomplishments, not because our past is exempt from injustice, but because the people of this country have remained committed to our founding ideals of liberty, equality, and democracy, despite extraordinary struggles to achieve full rights. No one understands that better than the people of my district, Alabama's 7th Congressional District, which includes the historic cities of Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, my hometown of Selma, Alabama. The valiant efforts of foremothers and forefathers of my district gave rise to the civil rights movement, the voting rights movement. Their protest and direct political action brought this country much closer to living up to its creed of liberty, life, and the pursuit of happiness. Their sacrifices led to the enactment of both the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. We're incredibly proud of that, but we also know that this country, according to its own preamble in the Constitution, is in pursuit of a more perfect union. Our founding fathers acknowledged that we were not there, and I think that today we can acknowledge that we're still not there. But I can tell you that the arc of the moral universe does bend towards justice. It just doesn't bend by itself. It takes the courage of Americans to live up to make this nation live up to its highest ideals of equality and justice for all. These are cherished values of America. I too love this country unconditionally, but I can tell you that that is hard sometimes. When you hear and read about how we treated the 4 founders of this country, who were Indians, when you read about and understand that our history is very complicated. And as historians, I think that the fact of the matter is the Smithsonian and other historians, as Dr. Blight just said, they do an incredible job of trying to tell the truth. And the truth is the whole truth, not just the parts that make us feel good. I'm proud of the work that is being done by the Smithsonian Institute to preserve our nation's history. In my district, I appreciate that the Smithsonian affiliate, the Birmingham Civil Rights Institute, which keeps the stories of Birmingham and the civil rights movement alive for future generations to learn and enrich from. These are important institutions. Now, this administration's crusade to take control of the, quote, American History Museum, I think is not only dangerous, it's perilous. On March 27th, 2025, the President issued his executive order entitled Restoring Truth and Sanity to the American History. However, this administration is not restoring truth and sanity to American history. On the contrary, it's creating an untruth sanitation of American history. Now, Professor Blight, in a guest essay that you published in the New York Times, you mentioned how the White House Domestic Policy Report is not a document about history. It is a product of a racial and political ideology in search of history that no longer bears scrutiny, that no longer bears scrutiny. Can you please expound on that statement a bit more for us? And can you explain why this administration is by tampering with history, is risking a historical record that is not correct?
As in other places in the past where governments and states have tried to control history, what they are really doing is trying to control thought, free speech.
That sounds reminiscent of fascism.
Well, you use that word, that's fine. There have been plenty other examples. What do authoritarian regimes do first? They assault libraries, archives, schools, universities, cultural institutions. This is an old record, and we don't have to just go to the 1930s to find it. This hearing, indeed, has the word revisionism in its title. I wonder if you understand what a fat pitch that is for historians. All history is revision. The first revisionist was Herodotus.
Yes.
2,500 years ago. Would you prefer your doctors not to be revisionist? Do you want to go to a pediatrician who's not a revisionist, who hasn't learned anything new since his or her first training? We revise because it's our job. It always will be. Thank you for putting that word in your title.
Thank you for all the work that you do to make sure that this country's history is not just the history of what makes us feel good, but is a complete history of the wonderfulness that is American.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Georgia, Representative Loudermilk, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very important hearing, more important than a lot of other things that we do up here. Mr. Gonzalez, you mentioned something that Ms. Morelli said, and I agree with, that it's important to reveal all aspects of our past, good, bad, indifferent, and allow individuals to really draw their own inspiration and conclusion of that. Do you agree with that?
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Is it possible to reshape, or as the word that we've heard here, reframe, the truth of our past by only highlighting one aspect or displaying one aspect of it and not the entirety?
Yes, it is, and I believe that's what the leadership of the Smithsonian is doing, and they're telling us they're doing it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Anderson, we've heard as my colleague over here and friend, Mr. Morelli, adequately quoted the second line of the Declaration of Independence, and we've heard how that has been a focus, especially during the 250th anniversary, and that is incredible. There's other aspects of that incredible document that are important too to our past, and one of that is the last line of the Declaration that says, and in support of this declaration, with a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence. Faith played a huge role in the beliefs and the founding of our nation. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely.
Do you see that that aspect of our founding and through various aspects of our past is also adequately displayed within our museums?
No, it's essentially invisible, by the stone copy of the Declaration of Independence, a very valuable object in the museum. The words endowed by their creator are taken out of the reference to the Declaration of Independence. A key part. The freedom of religion, such a huge aspect of our Constitution, of the First Amendment, not discussed at all in that relatively paltry section of the museum that deals with the American founding.
So there's another aspect of this, and it's interesting because as a historian myself, who's also published books on American history, today we go to the archives and we're going to see the original copy of the Declaration that was passed by Congress in 1776, and there's 27 grievances. However, true history is there were 28 grievances listed in the original draft of the Declaration, the 28th grievance being a harsh condemnation of slavery and the slave trade. It's hard to find that in any of the museums that I have been going to. Have you seen that aspect of the efforts to abolish the evils of slavery actually began in the very beginning of our nation?
No, I have not seen that represented, and it is hugely important, I agree. In Jefferson's draft of the Declaration of Independence, he talks about, he leaves his harshest condemnation for the kings. He accuses him of keeping open the slave trade, keeping the colonists from limiting it, and he talks about how he's determined to keep open a market where men should be bought and sold, and he puts men in all caps, M-E-N, making no question of the fact that he views the slaves as men, as human beings, obviously including female slaves as well. This is a huge aspect of our history and our thought, and to go beyond that, I would argue that as much as, I agree with everything that's been said about the need to tell the good and the bad about our history, but I would also say that our founding generation probably did more to overcome and eliminate slavery in this country than any other one, except for the one that spilled blood during the Civil War.
Wouldn't that be an important story, I think, to tell especially our children?
I think it's a hugely important story.
All right, thank you. Dr. Harding, do you believe it is the role of the museum to objectively display the history of the United States, or subjectively interpret our past to shape the thoughts, beliefs, and understanding of future generations?
Thank you, sir. I believe that the role of the National Museum of American History, joined by many other history museums, is to present scholarly evidence based on objects, interpretation, and share those stories with the American people.
Do you believe it's important to show the entire story, the whole story, to present all sides?
You know, I think especially about the revolution, if I may, we have a dozen exhibitions that include the founding era right now. 368 objects, 340 labels. George Washington is mentioned 54 times. You have to walk by a whole section on George Washington in the Kenneth Baring Hall of Military History to get to a 15-foot tall reproduction of the Declaration of Independence.
My time has expired. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Representative Johnson is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We must all ensure that our history is not rewritten by one political party or an administration. American history belongs to all of us. It belongs to indigenous communities across this country striving for self-determination. It belongs to the abolitionists who challenged slavery, to the suffragists who fought for women's rights to vote, and to the immigrants whose contributions have shaped our nation's greatest achievements, and to so many more. History is not meant to fit a political narrative. A history of a record of who we are and what we continue to strive for, it only belongs to the American people. While American history includes extraordinary achievements, remarkable innovation, and tremendous courage, it is every generation's responsibility to ensure that our nation's darkest chapters are not rewritten, but instead inspire honest discussion, reflection, and a deep commitment to self-correction. Our institutions, museums, archives, and historical records have an obligation to the truth and to ensure that every American understands that this country and what we are inheriting. The promise of America, the promise of freedom, is our willingness to learn from our darkest moments. Right now, we are seeing an unprecedented level of attacks from Republicans and the Trump administration towards independent institutions, challenging historians, educators, archivists, and those who are entrusted to protect our democracy. Beginning in January 2025 with Trump's executive orders that closed diversity offices, promoted language and content changes on government websites, with states like Texas following along, removals of references to Trump's impeachments in the American History Museum, published White House reviews of Smithsonian exhibits, including lists of what it finds objectionable, and lastly, accusations that the American History Museum is denigrating white male Christian history. This administration is obsessed with ideologically influencing historically accurate interpretations of American history. Let me set the record straight. American history should be interpreted, analyzed differently over time, and debated endlessly. The importance of these museums is to invoke a sense of curiosity or debate, and perhaps most importantly, a reckoning of what history means to us, especially when we disagree. But this president has sought to erase from history the contributions and strengths of women, of black people, of Hispanic people, of indigenous people, and basically imposing a racist sense of historical impact on the evolution of our country. There is a long list of concerns about this administration's executive overreach, but today we're focusing on the American History Museum, and I am deeply offended by some of the comments that some of the panelists have said today. That, for example, Mr. Gonzalez, to imply that the Congress needs to deauthorize the Latino Museum because for it to it will become an incubator of anti-American forces. That is the most outrageous statement I have ever heard by a witness and a panel in this building, that to celebrate the Latino history of this country becomes anti-American. That is ridiculous. And to state that the museums have a Marxist view of the world and restrictive history. That is just not accurate. And I think that your attempts to come into this building and say these statements to the American people is outrageous, and it is offensive on history, and it's offensive on what this proceeding is all about. You know, the reality of it is, this administration doesn't like the fact that history is portraying him. You know, he was impeached by the Congress. And that is part of our history. That truth is there. And it's unfortunate that he doesn't like it. You know, Ms. Hardig, I am sorry you're facing such attacks. The American History Museum brings delight to families all across this country. I've taken my own kids there. The exhibits are fantastic. And, you know, it's unfortunate that we're having this attack in this history, but what are the risks to our democracy when historical institutions lose their independence and the public confidence?
Thank you, ma'am. I think that this committee, especially with its oversight duties, which I appreciate greatly, understands intimately that for the last 180 years, the structure of the Smithsonian as an independent agency, you know, dedicated to scholarship, interpretation, education in science and history and the arts, is such that the structure is working. And I think that the fear certainly is that to change that dynamic and to lessen that independence.
Yeah, unfortunately, I ran out of time. I agree with you that the independence is paramount. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Representative Griffith is recognized for 5 minutes.
Let me say, Mr. Chairman, from the get-go that I always...
All right, let's go ahead and pull away from this because it is time for us to get our first commercial break in of the 11 o'clock hour. We'll have more news for you coming up in just a little bit. Stay with us. I'm Ryan Schmelz. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Ryan Schmelz. We're still looking live at Capitol Hill, where right now the House Administration Committee is having a hearing on what's being shown at the Smithsonian Institute for the American History Museum in Washington, D.C., as well as some of the other Smithsonians that they have across the nation's capital. Let's go ahead and listen in live. Congressman Morgan Griffith now asking questions.
The Lewis and Clark expedition, because while Mr. Smithson's donation was relatively vague, he was what would have maybe been referred to at the time as a natural philosopher, a mineralogist, etc. And there's not a display on all the different new animals and creatures and things that Lewis and Clark saw when they went west. The first time it was documented for the people in the eastern United States. Are you telling me that's not in there?
Not to my knowledge.
And you talk about the Salsa Museum, and I don't have any problem, or the Salsa display, and I don't have any problem with going through various genres, but you said in your testimony that there's nothing on big bands, jazz, the American Songbook. Is that correct?
Yeah, except for, I mean, there may be a mention or two that would qualify for that in the Entertainment Nation exhibit, but nothing devoted to that in particular.
Because, you know, I think that music traces through and tells a story about American history, whether you're talking about the origins of the banjo, which came over in my district recently. The banjo's not from my district per se, but a lot of influence there. And then I think about the March on Washington. Is there much on the March on Washington there, Dr. Anderson?
I believe there is on the March on Washington.
Okay, do they go through the fact that Peter, Paul, and Mary sang and actually put pictures on their biggest album ever, had pictures of them at the March on Washington? Is that in the music display? I mean, because to me that's a part of that's a big part of the history of the country, and a big part of the history of Washington D.C. was the March on Washington, for so much that it did so much good.
I mean, anything that has anything to do with activism, you can bet is represented. I mean, when you first walk into the museum, from the National Mall side, which until recently was closed, the first thing you encounter, the only thing you encounter in the open space there is wall panels talking about activism.
Yeah, in history, so I was disturbed to hear about the Quetzal as a birder. I think it's a fabulous bird. I think that the natural science folks ought to have that, but they ought not have it necessarily in a money display in the American Museum of the History Museum for America. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Representative Murphy is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, when I was prefaced with this, the subject matter of this hearing, I kind of said, really, are we really doing this? And then when you get to read it, I just become enraged. Why you guys feel that it is your political, or that is your personal arena to have your political beliefs espoused upon the American people in the guise that it is objective American history is beyond me. You know, I've been a surgeon my entire life, and we don't revise things, we adapt. We don't make up the spleen as being a different organ, by the way. Why people do this, I don't know. You know, I was on a board for my college, and the president of that college decided it was her particular mission to turn a balanced college into her political playground. Sadly enough, she's now the president of the National Trust for Historic Preservation, so God only knows what's going to happen with this. It is just beyond me why you feel you have the right to make your political opinions history. And you can't understand that your job is to present balance to the American people. Your job is not to be an activist. I don't understand that. I don't understand that. And how you can sit there and tell us that you're not doing this in any manner that you're trying to be truthful is beyond me. I don't understand that. I just don't have that type of calculus in my brain. What you're doing, the examples that you see time and time again, there are absolute political activism. You're not trying to tell a balanced story of America. You're trying to tell it from a leftist, progressive viewpoint. Period. Period. Mr. Blight, you know, I was looking at your CV. You've written a lot on slavery. Who was the first person to own a slave in the United States?
The first person?
The first person to legally own a slave in the United States.
I'm not sure I can give you a name.
Well, you should know this. You're the scholar that has researched all this. Anthony Johnson. Why would you not know that?
Oh, I know about Anthony Johnson.
Have you ever written on him? I don't think you have.
Excuse
I
me.
looked up. I don't think you have. I don't know why not.
Well,
if we're going to tell a real history,
Anthony Johnson is in a textbook I'm a co-author on, so I have read about him.
If we're going to tell real history and not be revisionist, you said we aren't woke, we want to awaken. Well, they held me the same damn thing. Give me a break. I just, beyond me, I don't understand this. And Ms. Hart, you said you want us to do research, but you've removed, is my understanding, did you remove rigorous research from the mission statement of the American History Museum? That's what I have down here. Yes or no? Not hard.
When I came to the museum in 2019, we started on a new strategic plan.
All right, so you removed rigorous research, which is what we're supposed to do, and rigorous research, at least in my field, is something that's balanced. Sadly enough, we even have now the pollution of wokeism in medicine. One of the former heads of the Smithsonian is now the head of the AAMC, and he's decided it's his political mission to poison medical school, where people's lives are at stake. They're not writing little storybooks. They're not writing little history books. It's people's lives are at stake, where political activism has to be. So you talked about gun rights earlier. Is there, there's an exhibit talking about the ills of guns. Is there one about gun rights?
I'm not aware of an exhibit talking about the ills of guns, sir. We hold the National Armament Collection and Gun Collection. I'd be honored to give you a tour.
No, honestly, guys, I'd have to take a lot of Pentagon before I went on a tour of this place, given what I've had.
We'd be honored to have you, sir.
I don't understand why you guys in your academic circles, look, I've been in academics and I'm not a dummy, why you feel you have to, yeah, I know, that's why I brought it up, but he didn't admit it. But anyway, why you feel you have to be politically active in this. Can you honestly say right in front of this whole committee and to the American public that what you're doing in your museum is not political activism?
Sir?
Yes or no?
I can honestly say to the American people and to this august committee that I am not engaged in political activism.
Well, the absolute facts smack us in the face otherwise. And I would agree with Mr. Gonzalez. Something needs, some rebalancing needs to occur. And we don't need political activists in charge of this nonsense. And yes, there are certain books that are not right for kids to have. And that's not burning books, that's not suppressing the press, it's not suppressing free speech. It's called being an adult and actually trying to make sure that our kids get the right material and we don't pollute their minds too early. Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields. Representative Bice is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all of the witnesses for being here this morning. Dr. Hartig, I think I'm bothered by the fact that you don't recognize that there's a problem. You think that the exhibits that you're putting forward in the museum are wholly acceptable, even though you're being questioned about many of them. I want to read a statement, actually a comment, that was posted on an AP article about your testimony yesterday to the Oversight Committee. This is user man5312, and the comment is this. Interesting timing related to this article. I took my family to Washington, D.C. a week ago, and we spent 3 hours at this particular museum. We can attest that it was very engaging, but there were times when we had to chuckle at some of the overt attempts to engage and shine light on the personal failings of the founding fathers. Basically, overcorrections in both subtle and obtuse ways. As a common sense person, we could clearly see the hand of liberal politics at work. So to claim that executive leadership is focused on delivering an unbiased presentation, my family would disagree. This is not a committee, a partisan committee. This is somebody that has been to your museum in the last couple of weeks and has pointed out the failings of some of the exhibits that you claim to be unbiased on. Director, yesterday you refused to answer a question from my colleague about whether or not you think it is appropriate for the museum to display sexually suggestive imagery near youth content. I want to give you another chance to answer that question. Is it appropriate to house this type of material near youth content, yes or no? material near youth content? Is this a...
So
the answer is yes or no.
I understand your question, ma'am. So
and what and your response is?
Especially the issue of gender.
So you can't answer the question.
I can absolutely answer the question.
It's a yes or no answer.
The issue of gender is at the front of many Americans today.
Sexually explicit material should never be near youth content. The answer should be no.
Ma'am.
The Smithsonian has hosted drag shows with some specifically targeted intellectual disabilities in the past. Were you engaged in the planning of any of this programming? Yes or no?
We have not held, to the best of my knowledge, at the National Museum of American History, a drag, what was it, a drag show, a drag story time? What were you asking me?
It was a drag show. Are you saying yes or no? Okay, let me move on. I'm limited in time. Yesterday, you told the committee that you needed to consult with your general counsel about 603 processes. This is a review process that you go through for individual exhibits. Why can't you be transparent, not only with the committee here, but with your own board about what the 603 process is and how many exhibits you have reviewed and how many that you have actually revised content for? Why are you unwilling to give us that information?
Oh, ma'am, I'm very willing. Would you like me to proceed?
I would like you to answer why you need a general counsel to review that before you provide that information to your own board.
So, ma'am, I believe yesterday that I shared kind of the quick outlines of the 603 process, and I'm happy to go into them again.
I would like you to submit to this committee a list of all of the 603 reviews that have happened in the past 2 years of all of the exhibits in your museum and the revisions that have been made to any of the exhibits per the requirements of the 603 review.
Absolutely, ma'am. We adhered to the 603 process that was outlined first in 1995, revised in 2021.
Which is why I'm confused as to why the answer to your question yesterday would not have been, sure, I'm happy to provide that information, rather than, no, I need to get my general counsel, legal, to look at the information before I provide it to the board or to a committee.
To the Board of Regents or to the committee?
The board that oversees your museum.
The board that oversees my museum
has asked you for the 603 process and has been unable to get that information. Lastly, I just want to say the OIG recommended tightening committee procedures and mandatory periodic training for personnel involved in content development. Have you instituted that change?
Are you speaking of the June 30th?
That is correct.
Report, ma'am? Yes.
I would like a list of the changes that have been implemented based on that OIG's recommendation report.
We're happy to get back to you, ma'am.
Thank you. And with that, I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields. Representative Carey is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the ranking member, and I'm delighted to have all of you witnesses here today. And there's a wonderful book that's out. It's called Strength to Strength. If you ever have the opportunity, as somebody that enjoys history and studies history, vice chair of or co-chair of the Humanities Caucus, one of the interesting points is the two professions that actually reach their zenith after the normal between 40-year limit is actually historians and college professors. So I take great pride in that fact as a novel historist myself. Just a couple things. First off, welcome to Jenkins Hill, which was originally Carroll Hill because it was owned by the Carroll, and then we later changed it, L'Enfant, to what is now Capitol Hill. But just a few things that I was looking through the testimony, and unfortunately we had to miss part of this because we're in the Ways and Means Committee. I do want to touch on just a couple things, and then I'm going to ask some questions to you, Doctor, regarding some of your statements. According to the Domestic Policy Council's report, in June 2024 presentation to undergraduate and graduate history students, you explained that the museum removed the phrase, quote, end of quote, American history from the mission statement in order to help people, and quote, and then end of quote, to get out of the American first mentality, end of quote, adding it's a big challenge, especially going into 2026, which will be the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. Now, we'll touch on that in just a minute. Now, if I'm not mistaken, the goal of the museum. The American history was opened obviously in 1964, but the goal of the museum was to showcase Americans' heritage of freedom, install faith in our country's destiny, illuminate our heritage, and promise an inspiring story for the nation. I'm going to read just a few quotes and paraphrase some of them. One that is often, because I do believe that we have a rush to an Orwellian justification of the history today, but one of the often misquoted but often related to, the most effective way to destroy people is to deny and obliterate their own understanding of their history. This is a direct quote, of course, from Orwell. Every record has been destroyed or falsified. Every book has been rewritten. Every picture has been repainted. Every statue, street, building has been renamed. Every date has been altered. And that process is continuing day by day and minute by minute. History has stopped. Nothing exists except the endless present in which the party is always right. And also in 1984, quoting Orwell, and I quote, "The past was erased, and ensure was forgotten, and the lie became the truth." Also, Orwell, in his writings Facing the Unpleasant Facts, wrote, and I quote, "However much you deny the truth does go on in existing." So in your statement, I just want you to maybe in 2 words, because I'm running out of time, what did you mean by America first? Okay, I'm going to just go ahead.
No,
you don't
I'm
want to
sorry.
answer, but
No,
I'm going to give
I
you
just
5
tried-
seconds.
Thank you, sir. I'm happy
What
to
time
answer.
period?
I'm happy to answer. I would argue that the American History Museum.
Okay, you didn't answer my question, so I'm going to reclaim my time.
anecdote
Reclaiming
to
my time, Mr.
Orwell.
Chairman. I am reclaiming my time because you don't want to answer the question. I just want to know, are you referring to the American First time period as related to the early 1900s when it was actually a very liberal movement, or are you talking about when Warren McKinley used it as his mantra? Are we talking about Ronald Reagan, or are we just focusing on the now? What time period are you looking at in the American First that you're trying to make sure is not part of the 250th anniversary?
I believe I was saying to open the aperture of inquiry, to examine the richness.
Well, that's not what you said. No. You said, this is what you said. Get out of the American First mentality. What is the American First mentality? Enlighten me.
So the revolution was a global one, and I think the more we add nuance.
So wait a minute, to that point, you said it's global. Now, let's focus on that, because it was Jefferson who actually wrote in his inauguration, he said in his first inaugural address that the United States was the world's best hope. The world's, you're correct. It is the world's best hope. Lincoln, who then liked to paraphrase Jefferson, as you would know, in the Declaration, giving liberty not alone to the people of this country, but to the world for all future time. So let me go back to my original questions. Why do you think that American history should be erased from the mission statement of the National American History Museum? In 3 seconds. I'm over. Well, with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Representative Miller of Illinois is recognized for 5 minutes.
All right, you were just hearing from Congressman Mike Carey there from Ohio asking questions at this hearing on the Smithsonian, focusing on some 2 different arguments here, where Republicans are making the argument that the Smithsonian has started to push left-wing narratives in some of its exhibits, while Democrats are making the exact opposite argument, that Republicans are trying to rewrite history to use more right-wing narratives. So we'll cover this when we get back. We're going to take our next commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back in just 2 minutes. Stay with us. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Ryan Schmelz. We're heading back out to Capitol Hill for this hearing currently going on related to the Smithsonian. So let's go ahead and listen in. Congresswoman Mary Miller looks like she's now asking questions.
The objection is withdrawn. The video will be played in the clock will restart. Is there sound on your video? The committee will suspend. We'll give one moment here to see if we can work the tech out.
All right, we're going to try to give them a second to try to figure this out. It looks like they're trying to get some video that they want to play for the record, so just hang tight here, and if they're not able to figure this out, we might pull out, so stay tuned. Okay, we are going to go ahead and pull away from this right now because we do have some breaking news to get to. Florida Congressman Corey Mills is under investigation, according to Fox News. This from Bill Malugin as well as Bill Mears saying this. Florida Congressman Corey Mills is under investigation by the Justice Department, though the specifics of what he's being investigated for are unknown, and those are sources talking to Bill Malugin, or a source familiar with the matter talking to Bill Malugin as well as Jake Gibson. Now, we should probably point out that, yes, they do not know what the investigation currently is about through the Department of Justice, but we did want to point this out, that Corey Mills is under an active ethics committee investigation that covers a number of different issues, including allegations of campaign finance violations, financial disclosure issues, misuse of congressional resources, and unreported overseas travel gifts, as well as sexual misconduct. We have this from his opponent, Ryan Elijah, who's running in the primary against Mills, saying, "It is time for Corey Mills to leave the race. Our bad headlines must stop. The Department of Justice is investigating Congressman Mills over finances, according to sources. This comes as he faces an ongoing House Ethics Committee investigation. The people in Seminole and Volusia counties deserve better." And we have this statement now from Corey Mills, the congressman, saying, "Imagine how desperate fake news must be to make a claim of DOJ investigation when even the DOJ has not confirmed or made official statements of such an investigation existing. The fake news anonymous source, political witch hunts, are pathetic." Again, this is a developing story. Bill Malugin as well as Jake Gibson were able to confirm this just in the last couple of hours. But when we get more information, we will definitely share that with you. And as of right now, you have Corey Mills denying this allegation. He's denied the numerous allegations against him as well. He has faced calls from some members of Congress within his own party to resign. But as of right now, he has withheld those temptations. And he does, we should probably point out, have the endorsement of President Trump. So as we get more information, we'll make sure to bring that to you. We'll go ahead and head back out to the Smithsonian right now, checking the clock to see when we're up against our next break. But in the meantime, let's head back out to the House Administration Committee, which is currently having a hearing on the content of the Smithsonian.
Audience, what a crotch harness is.
So, ma'am, if I may answer your question about girlhood, it's complicated. And the questions that you had.
No, just tell us now. I'm moving on. What is a crotch harness? You chose to make a display of it.
Girlhood, it's complicated was designed to help
you
celebrate
approved
the centennial.
the display of a crotch harness in a public museum. You chose to display the fetish attire of a very small subset of Americans with weird sexual proclivities, and you welcome children to these exhibits.
So,
Millions of
ma'am,
American families and school children visit your taxpayer-funded museum every year, coming to learn about the nation's history. They deserve a straightforward explanation for why they are being exposed to this kind of garbage. Okay, the American History Museum educational material asserts that there are more than 2 genders and imply that biological males should be permitted to compete in women's sports. I don't know why or on what scientific basis the museum decided to approve that material. Yesterday, you could not answer the question, can a man become a woman? You've been able to sleep on it. Can you tell us, can a man become a woman?
So to answer your question about the 2-piece garment, that is to your right.
You slept all night.
It was in an exhibition called Illegal to Be You.
You have decided to put up
in 2021, ma'am, that explored gay liberation since Stonewall.
Agenda. Okay, tell us.
In that small exhibit that closed in 2021, where that 2-piece garment was presented, was entitled Illegal to Be You, Gay Liberation Since Stonewall.
So are you saying that topics on sexuality are suitable for kids?
All the people who came by that display case, no one complained.
They come to learn about American history. They come to learn about the most free, prosperous, stable, and benevolent nation in the history of the world. They come to learn about American exceptionalism. And I yield my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. This concludes our questions. We thank all of our witnesses for appearing before us today. Members of the committee may have some additional questions, and we ask that you please respond to those questions in writing. Without objection, each member will have 5 legislative days to insert additional materials into the record or to revise and extend their remarks. There being no further business, I thank the members for their participation. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
All right, there you have it. That committee on the House Administration Committee, chaired by Brian Stile, talking about the Smithsonian Institute. That's the 2nd hearing in a row. Back-to-back days they have had this. A lot of it goes with Republicans making the accusation that the Smithsonian is pushing left-wing narratives through some of its exhibits, and then you have Democrats making the counter-argument, which is that Republicans are trying to rewrite history to fit a different narrative. So a lot to take in there, and a lot of passion on both sides of the aisle, a lot of fiery moments like the one you just saw there with Mary Miller, the Congresswoman from Illinois, towards the end. Now, we are awaiting the dignified transfer of power, the dignified transfer for those service members who have been killed related to the conflict with Iran. We are waiting the video. It should be with us in the next couple of minutes. So as soon as we have that, we will be able to play that out for you. But in the meantime, let's get our next commercial break in. We'll be back in just 2 minutes. Stay with us. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Ryan Schmelz. We're going to head out to Dallas, Texas, where it appears that the Dallas-Fort Worth area has reached the Arlington Police Department has reached a arrest in a major cold case that is over 15 or nearly 15 years old. The death of Surima Chavez happened back in 2012. She was 32 years old at the time, and it appears that they have made an arrest in her murder case. So let's go ahead and head out to this press conference and see what updates we have from the police department there.
That's why. Being able to share that with the family is why we do this work. And they were very grateful. It was emotional, but everybody who's involved in this, whether you're the detective, whether you're on the FBI's IGG team, whether you're a crime scene working behind the scenes, everybody who touches a case like this feels that elation when it's solved, feels the pain for the family, and the reason why we all give so much of ourselves is for that.
Is there anybody else that's being investigated as part of this murder case, or was this just the suspect?
Currently, there is nobody else that we're looking at in reference to this case. But again, we're still conducting an investigation into this. So again, I asked our community if there's anybody out there that have more information that can provide, or that they can provide information to us, that we ask that they do come forward.
Are you able to provide more insight on the family tree, and how we get from a family member who helped break this case and getting Velasquez behind bars?
And I think that's
Well, I won't go into specifics on the family tree. What I will say is that, look, this investigation starts in 2012 with a really effective job by the crime scene folks from Arlington PD and the tenacious work of the Arlington PD's detectives, right? And it's over a period of years that work continues. In 2024, when we get involved, again, this is really just building out what is publicly available to all, using that genealogy research to create a family tree. And then, as the detective mentioned, that's when the work really begins. So law enforcement continues to work through each member of that family tree, trying to limit that number of individuals until we determine a likely suspect. And it's only then that we look for one-to-one DNA comparisons with the suspect DNA we have from the scene, and then that potential suspect. So again, as the detective said, this is really a resource-intensive operation. I think it also speaks to the dedication of the Arlington Police Department and the FBI, not just to Irasima's family, but to the community at large.
And obviously that family, well, my question, did that family member, are they made aware that this could be tied to a case that's being investigated?
Yeah, I'm not going to go into specifics of our conversations with potential witnesses in the case, but I will just say that this is resource intensive. It requires a great deal of traditional law enforcement work. This is really just a place to, create new investigative leads.
And when it comes to the discarded trash, was that a Ford? Can you provide some background on what was actually used for that?
I'll defer to Arlington PD on that one.
Unfortunately, you're getting so far into the weeds into our investigation. I think we're going to have to hold off on providing that information until the prosecution.
Chief, what do you say to other families who are still holding out hope on cold cases, still looking for answers? What message does this case send to them?
The message that I want to send is, the Arlington Police Department, we're very, very dedicated to the victims of homicides. We do not stop investigations. We continue until we can come up with a suspect. We turn every stone. Like I said again, I am just so proud of the work of our homicide unit, and I really would like to highlight this. Within the last year and probably year and a half, Our homicide unit has actually solved about 13 to 14 cold cases. That is closing the loop for families who have been waiting years for the closure. And for our men and women to provide them that information is just so awesome. And I think that actually, I tell the other residents, hey, we're not going to stop. And hopefully we do come up and we were able to close their case as well. But we're not going to stop. We're always out there trying to investigate those cold cases.
All right, that concludes that press conference in this breakthrough cold case investigation happening in Arlington from the Arlington Police Department. So let's go ahead and show you the suspect here. This is Mayra Velasquez, who has been arrested in connection to the 2012 cold case murder of then 32-year-old Iracema Chavez. They've been investigating this now for almost 15 years. And recently they had a breakthrough arresting Velasquez and charging her in connection to this cold case, facing charges with capital murder. So a major, major investigation. And you saw there one of the officials with the police department getting very emotional, talking about the victim in this case, Iracema Chavez, and talking about what it was like to bring the information to the family and to help them and inform them that they believe that this cold case has now been solved. And it appears this was somewhat of a high-profile realtor. In this case, you saw there were some videos that they had from her social media accounts in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. But again, you saw how overcome with emotion that one police official was, talking about sharing with the family that they have made an arrest in this cold case, and it looks like they're on the path to justice. Obviously, these are allegations, and there will be a judicial process that happens from here. But for the family, this could be a sign that justice may be served, even though this has been almost 15 years since Ms. Chavez was killed. I'm Ryan Schmelz. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We do need to get to our last commercial break of the hour. We'll have more news for you coming up in just a little bit. Stay with us. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Ryan Schmelz. That does it for me. Stephanie Quinn, you will be taking over in just a little bit. Let's leave things off on the House floor where they're debating a number of issues. So let's go ahead and take that live, and we'll see you next time.
I appreciate my colleague from California's concern about overall base safety. But I think if we step back and actually look at the big picture here, what we are talking about is simply a tax on our lower enlisted personnel. We have military police to enforce safety standards that are already issued by the base commander across every installation that we have. And at the end of the day, we cannot deny that NIPRNet has been compromised by over 90% of our most serious and significant adversaries, the exact same net that these speed cameras would live on. I think that's a significant concern for the safety and security of our installation personnel, the operations that are ongoing on our installations, and for that reason, I encourage my colleagues to strongly support this amendment, and I yield.
The gentleman from North Carolina yields. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman is the only one with time remaining.
Can I close now? Is that where we're at?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The gentleman from California is recognized for his closing.
I appreciate my colleague's argument there, but if the Department of Defense can't maintain the cybersecurity cameras on our own installations, then we have a lot bigger problems. The truth is vehicle accidents are one of the leading cause of deaths for our service members. So why are we even debating this? We should be debating amendments that rein in this administration's reckless conduct on this Iran war or its reckless spending in the Middle East. But instead of my colleagues would rather discuss speed cameras. But the fact is, this amendment restrains the Secretary's ability to allocate security and law enforcement resources to address traffic safety. Prohibiting the use of speed cameras also undermines an installation's commander's ability to deploy the appropriate resources to effectively meet the traffic and public safety needs of the installation. I urge my colleagues to oppose this reckless amendment, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman from California yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from North Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Record a vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from North Carolina will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, pursuant to HRES 1438, I offer amendments en bloc.
The clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
On block number 2, consisting of amendments numbered 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, 121, 122, 123, 124, 125, 126, 127, 128, 129, 130, 131, 132, 133, 134, 135, 136, 137, 138, 139, 140, 141, 142, 143, 144, 145, 146, 147, 148, 149, 150, 151, 152, 153, 154, 155, 156, 1.
All right, so it does look like that feed has temporarily frozen right there, but we were listening to House lawmakers as they're speaking on the floor amid the Iran conflict. As we try and work on that, I did want to share this with you right here because we are still waiting for video of President Trump attending the dignified transfer of 4 U.S. service members who were killed in the Middle East. And these are the four soldiers who were identified. Trump traveling to Dover Air Force Base in Delaware to be there as the remains of the troops killed in action are returned to their families. This is one of the most somber duties of a commander-in-chief, and this will be the third that President Trump has attended since he launched the war in Iran in February. Speaking to reporters on his way to Dover, President Trump called it, quote, one of the hardest things to do as president. His message to grieving families, he said, will be, quote, we love you. We love your child, adding, there's no games, there's no nothing. That's their child, and all you can do is throw out your heart. 2 U.S. Army soldiers killed in Iran's missile and drone attacks in Jordan will be returned during the dignified transfer. The remains of a third service member who is believed to be the soldier missing after the Jordan attacks will also be returned, as well as the remains of a soldier killed in Iraq during a detonation of Iranian drones. So these are the photos of the 4 soldiers whose remains will be returned to their families. We are still waiting for that, and we did want to let you know that this will not be live. However, we will be getting video for the very first time of President Trump attending the dignified transfer, and as soon as we do get that video, we, of course, will bring that to you. And as I mentioned, these are the soldiers right here who have been identified, the soldiers killed in Jordan, identified by the Defense Department as Tyler James Feehan of Hawaii, Isabella Gonzalez of Texas, the soldier who disappeared after the Jordan attacks and is now believed to be deceased is Angel Rampersad of New York, and the soldier killed in Iraq identified as Michael Switten of North Carolina. So we are continuing to await that as we continue our coverage right here on Live Now from Fox. It does look like we have the House floor back up and running, that live stream. So we're going to transition to that as we await the video of President Trump attending the dignified transfer. I'm Stephanie Quinu. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Let's head over live back to the House floor.
And would expand test capabilities for both military and commercial airspace, keeping America at the cutting edge of
Okay, so it does look like that live stream continues to buffer right there. But I did want to share this. This is a live look here of Capitol Hill. This is where House lawmakers are currently meeting right now. So we're going to see if we can get this back up and running right now. It does look like it is. However, we do have another source that we do want to get to. Right now, it looks like that actually went out for us, but just wanted to share with you this live look right here. And also, as we do here at Live Now from Fox, we're always looking ahead, sharing with you some of the major events that are scheduled to happen. A little bit later on today at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, President Trump will be in Georgia, and he'll be speaking at Wheeler High School. So that is slated right now for 3 p.m. Eastern Time. We are going to be carrying his remarks live as they happen. So that is one of the major events happening. And then later on tonight, and we've been airing this early this morning, this is the Asian Regional Forum in the Philippines. Secretary of State Marco Rubio will take part in this forum. That's set to get underway at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. So we have a lot to get to on this Wednesday. It does look like this live feed might be back up and running. We're going to try it once again as we head live to the House floor.
Increase veterans' access to ibogaine. I know personally how much this means to our nation's heroes because I've talked to them, the Special Operators Association, to people, veterans across this nation who are clamoring for a solution to their problem. And we have one. They should not have to travel to Mexico to receive this treatment. Countless vets have told me that they were going to give this one shot before they committed suicide. They went down, they experienced ibogaine, and they came back cured. Stanford University did a study on 30 veterans with TBI and PTSD were ibogaine verified through MRI brain scans demonstrating that this medicine actually regenerated brain tissue and helped them get over their addiction to opioids and resolve their PTSD and TBI. This needs to be available in the United States of America now in clinical trials to our veterans. My home state of Texas passed legislation to provide clinical trials to veterans for ibogaine. I want to thank my former Governor Rick Perry and Mr. Brian Hubbard, Americans for Ibogaine, for leading this effort. I want to thank Morgan Luttrell and Marcus, his brother, who we all know the lone survivor story. Ibogaine saved their lives, and we've heard the testimony from them about the effectiveness of this medicine. It is time, Mr. Speaker, to make this medicine available to our veterans here in the United States at our VA clinics across the nation. And this amendment, and I want to thank the chairman for supporting it, will take us to that point where we can now save their lives, where they don't have to worry about suicide. They don't have to be on 30 medications, for God's sakes, to treat their addiction, to treat their PTSD. When we know we have a medicine that works, the evidence is there, the data is there, the Stanford study is there to save their lives. So I urge my colleagues to vote for this measure. Again, I want to thank all my colleagues, including the chairman, Morgan Luttrell. I want to thank the Energy and Commerce Committee for their work to bring all of this to the floor, not only today, but in the future with future legislation. And I want to thank the heroes, those who have served this country in harm's way, those who have put their lives at risk, who are suffering from these diseases today. We owe it to them to pass this legislation. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Continue to reserve.
Gentleman from Washington continues to reserve. Gentleman from Alabama.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Bresnahan.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of this en bloc, which includes an amendment that calls on the President to award the Medal of Honor to Colonel Bob Graham of New Angola, Pennsylvania. On May 1st, 1966, at the height of Operation Birmingham in the Vietnam War, then Captain Graham flew his battle-damaged F-100 Super Sabre through monsoon weather to reach American troops surrounded by 4,000 enemy soldiers. He made more than 15 low-level attack passes under heavy artillery fire, knowing full well he may not survive. He not only survived, but destroyed 8 enemy gun positions, neutralized over 1,500 enemy troops, and broke the back of that assault, saving hundreds of American lives. Colonel Graham flew over 500 combat missions across 4 tours in Vietnam and served his country faithfully for 26 years. He already earned the Silver Star for his heroic actions that day. However, it is past time that we recognize his actions went above and beyond the call of duty. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and finally give Colonel Graham the recognition he has long since earned. I yield.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Alabama.
So we continue to dip in live to the House floor as lawmakers are debating on a number of topics. We're going to just step away for a brief break as we continue to follow all of our events. And if you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, I did want to let you know that we are still awaiting video of President Trump attending the dignified transfer of 4 soldiers killed in action. This will not be a live event. However, we will be getting a recording and we will be playing that out as soon as we receive it. For now, though, we're going to step away for a break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We are continuing to follow a number of live events on Capitol Hill. And right before the break, we were listening into the House floor. Before that, we were in a committee hearing talking about the Smithsonian Institute. And there continues to be controversy over whether the exhibits have become politicized. Now we understand that there is a hearing happening right now talking about terrorist gangs in Haiti, and Mike Waltz is testifying right here. This is talking about what is happening in Haiti as gangs have taken over the country. Let's listen in live to this event.
4 million, they murder, they kidnap, they rape, they castrate, they feed people what they castrate. They extort the Haitian people on a massive scale. They seek to replace the Haitian state with something that answers to them. The consequences of a fully collapsed Haiti will not just stay in Haiti. It goes without saying that mass illegal immigration from a country explicitly governed as a safe haven for terrorists and traffickers would be harmful to America's interests and those of our allies. Here's what makes this oversight hearing different. We have already run the experiment of getting this wrong. The previous administration's answer to stabilizing Haiti was the failed UN Multinational Security Support Mission, or the MSS, a program to bring in foreigners from places like Kenya and Chad to take on gangs while costing the American taxpayer over $1 billion. In total, over $1 million per Kenyan that they sent into the country. Don't take my word for that. The State Department told this committee that the mission was, quote, an ineffective boondoggle. When the last Kenyan officers flew home this past April, Haiti's gangs controlled more territory than the day the mission began. That is the definition of failure. This is exactly why I advocated for not sending any contributions to the United Nations, because this is the kind of boondoggles that they run. The United Nations authorized mission that replaced it, the Gang Suppression Force, is built differently and hopefully learns from the mistakes of the past. It is more kinetic force with a direct action mandate to unilaterally take the fight to the gangs. This is not just a police support mission, it's about eliminating terrorist gangs. On paper, its costs are shared, assessed across the United Nations member states, with an American share of about $117 million a year. That's far better than the over $1 billion that we spent in a year previously. I say on paper because in practice, the American taxpayer is still underwriting this mission, and we will get to that. These operations began June 1. As I said, I want this mission to succeed, but wanting and hope are not strategies. So today, this committee needs three things. First, we need the mission's benchmarks for success. The mission's special representative owed the United Nations Security Council a strategy by July 1st. So today, we need to find out, are its benchmarks real or just aspirational? And what happens if some of them are missed? Second, apart from our assessed contribution, the administration has rolled out bilateral assistance piece by piece, up to $40 million in bridge and sustainment funds, $68 million in equipment, a police recruitment surge, support for Haiti's armed forces, and now counterterrorism funds with no specific dollar figure attached. That money, by the State Department's own accounting, is going toward, among other things, buying meals ready to eat and bottled water, a bill that the department itself says belongs to those countries, not us. We were promised a force that learned the lessons of the MSS, but the U.S. taxpayers, on top of the check we've already written, is still underwriting this mission's food and water. How much will this new GSF cost American citizens? Third, we need honesty about what comes next and the significant challenges that remain. The UN mandate for the GSF expires on September 30th, before this force even reaches full strength. The first elections in a decade are scheduled for August, but Haiti's insecurity makes those unlikely. And a private company paid by Haiti, not by the American taxpayer, is putting the gangs on their heels with no more than 150 people. Vectis Global, run by Eric Prince. Our own diplomats credit it with altering the momentum and the geometry of this fight, again with 150 individuals. If 150 contractors can do that, a 5,500-person UN force should have zero excuses, though that's all we received with the MSS mission. To our witnesses, this committee is looking for candor. Tell us what is working, tell us what is not, tell us what you need. Helping Haiti is not impossible, but the lesson of the last mission was that failure was obvious for nearly 2 years, yet nobody changed course. That will not happen on this committee's watch.
All right, so it does look like we need to get that live stream back up and running, but we were hearing from the House Foreign Affairs Committee as they are questioning Ambassador Waltz specifically about Haiti and violent gangs. As we work to get that back, I did want to share this with you because we just got word that we are going to be receiving video of the dignified transfer of these 4 soldiers here any moment now. We didn't get a specific time frame. However, we did hear that this will be incoming shortly. So we did want to let you know that we're keeping a very close eye on all of our live streams, and we will be sharing this with you in its entirety once this is underway. This as President Trump traveled to Dover Air Force Base in Delaware to be there as the remains of the troops killed in action are returned to their families. And we did want to continue to share this with you. This ritual is one of the most somber duties of a commander-in-chief, and it will be the 3rd that the president has attended since he launched the war in Iran in February. So we are still waiting for the video of this dignified transfer. We're going to share it in its entirety as it comes in, and we did want to let you know that we're keeping a very close eye on all of our live feeds. It does look like we have that live stream back up and running, and Ambassador Waltz right now testifying. So for now, let's continue to listen in live.
They have to take over their own educational functions. That's an inherent part of being a governing institution. And the humanitarian functions that it conducts, we need a much better vetting process, and those conversations are ongoing with how to vet those individuals. But at the end of the day, Hamas rules at the end of an AK-47. Hamas will disarm. The president has made that clear. It's going to happen the easy way or the hard way. Let's pray they make a more peaceful choice and do it the easy way.
Okay, so we've talked about UNRWA, but now as you move up into the UN itself, I think one of the most concerning developments of the UN is rampant, unabashed anti-Semitism by high-level employees at the UN. This isn't just UNRWA. I guess I shouldn't be surprised given they're okay with Hamas terrorists being on staff. But nowhere's the anti-Semitism at the UN been more blatant than Francesca Albanese, the UN Special Rapporteur on the occupied, quote-unquote, Palestinian territories. She used her position to advance extremist and inflammatory claims against Israel. She's falsely accused Israel of genocide and promoted false narratives under the guise of her role. Ambassador Bartos, what reforms have you been putting in place to fight anti-Semitism at the UN itself and to prevent anti-Semites like Albanese from being placed in these kinds of prominent positions?
It's a great question. Thank you. It's good to see you, Congressman. As I said, as I've never tired of saying, the UN is at a crossroads. And on the one direction is this vital humanitarian work that we see out in the field with people risking their lives to do that work. And the UN should be commended for that. And there are successes and failures within peacekeeping, and we've talked about that today too. But right there, in the other direction, is this bewildering, despicable bias that has been around for 60 plus years. That has really, if you think about it, infrastructure that has been built within the UN system. And former ambassador, former Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan spoke about this brilliantly and beautifully in his 1975 speech calling out Zionism as racism resolution, which was, of course, a Soviet-era, Soviet-driven process. So the UN comes to this over many decades of picking on the one Jewish state as a way to get to the West in America. Right? It's anti-Americanism, anti-West, anti-Semitic, anti-Jewish, anti-Israel. It really is all of that. We have a whole team dedicated, of course, with the Secretary's push and leadership on these issues. We have a whole team dedicated to rooting out anti-Semitism throughout the UN. So the Commission of Inquiry, UNRWA, as you mentioned, this lunatic Albanese who the UN allows to put on their uniform. But I think it all comes back to, in the here and now, it comes back to making sure that we select the right next Secretary General who will have the leadership, the moral clarity, and the courage to tackle this. It's an existential issue for the organization about whether it wants to be a hotbed of hatred for the one Jewish state and for the West, or whether it wants to get back to basics, its core founding mission of international peace and security, humanitarian aid. And that's a big decision for the UN. We're trying to guide them in the right direction. It is not always easy, as you know, but the work is really important, and we get at it every day.
And I would just add, Representative Fine, that the administration has defunded these inherently anti-Semitic organizations. We are trying to shift this culture, but meanwhile, not a single dollar of U.S. taxpayer dollars should go to these organizations like UNRWA, like the so-called Human Rights Council, UNESCO, and others.
Well, I'm not sure anybody can fix it, but if anyone can, I think it's the two of you. So thanks. Keep up the good work. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Representative McBride.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and to you and the ranking member for holding this committee hearing. Thank you so much, both of you ambassadors, for joining us, for making it down to the bottom of the dais. We are well over 4 years into a war Vladimir Putin started by invading Ukraine. And during the course of the 2024 election, the president promised at least 53 times to end the war on or before day one. On January 20th, 2025, as the sun set and the president pardoned more than 1,000 January 6 insurrectionists, when the sun set, the president failed to deliver on his promise that he would end the war between Russia and Ukraine. Ambassador Waltz, why did the president fail to deliver on his promise to end the war?
The president is doing everything he can to end the war. To date, neither Vladimir Putin with Russia or President Zelensky has seen fit to enter into the final deal. However, the president has put significant pressure, this administration, by sanctioning Lukoil, by sanctioning Rosneft, and is doing everything he can to stop the killing.
So I guess we're in agreement 538 days into the administration that the president has not delivered on his promise that he made at least 53 times during the course of the campaign to end the war on day one.
The president has found, despite incredible efforts from him and his team, to be a very frustrating effort.
Well, maybe he shouldn't have made those grandiose promises.
I'm proud that he has tried.
Speaking of the pressure that is being brought to bear, on February 24th, a month after the president failed to deliver on that promise, U.S. representatives at the United Nations voted no on a resolution advancing a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine. Earlier today, Representative Titus brought up this vote, and you incorrectly stated that the U.S. abstained from voting on the February 2025 resolution. That's not true. The U.S. voted no alongside Russia, Belarus, and North Korea. Really, really great company. Would you like to correct the record that the U.S. indeed voted no?
I understood, and perhaps I misunderstood her to be talking about a General Assembly resolution just this past summer where the United States abstained.
My understanding, the words that she specifically used was referring to the February 2025 resolution, which the U.S. did indeed vote no on. Then on February 18th, 2026, over a year after President Trump failed to deliver on his promise to end the war on day one, U.S. representation at the UN under your leadership refused to vote on a resolution expressing support for lasting peace in Ukraine. Ambassador, I'm curious why the United States is scared to call out and stand up to Vladimir Putin at the United Nations.
The United States, under this administration, has put more pressure on Russia to come to the table. Their economy is reflective of that, and this administration sanctioned their top two oil producers and the Dark Fleet, not the last administration.
Well, they're now getting more money because of the Strait of Hormuz, but that's neither here nor there. Why did the United States vote no and refuse to vote to denounce Vladimir Putin's
I'll have to come back to the record.
Ukraine?
That prior vote was obviously before my time, so I'll have to look at the wording in the resolution. Like legislation, which many of you know, there can be specific phrases that we find objectionable or who cross our red lines.
Yeah.
The title says one thing and the actual legislation or resolution says another.
The only other countries that objected to any of the specific language in that resolution, at least in February 2025, were Belarus, North Korea, and Russia. So not very good company.
My memory is we were
yeah.
shifting to a more neutral mediator position.
Right. A strategy
as we try to end this war, unlike the ill-defined victory,
a strategy that did not work has not worked, and
has worked a lot better than the last administration's.
Well, I don't think that that's true.
They're at least in the room talking, which is the art of diplomacy.
Wow, there was a photo op in Alaska that the president gave Vladimir Putin, and I think these votes, lack thereof votes, no votes, only send a message to Vladimir Putin that we are not
President
there.
Zelensky
But I want to say, while
been in
you're
the
treating
Oval
Vladimir
Office,
Putin with kid gloves, you are insulting American allies, including our longstanding ally Denmark, whose soldiers fought and died alongside U.S. soldiers. Have you gotten any positive feedback from your colleagues at the United Nations about the president's desire to seize Greenland?
As one of the soldiers who fought alongside Danish soldiers in southern Afghanistan, they're a fantastic ally. At the same time, they were paying very little to zero attention to the Arctic, and they now are. And we are in meaningful negotiations to secure our northern border.
I'll take that as a no. You haven't gotten any positive feedback. Thank you. I yield back.
I've actually given a lot of positive feedback to the ongoing negotiations to answer your question.
Sure.
Representative Gallagher.
Yes, thank you, gentlemen, for your testimony today. And Mr.
All right, we are continuing to listen into the Foreign Affairs Committee right there as Ambassador Waltz is testifying. We're just going to step away for a brief moment. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. We're taking a live look here on Capitol Hill, and happening right now is a hearing where UN Ambassador Mike Waltz is testifying on a number of issues. Right before the break, we were hearing about the Ukraine-Russia war. Let's continue to listen in live.
Will pass global regulations that massively disadvantage the American people and our businesses. We stopped it in that case. We are blocking, fighting, and tackling. For example, I just worked with Secretary of Agriculture Rollins on some regulations in the Food and Agriculture Organization that serves as a global FDA, for lack of a better term, that would have advantaged European farmers and disadvantaged American farmers. So rest assured, we have a team that's in there in all of these organizations fighting for us.
Thank you for that work. It's much appreciated. And it brings me to my next question, which is roughly 12% of global trade passes through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. And we, currently the Iran-backed Houthis are threatening to blockade this critical waterway again. If successful, this would force ships onto longer and more expensive routes around Africa, which would undoubtedly disrupt our global trade. There has been a resolution, 2826, that simply extends the Secretary General's reporting mandate on Houthi attacks in the Red Sea. Is the United Nations capable of organizing a more meaningful international response to keep this vital waterway open?
I think you're certainly speaking to a broader issue here, that no state, no terrorist organization can choke off international waterways that are vital for commerce. The Iranian regime right now is acting as the Somali pirates with drones and cruise missiles of back years ago, where we did gather an international coalition and took that problem on. Thankfully, the president, the Defense Department right now as we speak is massively destroying and degrading Iran's ability to choke off that waterway, which 146 nations have agreed with us is in violation of international law.
Yeah, and thank you for that. And again, I think if my colleagues had their way with their diplomacy of enablement, we'd be in a much worse position, from that standpoint as well. So I thank you for your leadership and for coming here and testifying today, despite some blatant hypocrisy from the other side. But I appreciate your efforts and appreciate the administration and what it's doing.
Congressman, it is incredibly rich to see one side of the aisle now suddenly in love with oil and gas, that they have sought to degrade our own domestic capability. But thank you for your leadership in a very tough place. I don't know if being a member in California is tougher or easier than it is in the United Nations. But
well, I'm here to bring the voice of the forgotten Californians to this body. So thank you.
Representative Pocan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Ambassador, for being with us.
Thank you.
Without going into detail, just naming names, what 3 countries are the greatest adversaries to the United States?
From a broader sense, I would
just
refer.
Naming names, yeah.
Well, I would refer actually to our national security, national defense strategy.
3 names is all I'm looking for, not the narrative, please.
That are working against us: Iran, China, Russia, North Korea.
Thank you. Have you ever been to Cuba?
I have not.
You have not? Okay.
No.
Did you get a chance to read the report that came out this week from the State Department on Cuba, 95 pages?
I have not read the entire report, but as a native Floridian, I'm familiar with the antics and adversarial
Gotcha. But you have
actions
not
of the
read
Cuban
the report.
regime.
Gotcha. Can you explain to me, on July 7th, there was a vote in the UN to continue debate about the U.S. blockade of Cuba, and we opposed that, and we kind of had an embarrassing defeat, 136-9 with 30 abstentions. But given what this report said, why are we afraid to have that debate if there's so much information we want to share with the world about Cuba? Why did we not extend
That's a mischaracterization. What we opposed was Cubans or others, for that matter, abusing the General Assembly to have the same debate over and over again.
It just seems that if we had such damning information that this report claims to have, that would be a great venue to have that. I guess my question is, it's been over 65 years.
Propaganda. That's what we opposed.
Yeah, no, thank you. It's been over 65 years that we've had essentially this blockade, this embargo on Cuba, and have we moved closer to a democracy, steered them towards human rights? Has, as the other ambassador said, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. Has that 65 years brought us to where we want to be?
I would encourage you to read that report.
I did, and you didn't. I did, and you didn't. Correct. Yes.
Oh no, I have not read it word for word, but I am very familiar. As a native Floridian.
I did too. I read it. I've highlighted it. I felt like, you know what? I put on the Kinks and the Who, because everything's about the 60s and 70s in here. And then there's this giant jump to today.
A blockade is a ring of ships. A blockade is what we have right now in Iran.
This is a blockade of fuel, of medicine, of food, of supplies. Even in war, we allow medical supplies to go through. We don't allow medical supplies to go through to Cuba. So my question is,
the difference is they can't
do you think that we've had a noticeable change?
Because of the corruption of the communist regime.
Okay, can I just ask my question, please? Sure. Because I respect you were in this role, and so I'm just asking, do you think we've had a measurable difference in 65 years of the policy we've had?
I think we have, much of which is in statute, have had a meaningful effect on not allowing the Cuban regime to expand its revolution, its communism, and its anti-American, anti-left revolution, as it calls it, across the Western Hemisphere and across and into the United States.
So Secretary Rubio just a few hours ago said the goal is to have a Cuba where people of Cuba can experience prosperity, safety, security, and a better life moving forward. I just got back from there 10 days ago. I've been there 30 years ago. I was there 3.5 years ago on an official delegation, and I was there with a nonprofit most recently. And what I've seen is a crushing of the Cuban people, and it's not a
Cuban regime.
Let me finish,
Did you
please.
visit the
Give me the
prisoners?
respect I've given you, please, because the rest of this drives me crazy. You know, we're not allowing medical supplies. So we've doubled the infant mortality rate because of our actions. We're the ones blocking that. It's not the Cuban government, that's us. We're blocking fuel, which means while I was there, 42 hours of no energy, we had an hour and a half. Surgeons literally finish surgery sometimes with their cell phone lights, right? That's because of us. Do you think that what your goal is, we're running completely counter to that? And I just don't understand that.
May I ask you a question?
Yeah, please. But I would like 30 seconds at the end.
During your visit, did you visit the private island from the Castro regime? Did you visit their private jet, which seems to have fuel to go back and
considering
forth?
you've never been to Cuba, I'm not going to take your advice on where to go. I know, but considering, I mean, you've never been there. I'm not going to tell you how to groom your hair because I can't give good advice on that. I don't think I need your advice at Cuba. Are we going to have a military action against Cuba? It seems like that's what this report is setting up.
I am not going to take options off the table for the President of the United States, but I would hope that you would not allow your visits to be used for Cuban regime propaganda that has oppressed and massacred
I'll tell you, I wish,
people.
I understand, but I would strongly urge you, Marco Rubio, who's never been to Cuba, so many others who have strong opinions.
His entire family is from Cuba, and
they left
fled
before the revolution. That is decades ago. That's a ridiculous answer.
It's Cuban Americans who have fled the regime.
To be fair, that is a ridiculous answer.
For being oppressed and
it's worth going there if you're going to have such strong opinions. I think you'd maybe look at it a little differently. I yield back.
Representative Moylan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ambassador Waltz, and Bartos. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate that. Ambassador Waltz, July 5th, 2026, the UN supported the launch of the Global Network of Centers for Exchange and Cooperation on AI Capacity Building. As the AI risk pushing the world towards even greater inequities. So what do you believe is the U.S. role, should be the U.S. role closing the artificial intelligence gap to face this regarding connectivity, infrastructure, and energy access?
I think we have to be incredibly careful, and I've have been in touch with a number of leaders of our private sector, our Office of Science and Technology Policy, Secretary of Commerce, Secretary of Treasury, on efforts within the UN towards AI governance that are not in line with our values and that would hinder our entrepreneurial spirit and our innovation. I'm also in touch with them as we kind of gather the framework or understand the framework we want here federally in the United States to understand that and how we should propagate that outward to the rest of the world. I like to talk about AI freedom. Countries from, say, the EU and other places like to talk about AI governance, and that's a very slippery slope.
I appreciate that. I agree with you. Another question for you, sir. On your confirmation hearing in July, you stated it was absolutely critical for the United States to counter China at the United Nations. So China continues to lead 4 out of 15 specialized UN agencies, including organizations with mandates for facilitating cooperation on technology, agriculture, and food security, aviation safety, and development. So, Ambassador, what do you believe the United States' response to China's position on this multilateralism should be?
Thank you. I just give you a few examples. One, I gave earlier, the World Intellectual Property Organization. We supported actively a pro-business Singaporean. In the International Telecommunications Union, we are running, and this is from the prior administration, so it's a bipartisan effort here to support an American to run that's in charge of undersea cables, spectrum, space, a number of critical standard-setting bodies. not only at the senior levels, it's important that we recruit and support Americans at every level to staff these bodies. And I can come back to you with figures, but I think it's a little bit misunderstood. The United States has the largest number of our nationals across the UN system. It's actually followed by France, the UK, and Germany before we get to China. It's something actually China complains about, that it doesn't have greater representation. So we are active in making sure that us and like-minded countries are effectively represented around the system.
Excellent. We're taking care. Go ahead, sir.
If I may, sir, we are still underrepresented, though. The ambassador is absolutely right in his in the number of nationals that work there, but we, the United States, are still underrepresented relative to our contributions to the UN, and it's something that we're very much in the ear of UN leadership often, as are the Chinese.
I'm glad you're well aware, and we need to correct that. Thank you. Thank you. Speaking of Ambassador, the U.S. has historically been the leader within the Convention on the International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora. So how do you envision maintaining the U.S. leadership on wildlife trade while balancing sustainability and the community interests that depend on healthy marine ecosystem?
Well, I mean, this is where, even though we're not a signatory, we abide by its conventions and the UN Law of the Sea that establishes standards for nautical waters, and particularly for EEZs. And one of the things that we're working with both the small island states in the Pacific, but also in South Central America, are violations of their EEZs, often by illicit fishing, most often by large Chinese fishing fleets. Not only there, but then the protection in terms from a conservation standpoint. We support international organizations that set those standards around the world, and a number of key nonprofits.
I would just say, sir, that when our allies have a choice when other countries have a choice in certain, whether it's the Africa group or whether it's other nations that we work with, whether they have a choice to have U.S. leadership or other important powers leadership, they're yearning for U.S. leadership. And when we do step in there and provide leadership, we have meaningful impacts across the system. There's a lot to fix. But with Ambassador Waltz's leadership and with the team's focus, we're present as many places as we can be.
I appreciate the hard work you both do. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ambassador Waltz, UN peacekeeping operations funding is a principal source of support for the new gang suppression force mission in Haiti, which will be critical to driving back the control of violent gangs in the country that are wreaking havoc on communities in our own hemisphere and worrying millions of Haitian Americans as they watch Haiti suffer. In fact, just the other day, you even said Haiti is only a few hundred miles from Florida. What happens there does not stay there. According to a 2024 Government Accountability Office report, approximately 73% of firearms recovered in the Caribbean between 2018 and 2022 originated in the United States. Additionally, the UN Security Council also adopted an arms embargo on Haiti in 2022 to prevent weapons from reaching these gangs. So let me ask you this. First, what are you doing to ensure we are not violating the Security Council arms embargo? And how does the administration justify defunding the United Nations, including slashing its peacekeeping operational budget, while simultaneously expecting it to take on a greater role in supporting the UN-authorized gang suppression force?
We are mission by mission evaluating the effectiveness of these peacekeeping operations. As I mentioned earlier, some have been around for 30 to 40 years at the cost of $1 billion a year and have not worked themselves out of a job, have not put peace in place. As it pertains to the gang suppression force, that's actually a hybrid funding model. The UN budget is supporting basically the logistics And we have a separate trust fund, the Haiti Trust Fund, that a standing group of partners is contributing to. And we have effective oversight over both of those funds, and we are supporting both of those funds. And again, we will evaluate as that mandate comes up for renewal whether they are meeting the metrics and whether they are actually suppressing the gangs. I could tell you, having just visited there, the gang suppression force just conducted its first clearing operation and was fairly effective. Long way to go. That's coupled with training the Haitian National Police and standing up the Haitian Army once again to take these paramilitary gangs on. And of course, we have the embargo in place. I visited the Dominican Republic, whereas a lot of these arms are smuggled, and we are coordinating with their foreign ministry and their law enforcement, both the foreign ministry and INL, to better interdict illegal arms that are flowing into the gangs.
Ambassador Waltz, when you served in Congress, you were a staunch supporter of our Kurdish allies. In fact, you frequently emphasized the importance of standing with the Kurdish forces that fought alongside the U.S. against ISIS. Recently, President Trump has called President Erdogan a very good ally, end of quote. And a good ally, to me, is an interesting way of describing a leader who simultaneously placates Putin and other dictators, degrades democracy and human rights in Turkey, and harbors and supports terrorist regimes. On top of that, Erdogan has a long record of targeting Kurdish political and military groups. In the early days of this unauthorized war with Iran, reports indicated that Erdogan personally prevented Iranian Kurdish fighters from taking part in President Trump's proposed operation. Erdogan himself has publicly celebrated preventing that Kurdish operation. Do you also agree that President Erdogan is a very good ally, even though he harbors Hamas, supports terrorist regimes, and has actively gone against Trump and his unauthorized war?
Well, you mentioned my time in Congress. I was co-chair of the Kurdish caucus that's primarily focused on the Iraqi Kurds. And so when my statement that they have stood with us was the Peshmerga, and that has been going back to the early 90s. Obviously, Turkey, led by Erdogan, is a NATO ally. We just had the NATO summit there. In fact, years ago, Turkey shot down Russian fighters as they were penetrating their airspace from their incursion into Syria. It is sometimes a difficult relationship. We are taking action against Hamas charities, Hamas-funded charities that are funneling goods into Gaza that are based in Turkey. We are actively looking and working with the Turkish government on how to shut that funding source down.
Thank you. I yield back.
Representative Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much for putting this together. I cannot explain to you. I thank you very much for.
All right, so we were listening to Ambassador Waltz testifying before the House Foreign Affairs Committee, but this just in right here, we are just getting video of President Trump attending the dignified transfer of 4 U.S. soldiers. This may be muted, so we did want to let you know. Right now, it looks like this might just be frozen at the moment, but we're just going to stay on this because we do anticipate this getting underway momentarily as they begin this video recording. So this happened moments ago, and we're receiving for the very first time the first look of this dignified transfer of 4 U.S. soldiers. President Trump in attendance. We also wanted to let you know that the audio quality is as incoming. Some of these feeds have had no audio, so we did want to let you know if all you hear is silence, that is intentional. That is what we are receiving on our end. There is perhaps no audio attached to the video. So I did want to just stay on this live look right here because we are expecting them to press play as we are watching this for the very first time. And if you're just joining us here at Live Now from Fox, this is video from Dover Air Force Base in Delaware as President Trump traveled there to be present as the remains of the troops killed in action have been returned to their families. This is one of the most somber duties of a commander-in-chief, and this is the third that President Trump has attended since he launched the war in Iran in February. So what you're taking a look at is right now a paused screen right now as we are expecting this to start playing out any moment now. President Trump also speaking to reporters as he was on his way to Dover, calling this, quote, one of the hardest things to do as a president, saying that his message to the grieving families is, we love you, we love your child, there's no games, there's no nothing, that's their child, and all you can do is throw out your heart. 2 U.S. Army soldiers killed in Iranian missile and drone attacks in Jordan are now returned during this dignified transfer that took place moments ago. The remains of a third service member who is believed to be the soldier missing after the Jordan attacks has also been returned, as well as the remains of a soldier killed in Iraq during a detonation of an Iranian drone. So right now we are just waiting for the video to play out. Right now we are taking a look at what is a paused screen right here, but just seeing this from this vantage point, we do see the motorcade, the presidential motorcade, and we do see a number of people lining up. One of those individuals is President Trump as he is attending the dignified transfer of 4 U.S. soldiers. So we have been waiting for this to come in. We now have a look at the video right here. It is paused at the moment, but we're going to stay on this because we do anticipate this to start rolling any moment now. And if you're noting on the screen, we do have something that says audio quality as incoming. We did want to let you know that there is likely perhaps not any sound attached to the video. This will be silent. So we did want to share that with you. We do have just a little bit more information about the dignified transfer that started at 11:42. This is some new information. This is with an Air Force officer's call of wheels rolling, indicating that the families of the fallen were en route. That same officer called family in sight as their vehicles approached the flight line. Their vehicles, which you may see in this, perhaps it's a black bus similar to an airport hotel shuttle, as well as 2 smaller white buses, and we don't see those buses there from this particular perspective. But their vehicles were marshaled into position by an Air Force NCO with a procedure akin to that used for an airplane. We are expecting perhaps another angle of this as well. We're just receiving that information, and I'm just keeping a very close eye on all of this. But this right now is the clip of what we are expecting to being played out any moment now. And what we're being told is that the dignified transfer and the ceremony will last about 23 minutes in length. And what we were also hearing is that after the families of the fallen soldiers arrived, a group of DVs, including the president, as well as General Kane, Secretary Hegseth, and others, they approached the back of the ramp and bowed their heads while a prayer appeared to be offered by one of them. They then walked back to stand next to the cargo ramp, and each rendered a salute at the call of present arms. That took place at 11:50 a.m. Eastern Time as the carry team brought out the first case off the plane. They then walked back to stand next to the cargo ramp and rendered a salute at the call of present arms a little bit later on as well. And they continued to hold the salute for the dignified transfers. So we are just receiving some information from our team right here, and we are expecting to get a close-up look of President Trump. And we're also hearing that he may be speaking at Air Force One. So we are anticipating this. We have this look right here. This is not a live look, but this happened just moments ago as we received information that the dignified transfer started at 11:42 a.m. Eastern Time. So we did want to share that with you. It ended with a call of flight line dismissed at approximately 12:11 p.m. Eastern Time. So we are just waiting for this video to get underway. It will last about 23 minutes in length. All right, and you can see that it is now being played out. Let's listen. 4 American heroes, Private Isabella Gonzalez, First Lieutenant Tyler James Feehan, Sergeant Michael Emmanuel Swinton, and Army Sergeant Angel Rampersad. We were just seeing moments ago from Dover Air Force Base as the remains of these 4 U.S. soldiers have returned home back to their families. President Trump in attendance along with Secretary Hegseth. This, as we saw, one of the most somber duties of a commander-in-chief and the third that President Trump has attended since he launched the war in Iran in February. So this happening just moments ago. The soldiers, 2 were killed in Iranian missile and drone attacks in Jordan. The remains of a 3rd service member who is believed to be the soldier missing after the Jordan attacks was also returned, as well as the remains of a soldier killed in Iraq during a detonation of an Iranian drone. And we thank all 4 for their service, as well as all soldiers and veterans. I also wanted to share this with you as we were mentioning President Trump sharing a heartfelt message to the families of the fallen soldiers, saying, "We love you, we love your child." And he said that they're their children. There's no games, no nothing. That's their child. All you can do is throw out your heart. So he was speaking to the media prior to the dignified transfer of these 4 soldiers right here. We are going to just step away for a moment. Much more to come. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We do have a new live look that I wanted to share with you right here. This takes us out to Marietta, Georgia, where we are expecting President Trump to be delivering remarks at Wheeler High School. This is a live look inside the auditorium, and you can see that already it's a packed auditorium right here. All of this is scheduled to get underway at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. So we're just taking a look at this. It's a little unclear in terms of specifically when President Trump will touch down here. But just taking a look from our team there in Atlanta, we are expecting President Trump to be talking about new investment accounts for children. So that is what we are expecting as he's pitching a new nationwide investment initiative for children during this speech at Wheeler High School. This is in Marietta, Georgia. That's in Cobb County. So we are expecting to hear from them. And also state political candidates are expected to attend as well. So all of this is specifically for what is being called the Trump accounts. This is an initiative designed to help American families build wealth. So under this program, every American child under 18 is eligible for an account, with children born during Trump's second term receiving a $1,000 federal deposit, and parents and employers can contribute up to $5,000 annually. The administration estimates accounts could reach over $18,000 without extra deposits, or more than $1 million by age 28 with maximum contributions. Governor Brian Kemp also said that Georgia foster children can also participate in the program. So we're hearing that crowds began lining up outside the high school early this morning, and you can see it's already a full house right here. We are expecting this to get underway at around 3 p.m. Eastern time, and we will be taking this live event in its entirety. What we are going to do, though, is we continue to follow some other live events. The next one takes us out to Capitol Hill. This is a live look there from outside the building. Happening right now, the Senate debating. Let's listen in live.
And winning hearts and minds is just a hell of a lot cheaper than going to war. And so we reestablished that principle in the legislative context. But now the State Department has to start executing on what the law says. And this is not like the USAID thing where we gave them a pile of money and gave them the authority to do a bunch of grants, and then they canceled a bunch of grants and moved things around. I may have objected to that, but that was permissible. What they're doing now is not permissible. PEPFAR money is not a choice they get to make. It's a choice we already made. Gavi money is not a choice they get to make. It's a choice we already made. The Global Fund money is not a choice they get to make. It's a choice we already made. These are things in statutory law. They're not the Ford Foundation where they say, well, we've changed our grant criteria. This is a matter of federal law, and they have to follow it. I yield the floor.
It does seem as though the Senate floor is now in between speakers. I'm going to take this opportunity to step away for another break, continuing our coverage in 2 minutes. We're going to head right back to the Senate floor where Senator Chuck Schumer is now speaking.
Is the single biggest bribe an American president has ever accepted for another country in all of American history. The single biggest bribe in all of American history. And make no mistake about it, Trump's so-called palace in the sky is a boondoggle at 40,000 feet. If you thought this illegal gift was bad before, it's even worse now. We just learned that this new jet wasn't safe enough for Trump to make the return flight from the NATO summit in Turkey, a country that borders on Iran. It doesn't have the countermeasures for heat-seeking missiles and the other security equipment that it needs to keep the president safe. The rest of the Air Force One fleet had all these security features, but Trump left them in the hangar back at home. So I call on Senate Republicans to pass my Presidential Airlift Security Act so Americans don't have to pay to upgrade Trump's luxury jet when he already has access to a fleet of U.S. planes that are far safer and far less expensive to maintain. The luxury jet may have come wrapped in a bow for Donald Trump, but it came with a massive price tag for the American people. Trump is asking taxpayers to fork over an estimated $1 billion to retrofit and max out his flying palace so it can meet the security standards of the existing Air Force One fleet that, of course, we already paid for. Americans can't afford gas, can't afford groceries, can't afford the electric bill, but Trump thinks they can afford to fly him in style. Trump's luxury jet also poses a grave risk to our national security. All the experts agree, no matter how many modifications are made, or how much is spent, or how intensely it is retrofitted, there will never be 100% confidence that the plane is secure. This is not a gamble anyone should be willing to take. I introduced this legislation last year, but every single Republican senator voted against the bill. Now, with this new information, hopefully, they will see the light of what a boondoggle this is. And why do they back up Trump on every one of his boondoggles? It as plain as could be for Americans to see is a gross waste of taxpayer dollars and gross corruption. Why don't they ever stop him? Whether it's the slush fund, the ballroom, the family tax exemption deal, or this Air Force One nonsense, we see a new grift coming out of this administration every day. Where are the Republicans? Senate Republicans need to stop letting Trump off the hook for fleecing the American people. And so, as if in legislative session, and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Armed Services be discharged and the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of S. 1804, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection?
Mr. President.
The senator from Nebraska.
Reserving the right to object, I would like to say a few words about Senator Schumer's legislation on the presidential airlift. This has been discussed before, and it was voted down earlier this year as part of a vote-a-rama that we participated in. Senator Schumer's legislation would prevent any funding to be used to modify a foreign aircraft for presidential airlift. We made this point during the vote-a-rama. The senator is trying to make a political point today, of course, about the VC-25 bridge aircraft, which was made in America and then owned by Qatar. Unfortunately, this legislation would also apply to a different aircraft, the Survivable Air Operations Center aircraft, or SAOC. Those aircraft were actually purchased from Korean Air. So this legislation would hamper a crucial program that ensures presidential safety in the event of a nuclear war. Thus, Senator Schumer's bill would significantly harm our United States nuclear deterrence. To be clear, the SAOC is the cornerstone of our NC-3 modernization. This is the plane that will command and control our nuclear weapons on America's worst day. We cannot play these political games with the NC-3. So with that, Mr. President, I object.
Your objection is heard. Senator from Nebraska.
Mr. President, Lindsey Graham, a friend, a colleague, and a tireless national security advocate. He was a true leader in strengthening our military and our country's defense, and I miss him dearly. I am so pleased that his sister Darlene now serves here in this institution. She is carrying on his legacy and honoring his commitment to the people of South Carolina and to this country. So I rise here today to, yes, pay tribute to Lindsey Graham, but to also call on my colleagues to help us carry on one of his greatest efforts, ending Putin's barbaric and unjust war against sovereign Ukraine. For more than 4 years, the Ukrainian people have shown extraordinary resilience and resolve. They have defended their homeland with courage that has inspired the world. In 2022, Putin thought he could seize eastern Ukraine in days. He thought he could drag Europe back into the dark shadow of the Soviet Union. He thought that he would be feared and respected. But he is neither strong nor powerful. He is a war criminal. Putin has made clear his intentions to push beyond Ukraine and into NATO territory. Russian drones have encroached on Polish, Finnish, Lithuanian, Latvian, Estonian, and Romanian airspace. These were deliberate provocations to test NATO's resolve. Putin seeks to push deeper into Europe to see just how far he can go before we push back. And that is why the United States and our allies must raise the stakes through tougher sanctions and a stronger United States deterrence posture along NATO's eastern flank. I commend the Polish and Dutch, German, and the Italian armed forces for their swift and also their professional response in intercepting drones that could have killed innocent civilians during these incursions. Their actions remind us that NATO's strength lies in that unity and readiness. President Trump has made clear that Europe must carry more of the burden for its own security. Poland, in particular, has answered that call, committing 5% of its GDP to defense. Other allies are stepping up as well. This is the path forward, a stronger, more capable NATO prepared to deter, but also to defeat any threat. But make no mistake on this. Putin understands only one language, and that is power. And the surest road to peace in Europe lies in NATO's strength and Ukraine's survival. Yet strength must also be economic. The Kremlin's war machine runs on money it makes from selling cheap oil and gas to countries like China and India and Brazil. Those nations, well, then they profit by turning around and reselling Russian energy at a markup. And that must end. It is long overdue for the financial enablers of Russia's atrocities to pay a price. They cannot keep fueling Putin's war and expect business as usual with us, with the United States. And that's why Congress must pass the Sanctioning Russia Act. This legislation would impose mandatory sanctions on Russia's political leadership, financial institutions, energy sector, and sanctions evasion networks. By employing targeted tariffs, this policy would pressure the world's largest purchasers of Russian energy to reduce their dependence on Moscow. This gives the president maximum flexibility to enforce these measures, ensuring both legal strength and political durability. I'm grateful to Senator Blumenthal, who worked closely with Lindsey on this important bipartisan legislation, and I'm encouraged to see him carry this effort forward. I was proud to be an early supporter of the bill, and I'm proud to support this updated version now. The Sanctioning Russia Act is the sledgehammer that we need. Decisive economic pressure that cripples Putin's lifeline, and it hastens the day that his war with Ukraine is finally going to end. Peace will not come from weakness or hesitation. It will come from strength, military, economic, and moral strength, welded together by the free nations of the world. So I ask my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join our broad coalition in supporting this bill. Let us carry on Lindsey's mission. Let us stand up to evil. Let us bring freedom and security to the people of Ukraine. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
We were just hearing from Senator Fisher as she was speaking about carrying on the late Senator Lindsey Graham's legacy and his missions, in particular there with the Ukraine war. We're going to just step away for a moment. We do have some more live coverage to come. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. As we were mentioning just a little bit earlier, and we were sharing with you a live look, President Trump is set to speak about the Trump accounts in Marietta, Georgia at around 3 p.m. Eastern time. It's a packed auditorium already at Wheeler High School, and there is a speaker at the podium. So let's listen in.
Party, maybe we can agree to bless the children of America. So forgive us and bless the babies. Lord, my uncle once said, we may have come over on different ships, but we're in the same boat now. Lord, we really do repent. We love our children and grandchildren. God bless.